So, gentlemen, what are we talking about tonight, Lee?
Well, earlier actually, the weird part was is we were talking about what me and you were talking about on Naroki's channel. we, I was telling him about our conversation about P Diddy and stuff, and
Ah,
like Naroki didn't really understand how freaking big that story was. You know what I mean? Because like I was telling him how he had to like break us up and start a conversation, try to change the topic because it was taking so long. And the funny part about it is after we had that, I went on to two other shows, and we were talking about the same thing, and everybody freaking had something to say about it. Like it, it really is big news.
yeah, and not only that, and that's something I wanted to talk about when I have you on the show,
Mm-hmm.
because that's going to keep getting bigger and bigger. Um, it's looking more and more like this might be even connected to the Epstein scandal.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and there's a lot of names that weren't on the Epstein list, but were on the diddlers. I'm calling him the diddler from now on, by the way, Diddy. He is the diddler. And a lot of names that showed up on there, some cross names between both lists, like Clinton's and Obama's, showing up on both lists. Um, so the shit that is hitting the fan, and another female has, I think, come forward in the last 24 hours, claiming to either been trafficked or abused by Diddy. So,
And see, that's what I was also mentioning. Like, whenever they talk about trafficking, are they talking about like child trafficking? And I had somebody say that the girls were between like 12 and 14 that made some of these claims.
yeah, it's not just girls, boys. He was also grooming artists that are coming into the industry, like Justin Bieber, Usher, Meek Mill. Justin Bieber, when he was 15, he started grooming them and he started having them over at his freak off parties. I don't know if you've seen the video going viral with it shows football player Odell Beckham Jr., who's with the Miami Dolphins,
Mm-hmm.
and he's on video, and you can see Justin giving him oral,
Oh my God.
um, and they're in a nightclub, and at the same time, there's a guy behind Odell Beckham, the football player, and he's giving him a rude entry into the back door.
Oh my
Let's just
God.
say. And as this is going on, the video comes up close, catches him by surprise, and you could clearly see the guy pumping in the back. Odell Beckham looks directly at the camera like, "Oh, you just caught me," And Justin Bieber has his face by his crotch, and he lifts his head up, turns around, looks right directly at the camera, and then does something like odd with his face. Like he looked like he was stoned out of his mind. Um, his lips are all wet, like there's a lot of saliva just coming out of it, or maybe somebody just injected some other fluids in there. Either way, it's not a good look for the Beebs. Also, it explains why before all this started hitting the fan, he sold his entire catalog for $200 million and left the music industry.
Yeah. He
I think he
actually
knew this was coming.
he
Yeah.
actually had a breakdown, started getting all rebellious and crazy too. I would explain that
Yeah.
because usually when kids have been touched, they have a tendency of doing that, lashing out.
Well, not only that. In one of his last songs, he said how he did it all for a Ferrari. I think they groomed him and they started giving him gifts, and he was like so drugged all the time that half of the stuff he was doing, he probably doesn't even know he was doing.
Yeah, that's
And
crazy.
that happens to a lot. That happened to Corey Haim. Corey Feldman
Yeah.
talked about it. That it's gone on and on and on. Dana Plato from Different Strokes was a victim of that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Taj Jackson, one of the Jackson kids, who is one of Michael's nephews. was also groomed by a producer and molested. And the guy who actually came in and saved them was Michael. Go figure. And a lot of people don't know that story. But there's, I mean, in the music industry in particular, there's a lot of grooming of young artists. Usher was sent to live with Diddy when he was like 12 or 13 on there. I mean, think of it.
Yeah.
Why would any parent send their child at that age? Not let's just say he's a random producer, right?
Hmm.
He's an you know 30 some whatever 40-year-old producer at that time. This is a 13-year-old kid away from home. Why would you send him to live there for a year? And on top of that, now it's not just a random producer. It's a guy who's notoriously involved in gangs and other activities, drugs, and stuff like that. What reasonable parent or responsible parent would actually, send their child to that environment? So, I mean, the parents need to be charged. Diddy needs to be charged. Usher is very reluctant on speaking, but he really needs to come forward because he knows what happened. And the reason he doesn't want to say anything because he groomed Justin Bieber.
Yeah.
It follows that pattern,
For,
and it's going to get worse.
well, I mean, you see that happening a lot too. Like everybody has their suspicions about Michael Jackson and all the kids that he had at his mansion and stuff too. So that was there too. And
Yeah, but see, there's with Michael, there's a little bit of a different interpretation, which people are kind of like misconceiving. People always say, "Oh, he had a bunch of kids over, and they were all sleeping in the bed, and they were like all getting molested and fingered up the ass by Michael Jackson." Actually, Michael Jackson, for the most part, his bedroom was like a house. Okay,
uh
and I'm talking about like his bedroom had two floors. It had multiple couches. It had a huge bed. And when they say, "Oh, kids are sleeping over," they're like, "Oh, he picked some random kids from the neighborhoods." No, we're talking about like his nieces and nephews. Okay, like family members, his young siblings, kids. Not exactly people that he's gonna rape.
hmm
Those are the kids who are hanging out, and every single one of them always said, "Yeah, Michael would sleep on the floor, would watch, Disney movies or whatever, play video games, and that was it." And I followed both cases pretty, close. And there's stuff that people don't know about, like the first case in '93, which was disgustingly obvious that was a hoax. The father, I don't know if you know the story of Jordan Chandler, the kid.
Yeah, I heard Jordan
Um,
Channel.
yeah, he was the one who they based the case on. His dad was a writer and producer for the movie Robin Hood Men in Tights, directed by Mel Brooks. Now you can look this up. I'm not lying. Uh, the dude wanted to make a movie. He went to Michael for $20 million. Michael turned him down. He said, "I'm not interested because he didn't like the script and stuff." And there's a recording that somebody did of a conversation with Jordan Chandler's father, where he says, "I have an idea and I know exactly what I'm going to do, and this is going to ruin him." And he's talking about Michael because he didn't give him 20 million to make a movie. So then they have other recordings of Jordan himself, and you can tell he's being groomed into the story by psychiatrists and all this stuff. But it wasn't Michael that paid him off. It was his attorneys because Michael was in the middle of a big concert tour, and a controversy would have destroyed a multi-$100 million plus tour.
Hmm.
So the attorneys paid off. Michael didn't even know about it. He wanted to take that to court. It was a bullshit case, and he never molested that kid. the father of Jordan Chandler committed suicide after years of like pretty much regretting doing what he did because it destroyed Michael Jackson's life with a lie. And after he committed suicide, Jordan Chandler came forward and said that he was never touched by Michael, never molested, and the whole thing was a big lie that his dad cooked up to get and extort money from Michael, and he was coached into lying about Michael Jackson. So there goes that case,
Hmm.
and it was never brought to court. He was never convicted of that case. And the one in 2005, well, he won that case because I mean, people come at him and people want to believe that he's a child molester because people don't know the facts in the first case. So at that point, anybody who brings any kind of case against Michael Jackson, people are going to say that he's at it again, raping kids.
Hmm.
Every time something happens in the world, somehow they get something on Michael Jackson or doing something weird so they can distract us from world events, like the shit that's really happening. Even now, the motherfucker's been dead for like a couple of decades almost. And every time something happens, you hear about something Michael Jackson related. Whether it's a documentary or some other dickhead that comes out and say, "I want to sue. Could you touch me in my penis when I was 14 in 1987?" Yeah, what's your proof? I really have none, but I want 20 million. That's what happens. And unfortunately, Michael's no longer here to defend himself. But I will say that when he went to court, he proved he was innocent. And by the way, the jury pool, it was very tainted because in the eyes of the media, you know how it works, even though you're innocent to proven guilty.
Hmm.
In the eyes of the media, he was already guilty. You know, the, since the '80s, they labeled him a weirdo and a freak and a rapist, and the dude was like singing about rainbows and save the earth,
Yeah.
and the reason they went at him is because didn't want to make music that was about sex. He wanted to make music about positive shit.
Yeah.
And Sony really wanted his catalog for hundreds of millions. Plus, if he died, guess what happens? He also owned the Beatles catalogs worth billions. So guess who has control of all that shit? Sony.
Hmm.
So there's a lot of Michael Jackson stuff that is like really bizarre. And I don't believe he molested anybody, but I do think he was molested,
Yeah.
and that's part of what drove him like to be a little loopy. That, and we do know he had vitiligo, skin disorder, like he said he did. That was all discovered in the autopsy,
I
but
know.
he didn't lie about that. So,
I know he did get abused though. I remember even in his movie they said that his dad would beat him if he didn't do his dance moves right and stuff
hmm
like that.
hmm yeah, but I mean, I don't blame Joe because he would spank all the kids. You think you ever been spanked by your dad or your mom? Shit
Hmm.
happens. And when you're in that environment, look, I will say this about Joe Jackson and his wife. None of the Jackson kids became drug dealers, right?
Yeah.
None of them. You don't hear about Tito or any of the other brothers, Jermaine, whatever, ever be involved in DUIs, murders, gang activity, drug deals. None of them. All right. So as parents, they did a good fucking job
Yeah.
because in a bad place like Gary, Indiana, they raised a bunch of kids in an area full of gangsters and gangbangers, and none of them turned out that way. They were Jehovah's Witnesses, by the way.
Hmm.
And my family is Jehovah's Witness. I know how that environment works. I'm agnostic. I broke away from religion, but I know how they think. And I can tell you, as parents, they did a bang up job considering all the kids they had. So I don't blame Joe. You got to get the best out of you, the best performer in the group.
Yeah, I know. I gotta go
So,
do something real quick. I will be right back. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
And Michael's kind of a sensitive dude, anyways. Like you yelled at him or his
Yeah.
rat and Ben, and you're like, God damn it, Ben, you shitted on and Michael would be in the corner. Stop screaming at Ben. So I mean, he was a very sensitive kid as it was. So if you got an ass whooping one day to him, that was like, oh my god, he whooped me in my ass. Help! It's the worst thing ever. Man, I've been whooped with chancletas. I don't know if you know what that is, Mark. I've been whooped with
Yeah.
belts, trees. I got hit by a bike. My dad threw that shit in my head. I know the motherfucker was trying to kill me, but I still love my dad. Shit happens. But I'm not a sensitive kid. Michael was they look at the way not only he but his entire family dresses, right? They all
Mm,
they're
mm,
all very soft spoken. They dress like fancy, like they're not normal in that sense. They're all like very sensitive. But Michael was the most sensitive out of all of them, and that's just the way he
mm,
was, man. Rest in peace, though. He made some great ass fucking music. I'll tell you that.
mm,
Hmm.
mm.
Michael
It's
Jackson
just.
and the words "great ass fucking" should never go together. He made good fucking music.
Yeah, just the environment they was brought up in.
Would you say something about Chopin? That's what he was a
Uh,
great musician too.
no, yeah, it was just the environment they was brought up in.
Okay, I kind of got some of that. you know what?
Okay, yeah, it
You know
wasn't.
what? You know what your problem is though. Your microphone's on your desktop or on your
No, my
laptop.
microphone's in there.
That's even worse.
That's actually better. This is generally good.
You need something like this, my friend.
That's what I've been saying that to him for a while now. He won't.
And right here, look, Amazon. You
Yeah.
get these bad boys for $25. Right?
Uh,
This is what I've been using for like the last 10 years, and I have my
yeah, but
$1,000 setup, which is
this is
crazy.
a Jabra device which retails for about 200. I pick up for about 120 or something. Uh, British pounds.
$25.
Uh, yeah,
and,
but this is
it's never failed me once, and it sounds legit.
but this is good for other purposes such as out and about. So I can't really
Uh,
wear that outside.
Understood, but Roger, who sounds better?
I sound better.
Generally, I sound good. It's just today. Just
I've
today.
been telling him for a while now that he should just cave in and get the headphones. That I mean, and they're not that bad. Back in the
No.
'70s, we used to wear them things all the time. Didn't have a problem in the world with it. And
Yeah,
that
but it's not practical for my own use case.
I think you'd look cool with a pair. To be honest.
Mm,
Uh,
again, it's
this is
just
all
not
space on the
practical.
endless. I gotta go to the bathroom and take a poop while I'm on the air. Then that's it. Like, well, gentlemen, I'm gonna go drop some hate mail. I'll be back, and then I'll just put my video off and be like,
And now he's just showing off.
speaking right now, but you cannot hear what I'm saying. I'm on mute.
See, he's showing off to you, Mark.
Indeed, indeed.
$25, Mark, and I can mute myself.
I can mute myself.
Yeah, yeah, but it sounds terrible when you come back on, and it's not you; it's the device.
I am back on now. It should sound okay.
But you're touching your
Should
ear
sound
every
okay.
time you do it. That's the weird part. Like you're actually like reaching up and touching your head and to
Oh,
turn.
It's like he's getting an order from like the Sith Lord. Execute Order 66.
Have you ever watched Mork and Mindy?
Oh, of course.
Nano Nanu. That's some.
Nano,
uh,
nano. Yeah, Robin Williams.
He,
No.
he would always touch his freaking head
Yeah.
to touch to talk to Orbison.
mm,
Yeah. That was one of my favorite shows growing up when I was a kid.
Me,
Dude,
First
me
of
too.
these.
I loved
dude,
them.
Have you seen? Have you heard of Jaime Costa?
No, I haven't.
Dude, I didn't believe cloning was possible until I saw this dude. He looks identical to Robin Williams.
Oh wow.
It looks like Robin Williams, like reborn. Like he does. He's an actor, by the way, and he does a Mork and Mindy clip and put online. I'm gonna link it here on the chat here, and it is freaking brilliant. He's trying to get a biopic of Robin Williams made. He's a huge fan, and he looks just like this dude. Let me see if I can find this. I can link it to you. Jaime Costa, Robin Williams. And he does impression videos, all kinds of stuff. And he doesn't really have to do much of an impression because, like, the guy just looks like Robin Williams. It's like it's freaky. Let me see. It was funny, like they were trying to do like a deep fake, and they were like, "Yeah, we don't have to do anything." It looks just like fucking Robin Williams. and so they didn't do like they were like, "There's we can't change anything." He's like the splitting image. It was like it's a perfect deep fake. They don't have to do any work.
Freaking, I seen somebody put up a picture the other day on that new what is it, Enigma Cafe. They were showing pictures of, no, it was on Jaffe's show. He was showing pictures of this guy who's claiming to be Elvis Presley.
Dude, he would be like 100 years old right now,
Yeah,
like.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, he'll be like, I used to be the king, now I'm the mummy. Oh, nothing but a hound dog. I just threw my back out. Oh, I need a touch of care now. Put me in a hospice so I can get down with. I say if Lois would be alive right now, he'd be a rapper. And here comes Mark.
He does look like him. Oh my
Finn the
God.
Jews! Oh, there he goes. Hey, what's up, Mark?
You're right. This guy could easily be him.
Right?
Yeah.
Dude, and he's like a really good actor. He even did a Han Solo video, like where he's playing Han Solo in like like a fan film.
Uh-huh.
And bro, he's like spot on. I mean, he doesn't look like Harrison Ford as much, but his mannerisms, like this guy's a really good actor with the makeup on and stuff. You're like, he can pass as Han Solo, better than the guy they got for the movie. Now, the ideal actor would have been this other guy named Anthony Gruber, who looks exactly like Harrison Ford. And I found him because of this guy, Jaime Costa. I was looking at the Robin Williams video, and I was like, who the hell is this Anthony Gruber guy? Why wasn't he cast? And bro, if you want to see like freaky, let me show you that video. Anthony Gruber.
Sounds like a. Have you ever heard of Andy Kaufman?
No.
Andy Kaufman played on Taxi with
Andy Kaufman. Yeah, Andy Kaufman. I'm sorry. Andy. Yeah, Jim Carrey played him in the movie.
Right.
Man on the one. No, I just misheard the name. That's why I was like, no. But then he meant Andy Kaufman.
Now he was one of those kind of guys too. He could look pretty much like anybody he wanted to look like, and he was a strange one. He was a real strange guy.
Oh yeah. Well, most of those gimmick. Him and Larry the King.
Yeah.
Lawler.
Yeah.
They did like a whole wrestling thing, which that was just a joke. It was just them goofing around. They're actually really good friends, but everybody thought that like they were mortal enemies.
It's all part of it.
Battling it out. Yeah, it was funny as shit. Like, but anyway, check it out. That's Anthony Gruber. He got a gig on a movie called Days of Adeline. or Age of Adeline. I'm sorry, Age of Adeline, and it was with Harrison Ford as the lead actor, and he played a young version of Harrison Ford in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's how much he looks and sounds like a young Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
And he did this video imitating the scene from Star Wars. His voice, mannerisms, like it looks like a clone. And like there were even talks about him taking over the Indiana Jones role since he didn't get the Han Solo role. They fucked up the Han Solo movie really bad. That's why I'm always worried about biopics. But if I was gonna do like a Robin Williams one, that Jaime Costa guy, I mean,
Yeah.
no doubt that's the guy. I mean, you don't have to do anything.
Now him, he would be better as a young Indiana than anything else. It's cool with Harrison Ford, but he would be perfect for young Indiana Jones.
The Anthony Gruber kid,
Yeah.
yeah, no, he looks dead on.
He would
Uh,
be perfect for that, just with the way he acts. Cause like in the movies with Indiana Jones, that's where you get to see a lot of Harrison Ford's facial expressions. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
He would be perfect for it.
If they were rebooting Indiana Jones, that's the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to look any further. Plus, he already played a young Harrison Ford in Age of Adeline,
Yeah. That would
which is
be.
a really good. It's a good movie. Have you seen that movie?
No, I haven't seen it at all. I have.
Oh, dude.
The one thing I freaking bring up every time I talk about Harrison Ford is how he got his job. Like I know he was a carpenter before he was an actor,
Yeah.
and he was actually in what's his face's office fixing his door.
Uh, yeah. George Lucas.
Yeah, George Lucas's. Yeah, he was fixing
Yeah.
his door. He was working for the
Well,
carpenters union.
there was actually interaction before that. Steven Spielberg had used Harrison Ford for construction also, for fixing some stuff. And he's the one that advised George to call the same company or the same people. And ironically enough, it was Harrison Ford who showed up for the job. Same guy. And that's how he met George Lucas. And yeah, he was doing some cabinet work for his office. And George, I'm pretty sure you'll know this to be fact if you know the story. George was short on somebody to read, and he's like, "And you want to read here with the rest of the cast just as fill in because they didn't have it was for American Graffiti of all things."
Hmm.
And he was like, "Okay," and he just like he put down the brush or whatever the hell he was doing, and went over and read, and like George was like, "Holy smokes, this guy is like a natural." And he cast him in American Graffiti. It was a small part, but it was a good part. Then he cast him in Star Wars because again he was working on carpentry, and he's like he was looking for Han Solo and he couldn't find him. And he's like, "Well, you worked in a movie with me once. You want to read for Han Solo?" And he's like, "Sure, George." So like, talk about being in the right place at the right time, right?
Yeah, really, that is true.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
And now he's like the best known actor in the world, really. Like,
exactly. That's something else. I love
yeah,
hearing stories about it because that's one of the big ones, like where a person just becomes a movie star overnight. You know that very seldomly happens in Hollywood. You know.
well, it takes the right project. Like one of my good friends who I've known since like 1992 or three, just came out with a movie and it's finally starting to like get some buzz. And he's been acting for like since 2000,
Mhm.
and now, and I'm 46. I'm about a year or two older than he is. And now finally he did a movie which is getting recognition because it was distributed pretty well. It's called Demise. And here's the twist in the whole thing. I've known him for a long time. He's one of my really good close friends. His name is Carlo Mendez. His sister is Eva Mendez. I don't know if you're familiar with her.
Not on top of my head. Maybe if I checked it out,
If
but
you look at somebody you definitely know, she's done movies with Smith. She's been one of the bad boys movies.
yeah, yeah, I know her. She's the hot, she's the
That
hot
too.
Asian chick, or not
No, she's
Asian.
the hot
She's a
Latina.
Hispanic, Latina
Yeah,
chick. Yeah,
she's Cuban, Cuban chick.
yeah. Fast and the
Uh,
Furious, right?
yeah, I
Yeah.
think she might have been in that. But if you look up her profile, you'll see her brother Carlo Mendez.
Mhm.
That's my homie. I've known him for like 30 plus years.
I don't care
Or
about
30,
him.
yeah.
I don't care about him.
No,
Let me keep looking at her, man. She's hot.
oh, let me tell you,
she,
I saw her. Everybody tells me, "Did you ever get to meet Eva?" Who knows that I know her brother? And I'm like, I saw her maybe twice in person because they had the same dads but different moms.
uh-huh.
And it was funny because she was born here but raised in California with her mom.
Mhm.
And she only would come here during the summer, more or less. And I think sometimes she stayed down here when Dad moved here for a little bit. But she didn't live with her brother. They had separate houses. And we actually, me and Carlo lived about 3 blocks from each other, so we would hang out a lot. And I'll never forget the one time it was like right in the middle of summer. We'd have summer school, and I went to his house to pick him up to go hang out at the mall. And it was his day off. He used to work at Taco Bell, which is really funny. I used to get free tacos all the time. Funny story. We used to come out of school and just go to Taco Bell, wait for his shift, and get free food. It was fantastic.
Yeah, you can't beat it.
Uh, no, no, no. It was great, great times. But one time that I went, the first time that I saw her, I went to his house and I see this beautiful young teenage girl. And I was like, holy shish kebab. But he's a handsome dude, so I'm always like seeing him with like fly girls, like really good looking girls. So I'm like, well, it's just probably a chick that he's banging. I didn't know that was his sister. And I'm like, so who's the hottie? And he's like, dude, that's my sister. And I'm like, oh, my bad. And he looked at me. He's like, "Don't even think about it." He joined. I'm like, "Duly noted." And no, she was really cool. She was more into modeling when I saw her that first time.
Mhm.
She was doing a lot of modeling, and she wanted to be. She was more into like wanted to be the actress, and Carlo wanted to do acting, but he was more into like action stuff.
Mhm.
And she was more into like dramas and and that kind of stuff. And it's funny because a lot of her earlier work had more action-oriented roles, and all Carlos can get now is like dramas and shit. And I'm like, that's fucking crazy. You want to do the action, she gets action. She wanted to do dramas, and you get the dramas. What the hell, like? But
Mhm.
it's funny, like the way things work out. But now the movie that he's in is kind of like a cross between like Fatal Attraction and Scream. It's like a little bit of blend of those two, and there's going to be a sequel to it, which goes more into like the horror element and stuff. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah. I checked out the picture of her brother, Carlos. I haven't seen
Yeah,
him. I don't think.
he was in Parks and Recreation, the TV show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah, he's been around. He's actually done a lot of projects, but a lot of small independent stuff. That's what I'm saying. This is like the big movie. Like
Mhm.
it's actually distributed and the whole 9 yards. I'm actually putting together a review video for the movie and post it on the internet for him. So
Cool.
he's looking forward to that. Like the last couple of days, he's like, "So is the video done yet?" And I'm like, "Relax, dude. It's almost done." He's excited. First big like, deal.
Yeah, that's pretty
But
good.
he's a good dude. And if he makes it, man, God bless him. Like he's what I call a heterosexual homo sapien, if you know what I mean. And That's another reason why it's been hard for him to like break out of Hollywood because you know how Hollywood doesn't like those heterosexuals.
Yeah. Well, I know, like, it's a tough,
Oh man.
tough path to follow because, like, I know with his sister, I'm pretty sure she was on Fast and Furious. Like, she's been on a lot of the action stuff. Like, she was the go-to chick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for a couple of years, Eva Mendes was like really hot. She probably would have had a much longer stay
Uh huh.
in like the upper echelon of like releasing movies, but she like settled down with Ryan Gosling, the actor,
Yeah.
and they had a kid and stuff, and like like her, she's 50 years old now, so she's a little bit older.
You couldn't tell. Be
Yeah,
honest.
no, she's still beautiful. She was a little bit older than me back then. She's like 4 years older than me, so
Yeah.
I'm the in between. But man, when I met her, she was smoking, and now she's 50. She's still gorgeous. Like, but she would probably would have been another decade in when it came like to, like making big movies. But she just wanted to be a mom after all that money she made.
Yeah. But she had to have made big money because I know
Yeah,
she had some pretty big freaking pretty big spots.
yeah. I think she was in Too Fast, Too Furious. I think that's the one
Yes.
she was in.
Mhm.
And Hitch with Will Smith is the one she was in. She
Mm.
was in the other guys with Will Ferrell and Mark Wahlberg.
Mhm.
She was in Ghost Rider with Nick Cage. Let's see, Training Day with Denzel Washington and Ethan Hawke. She was in that. Let's see, what other
Let me
movie?
see here.
All About the Benjamins. We Own the Night. The Woman. Yeah, she's been in a bunch of like
Well,
big productions, man.
she collaborated with Will Ferrell and Mark
Yeah,
Wahlberg.
the other guys.
Yeah. That's some
Yeah,
crazy stuff, man. And that was actually a pretty good show.
that was a good movie. Yeah.
She was a mild. She portrayed the wife of a mild-mannered forensic NYPD accountant, Farrell.
hmm
That's what it was.
She was also in Exit Wounds with Steven Seagal and DMX. I don't do a very good DMX impression.
Yeah, I don't do that either. I wish
Ride
I
or
always
die.
chuckle when I hear other people do it because I don't know too many people who can do it. It's that
Well, with DMX, got to get in a certain mood, and that's normally crack cocaine,
hmm
because he was cracked out most of the time, and it's kind of hard to get in that mood if he's never done crack, and I've never done crack, so I don't know the exact way to like slip into that, but like, well, he was a dog, man. He was like, yeah, it's a dog, man,
hmm
dog for life,
Yeah,
and there's only so much that you can do before you throw your voice up.
yeah. She was. It was right. She was in the Fast Five. Yep.
Uh, yeah, well, it was
Is
Too
it?
Fast, Too Furious.
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
one of the sequels for it. Yeah. She played. It was the 2011 film. That's cool as hell. I knew she was
Yeah.
in one of them.
No, I think she was in more than that because if you go back to Too Fast, Too Furious,
hmm
I think that's one of the earlier ones.
hmm
So I mean, I think they might have brought her character back for a sequel.
They kept switching them around though. They had that other one chick. She was the
hmm
darker black haired chick. Like she was
Yeah.
the one that was in the first one, which she was beautiful too by no means, but she wasn't as beautiful as Eva was. That
No,
girl
Eva
had
was
her looks.
yeah.
Whenever I finally seen the first moment I seen her face, I was like, oh yeah, dude, I remember her. Oh
Like
yeah.
I'm telling you, like very rarely do I see a chick and all of a sudden I hear in the background the angels. Oh, and then the the smoke just appears and like heavenly bodies just glow around her.
That was just as she
Little
walked in
floating
the door.
angels. Yeah, and then I'm like, drooling like Justin Bieber on video. Like, man, like that's one of those few times where I got googly eyes. And then her brother looked at me like he wanted to chop my head off. Like, don't think about it, bro. And I was like, all right, bro, I won't think about it.
Yeah. Oh wow, she even played in frickin' Children of the Corn, dude.
That guy,
1998.
yeah. Hey, when you're a young actor, you don't take any role you can.
Yeah, I mean that's actually a big frickin' role. That was Children of the Corn 5.
Yeah, yeah. Not one of the best children of the
No,
corn. This is like
but she
this
got a
is
part.
children. Yeah, this is children of the microwavable corn.
Yeah.
Not the best one. This is it's kind of like Hellraiser 8. At some
Hmm.
point, you're like, come on, really? Like, are we doing this again? Like, we already. How many times do we need corns and children and the devils? We'll just be telling the same shit, Hollywood. What was something new?
I had my suspicions. I didn't want to say nothing until I found out, but it is. I was right. She also played in Training Day. She was Sarah.
Yeah. Trinity, yeah. With, like I said, with Ethan Hawke and Denzel Washington.
Hmm.
Yep.
You're right. Too Fast and the Furious. She played as Monica Fuentes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Typical Latina name. Fuentes.
Well, it was it was geared that way. I mean, it's like freaking. They use the word Fuentes because it rings off the tongue when you say it, and then you have a beautiful woman on top of it.
Yeah,
You know,
that's true too.
they do that on purpose. Once upon a time in Mexico, dude. I forgot all about that freaking show. That is a
Yeah,
cool
she was.
movie.
Yeah, yeah. We on the Night was a good movie too with Mark Wahlberg and Joaquin Phoenix.
Mm-hmm. That is.
The one I didn't like that she was in was Ghost Rider. I never liked that. That was always sequel. I didn't fan of that.
Well, I think she did she did do a movie I think she should have stayed away from, and it was Hitch.
Which one?
Hitch.
Yeah, with Will Smith.
Yeah. That
I mean that was a romantic comedy. I saw it once and I was like, yeah, I'll never see this again.
yeah. It wasn't really all that great. Like whenever like there is no dude that's able to freaking do that shit, and then like there ain't no woman who's gonna sit and have a conversation with a man like that. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, they're gonna walk away, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, there's a couple movies in her resume that kind of suspect, like Stuck on You.
Hmm.
That was a piece of shit movie. That movie, where like that belongs in the urinal, getting pissed on by like every trucker coming down the valley. Like that was a really fucking terrible movie. And
Well,
it was
you
by
know,
by the Fairley Brothers, who normally are funny. I don't know what happened there.
a woman's got to eat. You got to remember that too. Freaking, I mean,
No, not, I mean, I'm sure the script read good. Um, the Fairley Brothers, that's legendary, Dumb and Dumber,
yeah,
So, I mean, she probably didn't even read the whole script. She's like, the Fairley Brothers?
yeah,
And look at the cast. Matt Damon,
oh yeah,
I'm in. You don't have to think about that. Like, Greg Kinnear and Matt Damon, like, in the Fairley Brothers. That just sounds like a winner. But then you watch the movie and you're like, holy shit, how could they fuck this up so bad?
Well, hold up. So she was actually in a music video with Ludacris.
Probably.
That's cool as hell. And Will Smith.
Yeah, probably. She's friends with a lot of these actors. And, I mean, she married Ryan Gosling for crying out loud.
Yeah,
Guy from Barbie. So,
that is cool.
she's gone Hollywood.
She
I
even
just hope she ain't drinking the Adrenal Clan and hanging out with Diddy.
of Diddy ain't got nothing. Like, well, I don't know. We were talking about that before. Freaking, that was the last thing I said on Naroki's show. Was like, he just has something about those women, man. He knows how. That's a for me. That's how I think he really rose to fame. He hooked up with these women, and he was able to climb his way up the ladder through his connections with those women.
Well, I don't know about that. What really blew him up was Biggie Smalls, Notorious B.I.G.
Uh huh.
Uh, I don't know if you know the whole history of Death Row Records versus Bad Boy Records,
Yeah.
Tupac versus Biggie. Um, when Biggie died in '97, Puffy or Diddy or whatever his nickname is, the Diddler, um, really raped the shit out of his music catalog. And I'm talking about for hundreds of millions of dollars because he literally like everything he released sold. You know, the album Life After Death, which came out right as Biggie had passed, sold, yeah, I think it was like 11, 12, 13 million copies or some shit like that.
Mhm.
So, I mean, that's about $100 million right there, plus, right?
Mhm.
And he didn't give any of that to the family of Biggie Smalls. He kept all that. He kept all royalties for years and years and years. So he screwed to him. He screwed another rapper, Shine. Literally cost him his career and his freedom because he went to jail over some bullshit gun charge,
Mhm.
which is what caused Jennifer Lopez to leave Diddy. Because Diddy was the one with the gun. He was the shooter, and he blamed Shine, the rapper. And Shine ended up doing a prison time because Diddy died. And so there's a lot of artists. He screwed the Locks, Lil Kim, Lil Caesar. I mean, he just like what he would do is um, Black Rob, Craig Mack, who all had #1 albums
Mhm.
and sold millions of copies. They all got screwed out of royalties, and they're both dead in very weird circumstances too. So uh, I don't know. Diddy's a very shady individual, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of depth around that guy, which is always very weird and conspiratorial. It's very some weird shit. And after years of being sued and talked about and with sweeping shit under the rug, right before all this shit broke out, a few months before, he opened up and said he's going to give the discography rights to the families of the dead rappers and give them rights to the catalog so they can make money off the music. But what he's not saying is he's already made all the profit, and the discography rights or the catalog rights are worthless now.
Yeah.
There's no money to be made.
It's like it's
Nobody
like
buys CDs anymore.
it's like buying freaking old reruns from back in the 1970s.
Yeah. And it's not like, I mean, they have the rights to the music, but not the videos. So the families can't put the videos out.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna do with a catalog of music that nobody's gonna buy anymore? But like what? Greatest hits
You
of
start
an artist who had a one album that was,
you
good.
start back at the basics. You take that shit back to the radio stations. They got these classic music channels. Start hitting them up. If you don't, man, you create one. You start freaking putting in that old music, and for every time it's played, you get paid.
The problem with that is you have YouTube with everything on it now. You have
Mhm.
all these internet places, and with technology and certain things like smartphones, you don't need to even listen to the radio station.
I know.
I mean, I drive and I hardly ever listen to AM or FM radio, and if I do, it's like because there's an interview on an AM station I want to hear or some sports related stuff. I never put FM on listen to music.
Mhm.
If I want to hear music, I have it on my phone as MP3s. I have 250 gigs on my phone, or I play it off my phone on like YouTube, and I have the video playing with the music loud banging. And, you don't need physical copies. Everything is streaming now. So
Well, I mean,
technology killed that.
I understand not listening to the radio and everything, but when this stuff is being introduced to me and somebody's telling me this is mine, it doesn't matter if I listen to the radio or not. I
Mm.
know that this is where I go to get money from it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Doesn't mean I have to listen to the radio. It just means, hey, you need to go talk to these radio stations and see if you can get a couple bucks from it. That's what I would
yeah,
do.
no, yeah.
That's
But
what,
trust me, like they're not paying. That's the problem.
you know.
And historically, radio stations never really pay artists to play their music. The way that worked historically was artists would actually grease the palms of the DJs
Yeah,
to have the music
you're right.
played. So it's the other way around.
Yep.
And now, you know, there's no greasing of palms anymore. Radio stations just play the music as long as they have, BMI covered and
That's because the
they have,
DJ sobered up.
yeah. Uh, the DJs for radio stations are usually covered with licensing so they can play whatever they want.
Hmm.
They don't pay royalties to play a song. What happens is, depending on who they know, and I know this from knowing the industry and knowing people within the actual AM/FM radio industry, the way most of these songs become hits is because the artist knows the DJs. They've done the rounds, they've done the interviews with a lot of these DJs, and they sometimes pay them under the table to put their songs on there, and the production house helps pay the DJs under the table to put their music on the air, and they put it in, sporadically here and there. And if enough people start calling and say, "Hey, I want to hear that new Backstreet Boys song, "Giving Up My Anus" or whatever the song is, you're tearing up my ass, or, whatever the song is, and that becomes a hit song. That everybody's like, "You're tearing up my ass when I'm with you," and everybody's singing that shit. And that becomes a big hit, and then like that's the way it was done. But now it's like DJs are like, yeah, go fuck yourself. I don't need your money. I'm making money DJing, and I put whatever I want.
Yep.
So it's kind of harder, and technology's to blame. And again, you can just go on YouTube. The artists now make more money putting their own stuff on YouTube than even having a company that they're signed to. So a
Yeah.
lot of artists are just going independent. Instead of signing with like Columbia Records or Interscope or one of these big companies, they're like bypassing the middleman because they're getting raped for decades
Yep.
by these
That's what
companies.
I was thinking while you were saying that. Is like, I mean, I can't really criticize them because I mean, like these big cable corporations, they're the same way. They were freaking making money and ripping these shows off. That's why a lot of shows that were actually on television had to be taken off, was because of the corporation and what they determined could be played and not, and all of a sudden now they've got freaking YouTube channels that are allowing them to put their stuff on, like uh, Roku and freaking, shit like that, so
Hmm.
they don't have to deal with the freaking cable companies. They can just put this shit straight on the freaking internet, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
I'll be right back.
uh, yeah. And I will do just the same. I'll be back in
Okay.
couple of shakes of pig's tail or something like that. That's the best I can come up with. It's pretty good. Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That works.
Maybe a horse's tail is a lot longer, but I'll be back.
Gotcha. This is a pattern. Please find a pattern. Just another pattern be used with any people modules or PM cannot be used for entering events again. Oh, Mm. Well, Mr. Alphabet, actually, uh, I'm, I'm thinking actually, I've come with a
Yes, minds are full of crack because the left is fully whacked, and they keep fucking with our kids, and they're endangering the lives. So we're all gonna end up really fucked. That's the truth. Yeah, I got a minds account. I have a mind to like pay more attention to minds. And see what I did there. I just haven't really kept up with that on top of all the 385,000 other fucking social media outlets that are on there. Jesus fucking Christ, there's so many of them. Like now they have you know about TikTok. There's another one called Likey, and I'm like, what the fuck is Likey? It's like it's just like fucking TikTok. Well, what the fuck do we need Likey for? And I'm like I had no answer. And there was just like there's so many of these like apps.
it
Yeah,
is a,
yeah. You know what? Fuck this. I'm going back to MySpace. Yeah,
no, it is a competitive industry. It's a really competitive industry.
MySpace was the shit, son. Like I love MySpace.
Is
Oh,
it?
I know, but like it's become like total bullshit. And I was like, it's not the same. Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, now it's more like music driven than anything else. But it's like, yeah, really don't need that. Like, how about you make it, like cool again? Like, like they have Make America Great Again. Make MySpace great again, motherfucker. Do something important. Odyssey's cool. I like Odyssey. Who? Oh yeah, Mammy Tom. Yeah, yeah. Was it? He's the one who was riding with Jaffe and he got mad at me or Jaffe or that dude. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. That Tom. I thought you meant Miami Tom. No, that's a different Tom. Man, yeah, MySpace Tom. Well, he's on Facebook also. Like, where else is he? Yeah. Oh, I had no idea on that. Is they still have that goofy like? Yeah, like he should have taken a trip into the Bermuda Triangle because when he sold MySpace, he fucked everything up. Like, uh, oh man. He needs to jiggy, yeah, he needs to jiggy his way back into MySpace and fix that shit. You know who owns MySpace now, right? Justin Timberlake. Yeah, well, I think he still owns it. I know he bought it for like $20 million. Money well spent, or somewhere along those lines. which is crazy because at one point it was $1 billion company. You know, uh, Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, he's a good guy. I got to briefly speak to him for like 30 seconds once. Yeah, he's a cool dude. I have actually met Mobile. It's my cell phone provider for the last 2.5 years, and they're actually really good. I've had no issues. Doesn't drop calls. The like the internet when I go out works perfect. I get and then my phone's old. I got the Samsung S8, which is old as shit now. They're like the S20 something, and it works perfect on that. My phone is not 5G because it was before the 5G technology upgrade. So I still do the 4G, and it has no issues. Like it picks it up perfect. Has a cool hotspot. You know, if your phone has 5G, it has 5G towers. They actually just sold majority ownership to T-Mobile. So they
Hmm.
have now all the T-Mobile towers carrying the signal, so it's even stronger. Um, T-Mobile is a minor owner, but they're a majority owner. And Ryan Reynolds is now a minority owner, but he still has ownership stock in the company. Yeah, he's a good dude. But again, I mean, like overall, they I only got involved switching over to them because he managed to do something which I never thought I'd see in my freaking life. And when I tell you what it is, you're gonna be like, "Really? That's what he did? It convinced you?" See if you can figure it out. I'm gonna give you 10 seconds before you say anything. No, no, really? Y- Yeah, something he did which blew my mind into the point that I was okay. I'm switching him in mobile now. He got Rick Moranis to get off his lazy ass, and he did a commercial with him for Mint Mobile. Now, Rick Moranis played Lord Helmet in Spaceballs, the greatest comedy ever made, and he was also in let's see, such classics as Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Honey, I Blew Up the Baby, which is my favorite. That was the third one. I'm not too fond of the sequel, Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves. That wasn't that great. But the first and the third I really liked. I mean, Rick Moranis did a lot, and of course, Ghostbusters. No, but he played Darth Vader better than Darth Vader played Darth Vader. That's how good he was. Lord Helmet. The best thing, like the sidekick. I don't know if you ever caught that joke, but the sidekick that he always had with him, that in the gray suit, his name was Colonel Sanders. And there's a part when like he's like, they went to Plaid, and he's like, "What do we have in this thing? A Cuisinart?" And he's like, "No, sir." And he goes, "I want light speed." And he goes, "No, no, no, light speed is too slow." And he's like, "Speed too slow." And he's like, "We gotta go faster than light speed." And he's like, when he goes, "Take him to ludicrous speed." Doesn't exist, by the way. And then he's like, "Sir, ludicrous speed." And he's like telling like, "You know, shut down the circus. And I do this." And he's like, "Come on, Colonel Sanders. What are you, chicken?" That line, bro, for years, I would like have tears in my eyes. 'Cause I thought I was the only one that ever got that. What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken? Oh, oh, it's Spaceballs Croup? Oh, which one? Uh, Remind me. See what we're doing. No, no. Well, the part that he goes, I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. Yeah,
Mm,
uh, yeah. Because he goes, who made that man a gunner? Because no, first like he shoots the shit, but he's like, I said across her nose, not up it. And he goes, sorry, sir. He has like he's cross-eyed and shit. He's like, um, and he goes, who is that ass? He goes, that's his name, sir, asshole, major asshole. And he goes, who made that man a gun? He goes, I did, sir. And he goes, who's that? He's also an asshole, sir. He goes, how many
mm,
assholes do I got in this shit? But everybody turned around like, hey, hey. And he's like, I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. And then the best line, the helmet comes on. He's like, keep firing, assholes. Dude, I can quote that movie like without a problem. Like, my favorite is Michael Winslow because he was in Police Academy. The part is like, we lost the creeps, the sweeps, and the beeps, and then like he looks at Colonel Sanders, he's like, that's not all he's lost. Like, what? Which one's on? Oh, okay, yeah. What was that? Was well way back. Yeah, the one part I remember of a Cheech and Chong movie, which always cracked me up, was when that one girl finds Ajax in the kitchen, and she thinks it's cocaine, and she's like snorting the shit out of it, and like Chong is like, you might not want to do that, and she's like, this is fucking great, and he's like, oh man, like she just snorted fucking Ajax, like, yeah, at least she's gonna be clean on the inside, you know. No, wasn't it Dave? Yeah, yeah. But it wasn't the parrot. It was Chong in the background. He's like, "Hey man, let me in." Who's this man? It's me, man. I got the stuff. Oh man, and like they go like that for like 10 minutes, and he's like, "Let me in, man. It's me. I got the stuff. Come on." Like, who's this man? But it was Tommy Chong and Cheech. Yeah, I don't. I'm gonna make you the one of the Cheech and Chong with the Dave. Yeah, there you go. Dave's not here, man. No, man, I'm Dave. Oh, this shit's so. Yeah, that's where well they got it from this comedy skit of this. Look, send without notification. Yeah, that's fine. There you go. Click it now, and that's the original. Dave's not here. Well, Dave's another one. That's the one that had that kid. And he's in there, and yeah, and he's actually in the movie with Harrison Ford. Yeah, for Cheech and Chong. Yeah, Ah, yeah. I was like, "It's Dave, man. Open up. I think the cops open, saw me. Open up." And then Chong is like, "Who is it?" And he's like, "Man, it's Dave. Open up." And he's like, "Who?" He's like, "Dave, open up." He's like, Dave's not here, man." He's like, "No, man, I'm Dave." Chong is like the perfect burnout, dude. Yeah. Yeah. You mean we're smoking dog shit, man? He's like, he ate my stash, so I followed him around, and then he's like, "Do you mean we're smoking dog shit, man?" Yeah. The only ones that got close and have one of them would have not died, I think they would have made more movies together. Was Chris Farley and David Spade. Um, I mean, you saw Tommy Boy and Black Sheep. That was perfect casting when they were together. Like, I mean, they were like they would complement each other. Especially Tommy Boy was so funny because and David Spade is a very funny guy, but he played it so like spot on, like deadpan, and then like anything funny he would say would be elevated to even funnier because of that. And then Chris Farley's just being a goofball, the whole time. So it was like that was I think the closest. But it had more to do, I think, with even the physical comedy of Chris Farley. But as far as like just commentary jokes, uh, as a duo, I don't think they'll ever be funnier than Cheech and Chong. Like they were just,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, there was like no over the top. It wasn't physical. It was just like they were just funny together.
Mhm.
Like it worked perfectly.
The thing that gets me is like I've been able now that I've been older, I've been able to kind of like go and look at a lot of the older comedies because when I was younger, I never looked at anything that was black and white. And like when I was growing up, George Burns was like already in his 90s.
Oh yeah,
I thought he
yeah.
was funny, but then I went and I actually went back and I watched his older stuff with him and his wife. And dude, that
Gracie,
yeah, Gracie Allen was the bomb, dude. She was so freaking funny. It was pathetic. And then when I was growing up, I didn't know anything about freaking what's his name, Jack Benny. Okay, and like now that I've actually been able to watch Jack Benny, freaking, it makes sense to me why people like freaking Seinfeld and all them made it so big is because they were riding off of Jack Benny's coattail. He
yeah,
he was a
yeah,
he was a freaking genius.
yeah, yeah. A lot of the early comedians, even like Jackie Gleason and some of these cats, I mean, they really seeded the way for comedians now because, I mean, if you watch a lot of comedy shows, they're still kind of redoing those old comedians, biggest hits. I mean, the King of James, you ever seen that show?
No, I don't think so.
I forgot Kevin something is the guy's name. He's pretty big. He's been in movies with Will Smith. He's done Kevin James.
Kevin
Is
James.
the guy's name. That the show is a big hit, a huge hit. But it's the honeymooners in a modern day setting. That's all really it is.
Oh yeah,
And he's like a goofy, Jackie Gleason fat guy.
yeah. I
You know,
know he played on King of Queens.
King, yeah, King of Queens. That's the show I'm talking about.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
I friggin' just now realized what you was talking about. Shit, I had to go and look at his face.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's got one of those names that like, yeah, I don't remember the name, but you see the face, you think, yeah, I know that fat guy.
Yep. Now he actually sticks out to me a lot whenever it comes to like his well he plays the stupid man, you know what I mean? Like he doesn't
Yeah,
pretend to be smart, and when you know, and that's kind of what people want to see when it comes to people. There's nothing wrong with it, you know. There's it's like Jackie or well like freaking George Burns and freaking Gracie Allen. I honestly think people didn't want to show Gracie Allen because like women had a problem with the way she acted. You know what I mean? Because she was ditzy. You know.
yeah. Well, not only that, a lot of people back then were so into like Lucille Ball, and they had kind of like there was a little bit of a rivalry when it
Hmm.
came to like female comedians because there weren't that many. And Lucille Ball had really started like getting really famous. Uh, so unfortunately, Gracie didn't really like peak as funny as she was and become as big as she could have been.
Yeah.
Male comedians had it a lot easier. Back then, if you were like Lucille Ball and everybody was like already focused on you as a big female comedian, that was it. There's no other, actress or comedian,
Hmm.
female comedian that could take their spot for decades. I mean, they still talk about Lucille Ball like she was a brilliant comedian, and she was okay. But she wasn't like the funniest either.
Yeah.
She's. I mean, I laughed at some of the stuff, but honestly, the best parts of the show was Ricky Ricardo to me because I'm Cuban. And like, Lucy,
Yeah. Now with me,
yeah,
I every time I get in a talk about Lucille Ball and all that, I think of Carol Burnett. Now she was smart. She went through the route of Las Vegas, and,
hmm
and that was how she made it. And I noticed that a lot of good comedians did that too. They came up
yeah,
out of Las Vegas, and that's because that's where she started out. She was right there on the
yeah.
strip, you know.
hmm
So and that's the one thing I did notice. Like she didn't have to compete with him, and
No, well, none of that. Carol Burnett was more in your face than Gracie. Gracie was like, she was funny, but she was kind of like a little bit more mild
mhm,
personality wise. And Carol Burnett was a little bit more like a female Jim Carrey in a way.
mhm,
Very like spot on and active and always trying to like do a lot of stuff in the makeup and that's what really stood out for her. Lucy almost like played herself in a way in a lot of
yeah,
ways to see them all. Even I Love Lucy was kind of like her life, her and Ricky Ricardo. You
yeah,
know.
pretty much.
Now it's fucked up because like for generations everybody thought that we Cubans spoke like that. Like, hello, Lucy, you in trouble now? Like, you don't sound like that, motherfucker. You sound like everybody else. No, you Cubans, this is how you talk. I'm like, not even the worst Cuban in my family talks like that. I'm Cuban, but for like 30 years, everybody talk Cuban was like, hello, how you doing? Like, what the fuck is happening here? Like,
That's why you guys never allow anybody at freaking like barbecues and shit. Like people
yeah,
walk
because
by and you guys are like, "Get the fuck out of here, dude! What are you doing? You ain't getting none of my food."
I can imagine how like white people saw like when they had Cuban people like moving to the neighborhoods and like they were invited like to barbecues. I can imagine this conversation. No, honey, we don't want to go to the Cuban family's barbecue. I don't want to see a room full of like 30 people all going. I got the barbecue. We're gonna make that chicken. Oh, what are you in trouble? You over barbecue the chicken? Like I mean, we got ridiculed for decades for eating chicken and rice and frijoles, beans.
Uh-huh.
And there's no reason to laugh at us because we like, beans, chicken, and rice. If, liking that kind of food is bad, why does
Dude,
everybody, eat
it's
that shit?
it's not it's not that way anymore, dude. People are trying to sneak into freaking Cuban barbecues, dude. Like I used to have a neighbor who was a Cuban, and I honestly would always try to find an excuse to go over there whenever their dad was like out there freaking cooking on the barbecue. I'd always
Yeah,
try to do it, dude, because like, and that's the way everybody in the neighborhood was. Freaking every time he went out there with a barbecue, he'd have to chase everybody away. It's like, you no, you go away. This,
because white people finally learned, like, yo, these motherfuckers can cook.
yeah, exactly.
It took like 40 years, and then somebody was like, you know what? I'm gonna give these Cuban guys family here. I'm gonna give them a shot. I don't know. You think it's a good idea there, Earl? Don't worry. It's gonna be okay, honey. Come on, Martha. Let's go pay them a visit. Next thing you know, they're eating chuletas and carne de
Mm-hmm.
puerco and like and watermelons and all kinds of good savory shit. I'm getting a crank call. I think that's my phone going off in the background.
Yeah, we probably better get off of here anyhow, cause it's starting to get late. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's Mark's been on here going nuts over the computer and everything. So
I saw that.
I will talk to you later. I have been recording this, so I'll send you a copy of it. Okay.
Good
Cool.
times.
All right.
And a good thing again, no smoking of the meth or the heroin.
That's
Can
right.
you even smoke heroin? I don't know.
But
Anyway.
we haven't covered anal probing yet, though. So you'll
Oh,
have to come back so we can discuss anal probing a little
that's
bit.
kind of a that's kind of a touchy subject, and
Yes, it is.
when you get work, penetrate really deeply if you put your mind to it.
It's all
Your
about
mind.
penetration. That's what it's
Yes,
about.
that's what she said.
I will see you later.
Good.
It was great talking to you tonight, man. I appreciate it.
No problem. Glad I could, make you guys laugh a little bit.
All right,
Uh, I,
I'll see you on Sunday night. All right.
you got that, sir. Remember, you got the link.
Yes, it should
Okay.
be. It should be.
No, it's not this Sunday. It's the next following Sunday.
Yeah, next following Sunday. My bad. Thank you.
Yeah.
I,
Don't get all confused and then I get him on my show this weekend. I'll be like, yeah, there, buddy. Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry there, Steve Roberts. He got confused.
No, it's not gonna happen. I will be there the following Sunday. So
Good man.
I
Let me
will.
go answer that before my dad throws the fit.
Right. There you go. I'll see you later,
Yeah,
man.
foul man.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tech Talk. This is Roger Hanson. I'm here with Tanhai Tran and Mark Edworthy, commonly known as Medworthy on Minds.com. Today, we have some important information that Mark is going to share with us. Go ahead, Mark.
I'd let start us off because
More like a
well,
question. So, yeah, we were talking about the new chat. There's a GitLab ticket that Bill Ottman uh, published for all of us to log chat-related issues. And then
that's mine stuff. Yeah.
I've been just throwing bunch of stuff into there. And Mark just noticed the other day, I noticed that when you were doing the quote, Mark, that it's showing up on the mobile. It's not a problem on the web though. But on the mobile, it's kind of HTML encoding that greater than sign.
Yeah,
So
it was related to the greater and lesser
yeah,
than
yeah, greater
signs. Just trying to remember my notes on that.
You bring up
Anyway,
the.
point A.
Let me shoot the GitLab ticket for Roger to show it on the stream.
No, see, that's kind of cool because that means freaking you guys are trolling freaking Bill Altman. I
We're
love that.
rolling Bill Altman. Right. That's right.
Keeping them in check.
We're, we're
Can't trust that
freaking
evil Bill Altman.
freaking pro.
Evil Bill
Yeah,
Altman.
I should get that ticket. Why don't you show it on the stream, Roger?
We can do that. Let me get the chat opened up. That way I can freaking see it. I have a pretty cool shot of
Still trying to find your stream.
Well, not the stream as much as trying to get the I've got to capture the. Now that's a window, right?
That's a window.
Yeah.
But you can just, it's a web tab.
Yeah, I
You
know,
can
I
just,
know. I've just got to pull it up and do it appropriately so that we can. There we go. There we go.
There you go. I also just found your stream. Okay.
That's pretty tight.
What? What are you showing on?
Got
You're showing your wow thing on your.
No, you
here.
have a lag time on it
Ah,
or slow
okay.
time. It'll
Okay.
switch over here in a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
So that's showing it right there for you.
Yeah. So that's it, and then scroll down. That's just a description. All the issues are logged in the comments.
Yeah.
Okay, now
We logged them in the comments,
Probably
and
the
then
final one,
the Minds guys, the devs, they would just go in there and collect our comment, and whichever they think is a good bug or a good suggestion, they would just move it up into the description and make it a work item for themselves.
oh, there we go. Here's the comments. Mine's
Mine's
get bought.
What?
The mines get bought.
Right, Mine's Goodbye is not a real comment.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, there's shitloads
Yeah.
of them. Mark Ryan,
Yeah, it's an
Sally,
automated thing.
Bill Altman, internal server error.
Mhm.
See, they need to be showing this stuff on regular mine so people can see this shit.
Well, regular people don't care about internal server error.
Yeah, I do. I
Yeah,
freaking I posted that shit last night because freaking I know.
Yeah, that's because you're like a hacker, man. Nobody looks in. Nobody looks under the Chrome developer console, except us.
Except
geeks.
for us, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we got the Bill Altman's screenshots, the emoji error, which I hope they freaking keep having emoji arrows, just to drive freaking Bill crazy. Freaking, that's all he ever posts is freaking
One thing
emojis.
they actually jumped on. That was the only thing he really jumped on. He didn't jump on anything else.
Keep going down.
Just the
There are
stuff
more
on.
issues.
There's Mark Edworthy's post. You want me to read it?
My
No.
initial faults.
I can read it if you guys would like for me to read it. Can you see it clearly in the stream?
I would suggest that you just publish a reference to this address on within the description of.
Well, we can go
your
through.
post.
We can go through. We can go
I'm
through
a
the
pretty
main-
good. I'm a pretty good
Yeah.
reader.
Yeah, go
Because this
read
is still
it,
work
read
in
it.
progress.
Okay.
If
Whatever.
if I maximize the windows, then I can read what you're sharing. So I think on the TV screen it might be okay.
Okay. So this is at Otto at Ottoman and at Jotto 141 and at Mark
Ryan Sally.
Sally. Okay. I have had a brief conversation with Ottoman
Who's
within.
Giotto, Mark?
Yeah, that's a good
So
question.
who?
Giotto
Giotto
141.
141.
141. What's that?
This is-
You tagged him.
Yeah, this is your post, man. 3 weeks ago. You don't even know who you're talking to.
Oh. Yeah, that's Jack. That's Jack Ottman.
Oh,
okay.
Jack
Chief
Ottman. Oh,
Operations
right,
Officer.
right,
Yeah.
okay.
The reason I got confused, I think he's changed his username.
I think he just changed his-
recently.
That's
Yeah,
fu-
yeah.
And
I
I was
thought it was
thinking,
just Jack.
I think it was called Jack or Giotto.
Jack, yeah.
It
I
didn't
thought
have
it was
Did
one
he-
for one.
Jack.
Did he
Yeah.
switch his freaking at address in the last 3 weeks?
I'm not sure when. I've only just noticed it. Just actually pointed it out.
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't even think about it the other day.
he freaked out
With
because
that
he got
boy.
one of those famous Mark Edworthy freaking emails or messages where he was tagged in it, and he's like, "Oh hell no!"
Actually, every single GitLab ticket I create, I always add references to. So I always tag particular staff members too. And Bill and Jack being the two most senior staff members, I always add. So every single GitLab ticket I create, I will add those two, and whoever else I believe is related to this. So usually somebody like Ben or Barshi or Mark Ryan. Ryan.
Okay, so you go on here to say within the new chat facility, uh, I have just had a brief conversation with Altman within the new chat facility, and I'm providing a summary of my initial thoughts here. First of all, I'm glad to see that a more integrated chat solution is being worked on. The lack of a truly integrated solution is something that I have discussed with both Altman and Jato 141 on at least one previous occasion. However, saying that, I have a couple points and concerns that I believe are appropriate to further consider about when comparing the functionality which is being provided within the Minds Chat platform, i.e., the new Vector LTD based element Synapse frameworks with the new chat facility. These include A. The ability to invite additional users into the chat session after the creation of the chat session. It is currently possible invite multiple users upon the creation of an individual chat session, but it is not currently possible to invite users to a single chat session after the creation of the session. B. The ability to assign a chat session to a group, create a group specific chat session. I consider this to be important when considering existing Minds Chat based associated rooms such as MCOSI or hashtag MCOSI general, which is Minds.com, which is associated with the existence Mind Community Open Source Initiative group, which is all done by Mark, of course. So that's something that's important. Everybody
Me and
needs to know. If you guys need any help with that, that's where you go to find them. So always.
me and a couple of community members.
Mm-hmm. So
Yeah.
I wanted to stop and bring that up because it is important to understand that chat is going to be finished here before long. We don't know when, but it's a good time to start putting the word out on how to contact Mark or contact Tan and be able to ask them questions when they need them. So you guys can't get away from us. It's not over. It's not over, Tron. It's not.
Well,
I'm going to run away. Yeah,
Tron and
run and
Tran.
to have a holiday, a long vacation.
We've got
she's
Tron.
going on vacation for 12 months.
Yeah, 2 years.
Until the new chat goes out of beta.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2+ years.
And hashtag mug MUG. What is that again? Colon.
Mine's users group, yeah.
Minds users.
Yeah.
Minds.com, which is associated with the existing Minds user group.
Well, with the new chat, there's a group chat for every group, so
Yes.
automatically.
I believe that it has to be initialized by an administrator just by going into the chat, and that's automatically created. But so I've got a couple of groups I'm a member of, and they have yet to initiate their chat sessions.
Okay. So you started the group chat for Mind's user group
Yeah,
and Mind's
and
open source community
yeah,
initiative. Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
I just opened them. I did that to my other, my own personal music selection room as well.
And I also want to add too that I have been updating the videos on our group for Tech Talk. A lot of them are scheduled out, and I did that on purpose. The older ones,
Okay.
and the
Yeah.
newer ones are being put in, but I also want to edit them, make them look nice, have an introduction and everything.
Also, I noticed you still using the US date format on that one before they
Yeah,
posted.
yeah.
That needs to be changed. And also, I think we need a description, a couple words for a pinned
That's why.
post, a
That's
sort of
why.
welcoming pinned
That
post.
is why I said you are the one who needs to do that because, like, freaking that sucks. Okay, and I really hate
Okay.
doing that stuff. So.
Give me a couple later on. Give me a couple of suggestions for that sort of thing, and
No,
I'll clean it up and quickly it up.
you know what the truth is about it is I don't really remember what all of it's about. So that means I've got to go through and I got to watch that shit
Yeah,
again, dude.
I I
That's
I
why it
was
makes
I
sense.
was going to do that myself
Do you know
a
how
couple of months
long?
ago, but I just haven't had the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And it
saying.
means
Oh yeah.
reviewing all of
I
them.
mean, you just throw it up there once it's done. When it's fresh, then you can put a few sentences of description in it. But if you wait for several weeks, no way.
Well, I
It
mean,
becomes like a chore.
yeah, and
It's just
plus,
like
Yeah,
last
yeah.
week. I started the stream after you left, Roger, and then I just threw it up just
yeah.
with a couple of
Again,
sentences.
did you stick a description? Did you add a description to your
Well, he
It's a
he
post?
post, yeah. So I put something,
he
Okay.
put like after show and everything, and that was it, and it was fine. And
yeah.
to be
And
honest, you know
I
the thing
really
I
do not
do.
like the. I really do not like just publishing a video or publishing an image or video without any text content.
Okay.
Well,
I
no, yeah,
mean,
that's bad. That is
that's
bad.
really poor. Yeah.
Now
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the YouTube description is showing up in the
Yeah,
thing, isn't it?
yeah. With the YouTube link, it has the title.
Yeah, it has the title
Yeah,
and a
like
short little description down underneath.
yeah,
Good.
Mm.
So, I mean that at least they have that. I
better
mean,
than nothing. But
you know. Now
Yeah.
the thing that I have an issue with it about is everybody always talks about that, and the thing is I know for a fact from how long I've been doing this, people don't even care. You know what really matters? It's the SEO, and that's the one thing I do think that Minds did catch on to, and I should have caught on to that with Minds.com when I first started because I wasn't putting the SEO in, but
Mind
people
you,
people pay attention to that.
when we started this, Minds.com search engine optimization was absolutely dire. Hence why I created the mcosi.org site,
Hmm.
satellite site, just to combat that sort of poor search engine. It's improved since. Remember, I published the satellite site back in November 2018.
Hmm.
So we're talking about a couple of years ago now.
but you
But
can tweak the SEO stuff on your Minds channel, Roger.
Yeah, like you can do it in everything. You can do it in your freaking well, let me
it's
actually,
just it doesn't matter again. Descriptive text, good
yeah,
It's just
descriptive
text.
text. That will, yeah,
yeah, that's
which
it.
is
Okay.
search engine optimization friendly.
That is completely it. It's, I mean, it's, well, it's a little bit more than that. Don't get me wrong.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, but generally speaking, I know you could add meta tags, but with a social media platform such as mine, you can't do that.
yeah,
You can only stick in a description and whatever hashtag. So, and that's about it. That's the limit of your ability.
okay. So I gotta
Yeah.
switch back over to freaking our cool template because we need to have cool templates and stuff. So
We've gone right down a tangent, and we didn't actually finish off this report.
well, that's
Yeah.
because freaking we've come into some more good stuff that we can
Okay.
discuss.
Okay. Just to finish off the last thing. I wrote back in on May the 9th, which was what, a couple of days ago. Last week now. Back in the Canary Mines Canary mode group chat session, entire list of thoughts, and one of those thoughts was related to the greater and lesser than. Then I sort of spelled it out, spelled the issue out, but it also reminded me of a previous issue that Mines had when editing comments, which resulted in exactly the same issue. The greater and lesser things changing into the HTML entities. It is something that I want to add to that GitLab ticket, and I've been thinking about adding all the other little notes that I've added to the chat session to the GitLab ticket. In fact, I was going to do it earlier today, but I've just been overwhelmed with stuff today, so I just haven't had time.
I know you mentioned in there the encryption and everything, and like the one thing that I mean, I know you guys are all big on encryption, and I'm cool with it too. But you know what really annoys me though about this chat that we have in freaking here? It's like the sign in and then the verification, and if you don't verify it and you sign out and you come back in, you can't read shit because everything's encrypted.
Yeah, hence the conversation that me and Tan had with was it Rhea the other day? In the
About what?
Canaries room, in relation, but it's been an ongoing issue for some time. And fun enough, I was looking back through the chat, the Canary Room chat, and one of the first things I actually published in there back in 2021 was a comment to Jack about providing an explanation about encryption keys. He said he would, but if you look at the associated blog article, there's only a very small sentence right at the bottom of the blog article saying, please remember to store your encryption keys. And that's about it. There's no further explanation at all.
Yeah. And it's just, I mean, the thing is though, is like freaking, is like what are they gonna do about stuff like that whenever freaking they transfer over to this thing? If they put encryption in, I mean, what's gonna happen every time you sign in and sign out? Are they gonna be pulling the same shit?
I would like to see that they do the same thing that they did with the legacy messenger facility, where the encryption, the end-to-end encryption is just automatically provided as soon as you logged in.
Right.
I mean, for public rooms, it's not necessary. I stuck this in another GitLab ticket, pointed this out in another GitLab ticket last week. For public rooms, such as Help and Support and Canaries and Blood, it's not relevant. But when it comes to private groups and one-to-one conversations, it is. I mean, after all, if I'm having a private conversation with you using the new facility, I did not want that to be accessible by the staff.
Yeah, exactly. That's actually a good. It's good that you brought that up.
And I also pointed out there's a if these areas in chat is not accessible by the staff, then there's a, if anything does go on, then there's a, let's say, I don't know, there's a real world incident due to it, then the staff, I've got, mine think has got some sort of plausible abilities. They can say, we didn't know about it.
Yeah.
And stops them from getting into any legal issues.
I don't know if I like hearing that though.
Yeah, but I'm looking at it from a sort of corporate sort of side as well.
You know.
But and also, like I said, we don't want our personal conversations to be viewable by the staff.
Right.
I mean, as when it comes to the NCSI, I've had conversations with Darcy, as an example, which are confidential in nature. Users asking me about, community members asking me about accounts being banned and stuff. Obviously, I didn't want that accessible by everybody and anybody.
Yeah.
And I've had sensitive conversations within, let's say, the MCSI's administration room.
Well, I mean,
Catherine,
anybody
the of excellence.
anybody with administration should automatically be confidential. I mean, that's like first thing. You know what I mean? If they set something up like that, then I don't see why everybody should know freaking what Bashy in the other person's business is if they're actually asking about something that helps them with their mind's account. That should have been the first thing. Instead, make that first off separate from the rest of the chat, or at least
this is why I've been so adamant that this should have been treated as a priority.
But like with every other person though, I mean, I don't know. I like the fact that we get on freaking general chat and everybody gets to see our bullshit, because then I can put like crazy shit on there to make everybody happy. You know what I mean? Aggravate.
Yeah, things like that don't need to be secure. But again, when it comes to sort of personal conversations,
well, I was gonna suggest that Roger encrypt his live 24/7 chat.
no, I would argue.
No.
We did have. I think we did have a conversation with it.
Started bad mouthing Oddman. I don't think you want Oddman going in
Yes,
there.
I
and
do.
snooping around.
Yes, I do. I want him to see every bit of it. That man needs to see it.
Bill, as the CEO, needs to be aware of what the general consensus.
But if you have full end-to-end encryption turned on, he's not gonna be able to do that.
Dude, that dude is sick as freaking shit. Okay, let me give you a little bit of update.
That's your opinion.
Let me give you a little bit of an update about Bill Altman. Okay, this is what I found out here recently when I hooked back up with Minds Gaming and got into the Infinite Imaginarium. You know the big fight they got into and everything that I'm not going to bring up.
But it's on right there in general. It's on Canary.
Well, hold on a minute.
Back in what year ago? 2 years ago?
Yeah,
well,
2 years.
Let me kind of bring you up to date on this, okay?
Okay.
They got
maybe for your audience, maybe.
You just
Roger.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Maybe for your audience, Roger. I mean, Mark and I have already seen the Canary chat, but for your audience,
I've spoken to Minds. I did have a long conversation with Minds.
Give us the summary of what went down, basically.
Yeah. No. Let me tell you the important shit. After all of this happens, okay, freaking Minds Gaming still makes videos and stuff, and he still gets involved with the community, just not like he used to. Now the sick part about
for a long time he abandoned his Minds channel, didn't he?
I thought that was the truth too, but apparently he's been around. He just hasn't been too public about it. You know what I mean? But see, the thing
I
about it
mean,
is,
he's one of the he's one of the original founders of the MCRSI.
mhm.
Me, him, Phoebe, New Zealand, Fritz, Capo, and a couple of other people. Yeah, he's one of them, and he's been a long time member, and he sort of gave up last year or something.
Now, see, the weird part, the important part I'm trying to get to is like freaking today. Okay, the biggest fan freaking he's got is freaking Bill Altman, dude. Bill Altman comes in there, dude, and he freaking stalks him. He
Where?
He's a lurker, dude. He'll go in there and he'll lurk him.
Where's there?
On his freaking infinite imaginarium or whatever chat.
Oh, really? You
Yeah.
mean the Mozilla thing, that bridge that they're using?
No, he literally goes on the
He's
chat
suffering.
for infinite imaginarium that they're using and stuff. And he follows them and shit, and he makes comments on all the videos he makes. He's one of their biggest fans. He loves them.
There's
Oh,
a
so now
love-hate relationship between
Bill's
those
trolling
two.
him then. Yeah.
Freaking, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. I could not believe that.
Yeah.
One of his biggest fans.
Yeah. It's the old Bill Oddman tactic, right? You know, you ban the guy, but then you say no hard feeling. I'm just pulling your leg, man.
Yeah. I was telling
Yeah,
I was
the other day.
I was telling Mark not to be getting around, or I was going to tell him earlier because he was getting a little bit rowdy in there. And
Oh yeah,
I
you mean
was
the cat fight or the geek fight?
I was like,
Oh,
dude,
please.
it was like you already got into a fight with Billy the Kid. Be glad
Yeah,
that
that's
you
right.
came out of it alive, buddy.
Yeah.
It's not been the first one. More than likely it won't be the last. But again, we all got our grievances. We all got. It's better to speak about these things rather than just keep them pent out.
Yeah, that's true.
I think.
It's a good idea to kiss and make up. It is.
I'm not going to snog Bill.
Okay, so the with the freaking with the encryption though, I mean, is it really a smart thing to do on that chat if they haven't gotten all of the stuff up to date as it is? Like whenever they released it, it was really early. I mean, and that just kind of shows.
Yeah.
That's an early
That
warning.
was as I pointed out in Canary's chat through week about 2-3 weeks ago now. My view is that they released it far too early. They released it to the production side far too early.
Now, them doing that, do you think it would be smart to freaking want them to put encryption on it if they did that early?
I would argue the sooner the better. It's also a trust thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's also yeah.
Well, right now it's just an alpha product, right? Nobody should,
Yeah.
their right mind use this
What's-
for production.
Yeah, that alpha stands for. Remember, he hates the alpha beta release candidate, and I prefer using version numbers. So there should be 0.0.
This is not even
or something.
it hasn't even gotten to the version number yet. The thing.
Yeah,
right?
but mine's
It's like
the staff never
ABC
used
all the
version
way
numbers.
to Omega, and then you start with the number.
Yeah, but the staff never use version numbers at all ever. Anyway, so
If this were a version number, it would probably be like version 0.1, 0.0001.
B.
Yeah. Yeah,
Now-
no, for For sure. No, nobody's gonna use this this as a group chat to organize some attack on some foreign government. That's for sure.
I mean, shit. You've known me long enough. You know
I
me,
hope not,
dude.
though.
It might fucking happen. It just might
There's no
happen.
encryption.
It just
Stranger
well,
things have happened.
you know.
Stranger
Asking to
things have happened.
asking to get caught if you're gonna
Well, I'm
do
not
that.
saying that I'm gonna do it. I'm just saying you
No, I
know
mean no.
me.
I mean
You know me. I mean, freaking, if you know people like me, freaking, and Mr. Robot, freaking, Mr. Robot, he's freaking nuttier than freaking granola
see,
bars and shit.
and that's why Mr. Robot has been purposely staying away from the new chat, right?
Yeah,
He's afraid that once he get on there, people will find out where he lives,
I
and
already
then just
know.
go in there and kidnap him.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
no.
Yep,
well,
yep, yep.
That is,
Aliens will descend
he's
on him
paranoid.
and kidnap him into some spaceship.
yeah. Well, he is pretty paranoid about the spaceships. That is true. But his big problem is the deep state. He thinks that the deep state's going to get him, and the CIA freaking spies on.
Why is he such an important, valuable person compared to the rest of us? I mean, what is he? Does he have state secrets hiding underneath his bed?
I know.
He knows shit.
He knows secrets about the freaking aliens. That's what the government wants from him. If he speaks
Right.
up, if he speaks up and he starts talking about this stuff and sharing it on the internet, then they know his name and they can come get him in the
Yeah.
night when he's asleep.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But
We used to have asylums for that sort of thing.
now that
Just
we
saying.
get to this, we have to also talk about what you said in the thing, and you said justification of plausible deniability. If a private discussion were to be used as a part of any legal-based action. So, what are you talking about? Plausible deniability there?
So I'm saying if there is not let's have an example. If there was a private conversation between two users to commit a felony,
Uh huh.
and this is secure, there is a sort of thing about, as we've seen with these various anti-encryption concepts that various governments have been pushing, especially the British governments have been pushing over the last couple of years, to say that all encryption facilities should be accessible by whoever, may that be the government, may that be the administrators, may that be whatever, which creates backdoors, which in theory can be accessible by unscrupulous individuals.
Yeah.
But the idea of so let's say there is two people that are planning a felony. Not that I approve, but let's just hypothetically say that. And they're using encrypted provisions, which allows the company to say that they have no idea about it because
Right.
it is encrypted.
Right. And that's where the deniability comes from, because
yeah,
hey, you
yeah.
can't see it if freaking, you know what I mean, if they're doing end-to-end encryption. So makes sense. I knew.
I mean, the other argument is if mine doesn't provide it, then some other platform will.
Yeah.
WhatsApp will. I think WhatsApp is or Signal or
VPN.
there's other
Any VPN, they could just set up a VPN on their freaking computer and go through a virtual private network.
yeah, but we're still talking about the encryption of the messages.
Well, you know what I'm saying, though. I
rather
mean,
than the encryption of the location. Yeah.
but for me, I'm okay with with VPN, but like this encryption thing, man, it just keeps driving me freaking nuts. I don't see why freaking they have to do that stuff where you freaking have to ask somebody for freaking the encryption key because
Yeah,
you've
yeah, no,
signed
no.
out.
That's just
Yeah.
poorly implemented. It's an
Um, this is
implementation
the
thing, right?
this is the issue with elements.
You know.
If you look at
Yeah, this is
other
with
messaging
elements.
app like Telegram or Signal,
Hmm.
they have end-to-end encryption,
Yeah.
and the end user never had to, see what the security key looked like. It seems it just works seamlessly.
Mind you, as somebody who deal with things like PGP keys and SSH keys all the time, it's not
Yeah,
familiar
but
for
you're a
you
geek.
must have an application yourself a third time.
His face just like froze
That
up.
You're a geek. That's good.
His face just froze up. It's like
So, normal normal users is not gonna go and
idea.
generate a
So
SSH key.
you
they are
see his face.
forced to.
You see his face on there, dude. Like, go in there and look at the stream, dude. And it's like horrible too, cause like his face went solid, and he looks like a freaking monkey and shit.
What?
His stream literally froze up, dude.
Well, when I call him a geek?
No, it was before that actually. Like, it's just a straight shot. He doesn't. It's not even him moving around now.
Okay.
Like, it's cool as shit, dude. I'm like, I was
Yeah.
looking at it, and all of a sudden it just stopped, and he kept talking.
Just,
Yeah, yeah.
just don't use that for your thumbnail. Just
you
don't
can
use
keep
that as your thumbnail.
There
you
you
keep
go. There you
taunting him
go. It's coming back.
and wait, keep taunting him until he goes green.
Yeah, there he goes. He's back.
Go green screen. I think Mark, you're the one that got the screenshot of me turning green, right? Remember that?
Yeah,
That's what I was talking about.
not.
No, that was
Yeah, I
me.
can't remember what platform that
Oh,
was.
yeah, it's
No,
you. Yeah,
I
it's
created
you.
one as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we both created one. What platform was that on?
That was
That's
on. I think that was on Jitsi, maybe.
Jitsi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But it's just weird on your graphics card or something. You got a defective.
And that only
video.
that happened quite a few times, but only within
His face froze
what
up
2,
again,
3
dude.
weeks of the period.
It's like that freaking.
Okay.
This time your hair's like shooting up in the air, and your face is all blurred out. It's
on the stream, somehow you still have his face, but on the Skype call, his camera disappeared.
It's really weird how it's doing that.
Yeah, his Skype thing is weird.
Now, you went on to talk about lack of direct file uploading based facilities. Mine's chat platform allows for files that are a maximum of 10 millibytes, which is 48 millibytes in file size.
Megabytes.
Mhm.
So,
Megabyte.
To be directly uploaded, but there is no mechanism to upload files to a chat session within the new chat facility.
There is
Okay.
another GitLab ticket with Barcy references as a reply to me, which is related to this, which I added another comment to in response to, I think it was Ria again, adding something to the Canary stuff in relation to common document formats.
Yeah, if you look at the Canary chat, a lot of people are asking for that, right? File upload. What was it? What's the other?
The other one is the freaking edit function.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's got that in E.
And
That's his next one, the lack of edit function. I consider it would be a good idea to implement some form of edit functionality that would allow for the amending of existing comments. I am considering this point from an ability to correct grammatical and sentence structure based errors stances. Now he's just being selfish on that one. That's pure
Well, and
freaking
then
Mark. That has
and then
nothing to do.
I was just
it
I replied to his comment. I was just being devil's advocate, right? And I was saying, don't give us edit.
Yeah,
Let us live without
we
mistakes.
know. We know what that's
if you
about.
have a look at the new Canaries sorry,
And Minds
Canary
Gaming
Grids
and him
chat
are like
session,
just
yeah.
jump all
And we
over
had
me.
a long conversation, me, Tanvia, and Minds Gaming had a long
Yeah.
discussion
But
about this
let's not fool
2 days
anybody.
ago.
Let's not fool anybody, okay? There was nobody that requested that from you. That was straight out your shit, dude. I get freaking
Oh,
like
Rhea did.
he
Oh,
writes
Rhea.
one
Yeah.
sentence. He writes one sentence, and I get 5 notifications. Okay.
Okay, don't give us notifications.
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden he writes the sentence and then he has to go back and correct his grammar. So he's got to go through,
And then,
hit edit, and then he notices
and then,
something else.
yeah, all of a sudden you hear ding, 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 ding.
Okay, I
Yeah.
admit that's a bad habit of mine, but
Yeah.
I always, but sometimes the chat is so fast moving that I've got to get my foot out before somebody
Yeah.
else adds another comment,
Yeah.
and then we
Well,
press and amend anything.
you're spreading your freaking craziness because now I'm catching myself actually going in and starting to edit stuff when I make mistakes. And I'm like, oh, dude, he's freaking gotten into my brain.
Oh,
It's like I knew, right whenever that stuff started, I knew that I was in trouble. So the lack of editing functions, I do agree with it though. I was joking around, but like I do agree with it, and like adding people to chat needed to be the first option. You know what I mean? Because that means you're gonna have to go in like in the new chat. I have one set up
No,
with
I
Bob
mean,
Dub and them, and I have to delete them just to add somebody.
I think they already know about some of these things that we raised. I think it's already in their roadmap somewhere. We're just not seeing it.
I can't remember what epic number that is actually. I've not reviewed it for a good week or so.
Yeah, so some of these features, it's sure.
I hope that the staff are looking at the Canary Grids chats and taking notes themselves.
Mm-hmm. I really do too.
Like they have
I
10
hope
people
so.
in the team, and you think somebody's gonna like spend
Yes, but
spend their
as we
working
know
hours.
with the old, with the Minds Chat facility, the actual Minds Chat platform, and the Canaries room, let's just say the staff interaction has been a bit spotty on
Yeah,
a few
yeah,
occasions.
right. See, there's more staff interaction when the old Matrix chat came out than the new one. With the new one, all we see was just Bill and Bashy.
And to be honest, they
Yeah,
never really
and
did anything in here. I mean, you know what I mean? It was like you guys were actually the ones.
I remember Barcy's only had a job for what, a year now,
Yeah.
roughly,
Or not.
and
Oh yeah.
I've been providing support to that room since it was opened. I'm quite consistent in
So
that.
it's your fault. I mean, really. That's
Yeah.
it's your fault to be honest. I mean, can't be
Yeah.
blaming Bill for all that stuff. It was you. Everything
Yeah.
that went wrong in
Right?
that freaking or in that help, Canary help thing, that was your fault.
Yeah.
Sorry.
My fault? Sorry,
Ye-
what went wrong in that thing? I administer that, or moderate that room.
That's my whole point. It's
Uh,
like that's who we blame. It's your fault.
I take control. I take a lot of control over that room.
That's
To be
right.
fair,
That's right. So if all the problems that weren't taken care of is your fault.
it's not my fault. I can.
I held it in
It's
for as
not my
long as
fault.
I
I
could.
do not put to manage the staff. If
It's
I was to
crazy
put to
talk.
manage the minds, then yeah, things would be
Yeah.
fairly different. That's to say.
To be fair too, just so everybody knows, I mean the most that you guys do is freaking write tickets and make it out to where it freaking has the specific problems so that it can be taken care of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean it's not
Or provide advice to the user base,
right.
much like mine and Tam's advice to you last night.
Right, which was actually a good thing because you guys were helping me troubleshoot through it, you know.
Hmm.
And freaking to be honest, I'd like to bring that up if you guys want to, but but we've probably got like 15 minutes. If you guys don't want to do it, we can wait until later. But that was actually a good situation because it's up to you. You guys want to?
Sure.
Well, if you want to run on, I'm not
Unless Mark has something else to
gonna be
bring up.
busy.
Well,
So yeah, we can extend it.
He had one more thing.
We can extend. Yeah, we can also extend our session to an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, the thing was is it's like when I'll explain it to everybody. What happened was I went in me and Bob Dub collaborated with freaking on doing a project with a freaking blog for Minds Gaming. Yeah. And we both went through it and got it done, and it took about 4 hours, but we got it done. And I was going to paste it into a blog for Minds, the Minds blog options, and I haven't used blogs in years, so I wasn't aware of anything, and I freaking went through there and I kept trying to paste it in there, and it wouldn't work. Well, I ended up sending the information to you guys in Canary support, and we were going through it, and what ended up happening was Dan said, hey, stop using Chrome and try to do it on a different browser. So I used freaking Microsoft Edge, and it worked fine. But the whole time I was trying to use Google Chrome, it wouldn't do it.
Yeah. and the reason I suggested Edge was that you said that you just did a Windows update, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
And this update is pretty screwed up. I mean, I'm trying not to cuss. You know what I mean? That's how.
It was that one error message. Even though it gave us about 3 different error messages, it was just that one error message that sort of resolved the entire issue. That pointed us into the direction of the issue.
Now, the thing about this new update that is weird for me is to me it seems like freaking Google Chrome is wanting to take over your browser and freaking put updates in without your permission, just whenever they feel that it needs to be done.
Yeah.
And because in the last, since they've started doing it, all of a sudden my freaking browser will just drop, and then I'll go.
But your specific issue it's not necessarily related to Chrome per se. It can be produced by a number of different methods. I'm thinking root MTUs and those other things. So yeah, it's not specifically a Chrome issue.
It just seems odd though that I switch over to Microsoft Edge and it works perfect. And then you said after we were done that you've had no problems with using the blog function on what was it again?
I've not actually released any new blogs for. I'll have to check, but at least I'm thinking since the Minds changed changed the interface on the actual Minds.com site, which must have been a year and a half, 2 years ago now, maybe. I've not actually created any new blog articles since then.
Somebody's slacking. See, that's what I'm saying. You know, they get a little clout and they start getting lazy. He's like a movie star now on Tech Talk, and he doesn't want to make no blogs anymore.
I'm just busy with juggling 50,000 other jobs. That's not a task for my mind.
Yeah, like no, all the ladies telling you look freaking sexy and shit. Like Bob Dub's mom said he's a cutie, and freaking it went to his head.
Bob Dub's mom?
Yeah.
93-year-old.
Yeah, she fell in love with
93-year-old.
She fell in love with Mark, man. She's like, he is such a cutie. He's a sweetie.
He's a geriatric.
Photographs can be purchased.
Dream.
Dreamed
it. Geriatric.
So my own range of mugs and merchandise in a minute.
But yeah, I'm like you, but it's been even farther back. I think I tried to do it with my the strange, the bizarre, and the unusual. I tried to make a blog to go with it, and that was years ago, and I don't even know if it's still on there, you know, so I had
know what? Hey, by the way, I was just looking online. The issue might not be related to Windows Update. Let me shoot it on the chat.
No, I also found that the issue could be related to router MTUs.
No, this article says
I found out a number of different methods of that issue being created. It was something about error not seeing MAC address or something, which suggests to me is related to the network interface that he's using. So it's a localized issue.
Just a few days ago, what was it, in May 14? Oh, it's just today. Just a few days ago, Google issued a zero-day attack patch on Chrome. It might have broken stuff more than it fixed.
That's
actually, I just double checked. My last blog article was published in the summer of 2020.
Oh wow!
So
that's been a while. 2020. Man, they've already updated mine's like once or twice.
Yeah, that's right.
They haven't updated they haven't done anything to the blog editing, blog article editor.
If you don't step it up, man, I'm gonna send Jaffe over here and have him freaking give a little talking to you.
I'm busy with providing support and I only do so many things.
You ain't got no time for a vlog, you know what I mean? It's like that's your like favorite thing to do is make your blogs. That's why you got in a fight with freaking Bill Ottman in the first place, was because of the links not working.
Yeah, I can't remember that one.
That's how it all started. You ended up telling them that they needed to freaking make it to where we can make or put links into the chat, and that's where it started. He kept giving you a hard time, and finally you started. That's exactly how it started. You and Rhea started the whole thing, man. You and Rhea, and then finally he started acting like a little girl. He goes, "You guys."
Actually, no. What started it was his statement saying that the new facility can be an easy replacement for the chat.
Right.
And he pointed out.
Yeah.
That is not true in its current state.
It did start that way, and then what happened where it really escalated was where Bill got on there, and like I was about to say, he started acting like a little girl, and he said, "You guys don't know what it's like being on here."
Yeah.
You don't know how hard it is to work.
And I
Yeah.
pointed out to him that he's, as the chief executive officer, he should
You don't
be acting like a chief
appreciate it.
executive officer.
Yeah. Look at that face.
And he did it, and he didn't like that at all.
He looked like Wild Bill, dude. Wild Bill Hancock. He just looked sideways and shit. Like, oh, what's that one?
Yeah, I'm only looking sideways because the chat is on this monitor to do right of me.
Yeah, that was the bad point about it. That got out of hand with it, you know. And it's I still don't know what the deal is with that because like after we had straightened all that out, I went and talked to Minds Gaming. He said that freaking there's always an issue whenever he pastes. You can't paste into freaking those blogs because the freaking it won't what was it? What was it?
As I pointed out last
It doesn't
night,
copy the formatting.
Yeah, it won't format it
Yeah,
properly.
as I pointed out last night, when the old group, help and support group, was active, I saw a number of inquiries from various community members that were using Microsoft Word to paste. I presume they were pasting with text formatting and possibly images and other fairly relevant code. But I don't. Every single blog article I've ever created, I've always drafted in LibreOffice first, and which is only sensible. So you've got spell checking, you've got grammar checking, and various other things, and then pasted that into the blog editor after the fact. And apart from formatting issues, I've never had any issues, any real issues. It's always been able to paste them. It might not look perfect once you paste it in, but then again you can edit it afterwards anyway.
But see, that goes back though. You also said that you were doing that with a Microsoft product.
No, I was using LibreOffice. I've only used LibreOffice.
That's
I'm just saying that I've seen posts being published to help and support the legacy help and support group, in which community members have been using Microsoft Word, and they've been having issues.
So that's with Microsoft Word. So I don't know. I mean, maybe freaking something happened to where Microsoft is doing something better than what Chrome is at the moment, you know? Because it's apparent if you, I mean, it's common troubleshooting, okay? I can't do it on Google. Then I turn around and I use Microsoft Edge and I can do it. And not only can I do it, but it happens quickly, just like freaking what Minds Gaming was telling me. He's like, it should pop up there almost automatically, you know?
I mean, it could be related to one of the extensions that you've installed on Google Chrome. Potentially, it could be related to your files checking software. It could be related to you using Microsoft Windows or BitLocker. It could be related to
My porn sites.
a number of different issues.
My porn sites. I need to stay.
Your porn videos that store taking up all the space that Chrome can't work properly anymore.
Yeah, I don't put it on my computer. I'm smart enough to understand what search engines are really used for. Like, the best thing to do is just go to the search engine and type it in and watch it right off the search engine. Don't download anything.
Yeah, but it's always cached to the browser.
Yeah.
It's always cached to your local storage.
Yeah, that's true. But you can always delete that. You don't want a virus, you know. You don't want to get a virus. That's a little tip for all you perverts out there. Don't ever freaking go to the websites. Just watch it straight off the search engine.
What did I say the other day? Always do safe computing or something.
Yeah.
And you said, yeah, use a condom.
What?
Yeah. He was talking about safe computing, and then I put underneath it, use a condom and shit. So when you're sitting there freaking on your
What's
computer
the
where
computing equivalent of that thing?
well,
Mm.
the thing of it is, can you imagine sitting there using your computer and wearing a condom? Like,
Over your head? What?
you could
Over
do
your
that.
hands, yeah.
You could
Ooh, sticky keyboards. Ooh.
keyboard condoms. They had those. Remember in the old days when they had that plastic keyboard condom that you could put over the top of your
Yeah.
keyboard?
Okay.
Actually, I came across one not long ago, but what was it? It was those roller keyboards covered in vinyl. That did I think the producers, the manufacturer's demographic is related to kitchen, professional kitchens and medical services, and it's really yucky keyboards. Again, fold away, sort of very flexible sort of things. One wipe and then they're clean, and yeah, disgusting
I, rem-
keyboards.
I remember when they used to freaking have them coming out all the time, and they never stuck around very long. You know what I mean? I'm really surprised you found
No,
them.
again, in maybe not in the retail market, but in things like professional kitchens and hospitals, that sort of facility
Every time,
where they need to have a clean surface, where they need to
yeah.
easily wipe down in
Especially like
space.
in like freaking what is it that when it's in the unit where freaking they have the oxygen always flowing and they have to
Yeah,
make sure it's a
yeah,
sterile environment. It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
emergency, but it's the one you go to after it. I keep forgetting the
Okay.
name of it. Every country does it in the same way, I hope, because well, I don't know. You're in England,
No,
so
I don't think there's any international. There's no ISO standards on this one. I think it's down to individual territory,
yeah.
and there could be an EU standard, but I'm not sure. We'll have to do some research on that one.
So actually, we did get through that pretty well. It's like right at the freaking end of the hour. So
Yeah.
I think
Aren't you gonna ask this name from the from our last Friday's round table?
yeah. Well,
Didn't you say you were gonna ask them to join our chat or our text TikTok?
I was gonna ask him. It was Dave Kelso.
Yes,
I was gonna
Dave
Yeah,
Rizzo.
yeah.
I was gonna ask him if he was interested in doing an interview and everything with us tonight, and he said maybe if I'm available and fill up to it.
Okay.
I've been trying to get
Oh,
him.
in that case, I should just actually arrange in an actual time.
Uh huh.
Mm.
Now he said that when he's in Indiana, he'll have his travel laptop with him, so
Okay.
he won't be completely unreachable. But
Mm.
he's going to be leaving for Indiana in 2 days. I could probably see if
Okay.
he wants to do it like we did mines the other day and do an interview separately from the show because I like it when us three get together and we have our talks. And then maybe afterwards or at a different time we can do an interview with him, you know what I mean?
It would be an extension of this.
Right.
Yeah.
It'd be an extension of TikTok rather than just a general conversation.
Right.
Right.
Like
Yeah,
right
yeah.
right now we're meeting together, we're having an actual show. Whereas if
Mm.
we do an interview, it'll be an interview style aimed at one person, you know, having a
Right.
Okay.
because
Yeah.
I like hanging out with you guys, man. We get into some good conversations. We don't need anybody else coming in and butting in with it. Don't you agree? Especially
I
Tan,
don't
dude.
know. I don't know.
Should I, should I
I
leave
don't
the
know.
room now, or what?
It's
Should I leave you two alone?
I was thinking more on the lines of the freaking me and you know, just let Mark sit back and watch.
Sit back and watch.
Yeah.
I'm no scared.
I don't
I'm
think
no
Mark can
really
just
scared.
sit still and watch. You know,
Well, he's a
more,
conservative,
Mm.
you know what I
I'd
mean?
be more like a watcher than Mark.
He's conservative. He told me that he thinks that freaking wearing a bow tie is a little too progressive, dude. I'm like, oh my god, dude,
I
freaking,
didn't say that.
it was close. It was pretty close.
You're
Having
putting words in my mouth now.
no, I'm exaggerating is what I'm doing. The
Right.
word the words
Hyperbole.
the words were actually there, but not to the extent that I said it, or that you said them. You know what I
I think
mean?
you may be misconstruing what I said.
I said
There's
you.
there's
I said
screwing,
you. I said.
definitely screwing involved in there.
I said you would look good with a bow tie on. Like if you wear a suit, put a bow tie on. You said no, I can't be wearing a bow tie because that's a little too liberal for me.
What was the we were talking about Boney M
Oh yeah,
a couple
Boney
weeks
M.
ago,
Yeah,
Um,
and you suggested that I just wore that get up that the singer did in that tour that they did for Rasputin.
yeah,
Just a flared 1970s bell bottom trousers look.
yeah,
And you suggest wearing a bow tie with that.
yeah. That's actually a good idea. I think you would look cool, dude. And then freaking
and all right, and that's where we came up with the Chippendales.
yeah, that's exactly
Yeah.
what it is. Yeah. See, see. Freaking you would be the coolest Chippendale freaking dancer with the bow tie and dress like that. So
I don't dance. I do not dance.
we can teach you. We can get you lessons. We can get you lessons, man.
That's okay. That's fine. That's fine.
So we better end it there with Mark being a Chippendale
Yeah, we
dancer.
better.
Yeah, that's a good note to end on.
So before we head out, I'd like to thank everybody for watching and Mark Tan. It was a great show, and we will see each other next week. Sound good?
See you on the next Tech
Yeah,
Talk.
yeah.
All right, let's do this. Send it. Now, hey everybody, and welcome to Wow Talk. I'm back again with another episode that I think everybody's going to enjoy, especially for people on WoW, because here recently I've had to take down a lot of videos that had to do with sightings of ghosts and UFOs, which I didn't really like, but I got some good news. We have an opportunity to do an interview with a guy by the name of John Bell. Now, John Bell has been in the, well, I guess you could say he's been doing what was traditional for WoW for a lot of years, but he also is going to be here giving commentary on some of the sightings that he's had with UFOs. Now, I met him last night. I want to put it out there because I wouldn't have been able to met John if it wasn't for what's the name of that show? It was the
Cafe Enigma.
all new Cafe Enigma is what it was, and I'd like to say thanks to those guys over there for allowing me or for introducing me to John, and also to I have a real hard time with his name, but
I can't say it either. Don't feel bad.
it's really a weird last name, but his name is Mark Washchazek. Washchazek, something like that. I'll give a shout out to him, and if you guys have a chance, check out his stream. It's pretty good. So with that, I'd like to welcome you, John, to the show, and I would like to hear a little bit of background about you. Kind of tell us a little bit about your history when it comes to UFOs, stuff like that, and then we can get on to the footage and everything, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all. It's nice to meet you. Um, Probably about, I'm thinking I moved here down in South Central Florida probably about 13 years ago. And at that point, I started noticing stuff in the sky, objects that were way up there over the sidelights. That didn't belong. Obviously, it wasn't sidelights. And first two I seen was like welding torches coming together. And there was a third one that was sitting there invisible that when those two met and they went right past each other, the other one lit up and went over the horizon. That was it. I was like, man, I got to figure out how to record these things, because seeing is believing. But if you got a video, then it happened. You can prove it happened then. So fast forward 10 years later, I finally, after experimenting and buying different equipment and talking to all these people over the years, I finally figured out that I had a night vision that would actually work. And the night vision is high definition, doesn't have a iris in the back of the lens. It's just a bank of sensors in the back. So I don't have the problem of having lens flares and all that other stuff that's associated with regular photography. And it was a whole lot cheaper when you get all the high definition out of one package without having to swap lenses or, do all this, or download your pictures onto a long program that processes them so you can see what you actually, videoed or captured. And mine's pretty straightforward. It's I download it straight off my night vision scope onto my telephone, and from the telephone, I've got a small editing program where I can shorten the videos or make them longer and take out the parts where I'm just sitting there and I left the record button on too long and it's just sitting there looking at the side of my truck. So now that I got that equipped, I can post the videos pretty rapidly now without having to go through a lot of trouble. I can have a video up that I've recorded in the yard less than 5 minutes. I'll have it up and it'll be on YouTube posted. And anyway, I started, when I finally got to where I could record what I was looking at, I had a bunch of questions, because seeing it is one thing, but when you've got a high definition night vision where you can really see the details, I didn't know what I was looking at in some of these objects. And I still go through the old videos that are 3 years old now and see the details in the video, and I'm like, what the hell is that? What was that? And then I get to looking, I'll figure it out. I'll slow it down to where I can see it good, and it'll be some object that I didn't even know was there. It was just going so fast, it didn't register in my brain that I just had an object fly by. So the first video he's going to put up is I'd been videoing for about a year, and this one object in particular, I had recorded it numerous times. It's just I didn't expect it to get this close. It got within 1,000 feet in the video. You can see that, and it is hexagon shaped and it's very bright, like the sun or star, and about size of a bus, almost as big as a jet airline, but not quite. And you'll see it.
Okay, let me get this going real quick. Okay.
So did you find the link?
Yeah, I got the link. I got it going on to your John Bell one. That's the first one on top, right?
Yeah, the first one I sent you, first link.
Okay.
It's coming directly overhead.
Let me actually stop that real quick so that I can put it on the OBS and let people see it. All right.
Yeah, it helps if they can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so got it set up and start it from the beginning.
On this one.
All right.
There's a tree, you can see how big it is.
And this is just one type of object.
coming
This is the
directly
large
overhead.
UFO sphere.
Well, I guess you guys did come back.
The next link I'm going to show you is a whole different object.
Wow. You got 2 minutes worth of footage there too. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's only half of it.
Oh wow, seriously.
You know
Yeah,
where
that's
I
only
sit.
half. There's a part two to that also.
Oh
And
wow.
then
I
let's
sit
see,
here all the time.
I met a couple of
Just
people
glad you
because they
came.
grabbed a video off of Facebook, and I never posted it on Facebook. And I was like, "Wow,
Appears
how'd
to
you
be
get
the
my
same.
video?"
One in a video
And somebody put it
before.
together, and I was like, "Wow, at least they did a good job putting it together."
He's probably going to pick up speed and go straight up. Or he's going to hang out above me, one or the other.
So yeah, I've got another one that
What's up
I
there,
think it
dude?
stayed in view 4 minutes, and
Wow.
it got not as close as that one, but the
You might as
object
well come
itself is
down and
bigger than
hang
that
in
one.
the yard. Shit.
Now,
I got a
did you
spot cleared
ever
for you. I'm
figure
sure we'll
out if
work
it was
something
an
out.
orb or if it was something that was flying high up into the air?
Oh, it's solid object.
Solid.
Yeah, it's solid object. Yeah, I actually did a report on MUFON with that one,
Might as
and
well bring your
it came back
friends.
UFO. So
Wow.
He's probably big enough. They'd all
yeah,
probably
it's a
fit.
no-brainer when it's that close and it's not moving
Look at
very
the energy
fast, and it's
coming
looking
off of
at you, and
that.
it makes a turn.
Yeah,
He's directly over my head right now.
that's pretty
What's
cool.
up there, buddy? Well, come on down. I ain't scared. You ain't bother
It,
me
it,
none.
it did look like it was actually going to try to come down, didn't it?
I had
Yeah,
about
yeah,
5,000 maybe in
yeah.
my
It was
yard
so bright, I thought it
Wednesdays.
was an airplane landing light. That's what I thought it was
Yeah,
initially,
that's
and
cool.
there was actually a
He's
small
so big.
plane. They were
He doesn't
headed to
have
each
the
other,
edges on him,
like
maybe.
head-on collision kind of thing, and the plane's not moving very fast. It was like a Cessna,
Mm-hmm.
and the UFO's not moving very fast. Well, the next thing I know, it turned and it came towards me, and I was like, "Well, that's kind of weird. That must be a helicopter or something." And it got a little bit closer, and I'm like, "Holy crap!" Then I'm like, "Did I push the record button? Oh my god!" Because that happens before. I've actually did that. I'm like, "Man, I got the neatest UFO footage." Look, and the record button is off, and you're like, "Oh."
I'll tell you what, that was pretty good footage right there. I know last night you guys were sharing stuff with me on my account and everything, and I went on here to try to find it, and the only thing I got from you that is still on there was the alien orb visit beginning #1, and then the short version hyper disc with the
Yep,
creepy sound.
yep.
All those other all the other stuff that you posted up on the Cafe Enigma, none of it was there. So
Yeah, that's Mark. Mark, when he leaves and shuts that lobby down, it does something to it. I don't know, but Mark's had some technical difficulties on his show because the internet is not what it used to be. It's like maybe the sun is interfering with it. We don't know what's going on,
yeah, but
but it keeps dropping people out of the show. And
hmm I know that when we were talking about the the stuff that you've done on videos, you were telling me that this is years and years of thousands of video clips, pretty much that you've
it's about 3 years worth.
3 years. And
3 years, and there's 1,400 videos on there, and I don't post the normal stuff. I only post anything that catches my eye or that I think somebody would like to watch.
hmm
There's a lot of there's a lot of footage I have where the UFOs are they're so high you really can't see them that good, and they're not doing anything. They're just going across, and it's like, okay, see you later, buddy. But sometimes you get them, they'll flash you back. Sometimes they flash me first. I'll be sitting out there on the back of the truck videoing, and I'll take a break, and next thing you know, I get the Dickens flashed out of me. Like it's kind of like somebody walked up with one of them old Kodak cameras with a
hmm
flash bulb and took your picture. It's
Oh,
kind of like that, and then I can tell where it came from, and then 9 times out of 10, it's a little bitty object up there, just barely moving. That's the one that did it.
oh.
And you wonder how in the hell did they put such a powerful beam down on me on my truck? Because it's
hmm
not hitting the whole yard; it just hits me.
Now,
But
have you
you
been
don't ignore them. You can't ignore them in the yard; they'll get your attention.
have you been keeping track with like watches and stuff, making sure that you didn't have any like lost time or anything?
Yeah, they can get me anytime because man, when I was doing a construction job, we were building these comfort stations at a big golf course over here, and at getting up early in the morning, I was just dragging tail, and I'm out there trying to video you. And next thing I know, I go,
Oh my goodness.
wake up 20 minutes later, and I'm like, okay, I'm still here.
Yeah.
But I've got at least two videos where, hey, I fell asleep and I woke up and I looked completely different direction, and there's a UFO flying by.
Wow.
So at first I thought, maybe they're reading my mind. They've got to be able to read my mind because they know where I'm looking with my little scope. And then I got to thinking about it, and I was like, well, they got to be able to read my mind. How the hell would they know where I was looking? Because I've got a little bitty objective on my scope. It's not some wide pan view of half of the sky. It's not like that. I've got a small view of the sky, but it's high definition and it's just a little area. But how they know to be there at the right place at the right time is a mystery. It's not like I've got 400 UFOs going across the sky the whole time and I just look up and I video one. There'll be 3 UFOs maybe in one afternoon, and that's it. That's all they'll do.
Hmm.
And then they're finished. Uh, but I'll have 2 or 3 of those recordings, at least 2 of them, if not 3 of them. And
That
I thought
seems.
about it. That's the question that's drove me crazy for ever since I noticed it. And somebody made the comment one time because they move very fast. Oh, that's a meteorite. Well, I must have had that on my mind when I went out in the yard recording because ever since then they turn now and they do flips. They don't do the straight across the sky stuff anymore. And that part is just it's. I just thought it was hilarious. They started doing that. And not only they do that, it's like they're coming out into the atmosphere real quick. They come in and it's almost like they try to put the brakes on just long enough for me to get a picture of them before they zip out of the sky again. And I have over 1,000 of these things, and it's not coincidence. It's not meteorites, any of that stuff. It took me a whole year to film a meteorite.
Yeah.
We have falling stars down there all the time. It took me over a year to film one meteorite, and I was like, oh my God. By the time I get my scope up, the thing is burned out. And key word is burn. They have a tail to it, and you can see the obvious difference in it.
Hmm.
And when I got the editing program, that allowed me to zoom in on my video, and because I'm high definition, I'm digital. You can see that a lot of these flybys that I thought was cigars and Tic Tacs, they're not. They got a top on, and that's kind of that was cool. I was like, wow, I can see the top on it. Look at that.
And when you was talking about the cigar spaceships last night, it reminded me. I don't know if you ever gotten into like a Skinwalker Ranch or nothing, but they
Yeah,
have.
I've seen some of those episodes.
No, I mean like the old original book from what's his name, the guy that owns Hojo, and he's really into science.
Yep.
He he went out there and owned it first, and the guys that own the property there was telling their story, and they wrote a book about it. And the woman who lived there said that freaking they even had an incident where a craft that looked like a freaking RV was parked right next to the house, and they could look straight across and see this alien sitting there like he at a desk through a window, man. And I was like,
That's
oh man.
cool.
I was like, that's some crazy stuff, you know.
So anyway, if you could show that compilation of flybys,
Okay.
this is only 6 months worth. It's not
Okay.
anywhere close to the whole collection.
We
But
will.
I've slowed them all down. They're all slowed down to 20% speed so everybody can see them.
Okay. No, I'm gonna mute the commercial so that we don't give YouTube any special kind of advertisement. We don't care about their click games like you know what I mean, those little games that you go in and click on and stuff like that. So
Oh, I know.
all right, so I'm gonna give it the widescreen too. And I've had to do this with Bob Dub. So I kind of got a little background on it, on how to get it to where it looks nice.
Yep, yep.
Okay, so we've got that set up.
Yeah, I can't see it playing anywhere, so.
Yeah, I've got it on YouTube. I've got it on Rumble, and I've got it on Odyssey.
Yeah, I'm on Rumble also. Anything I record on YouTube automatically gets downloaded to Rumble, but I don't have near as many views as I do as X. X is just crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It'll take all day long to get 50 views on YouTube, but it takes sometimes less than 2 minutes to get 50 views on X.
I've seen that. That's nice because you see the star shooting straight across right there.
Yeah.
That's real. Yeah. Now that's another thing too. You mentioned, like you said, you don't do videos on them too much, but I asked you last night about the rods and everything. You said you've actually taken video footage of the rods too, didn't you? The ones that shoot up out of the ground.
I captured one for you last night that's very, very clear. Actually, it's posted on my YouTube channel. It's the last video I put up. If you can get over there to the channel and see it.
Okay.
If not, I can send you a link to it too.
Yeah. I'm on your channel at the moment too, so it's after this. If you want to, we can go through it and stuff. Here, I could probably send you the link to my stream. I've got
Yeah, I'll
that.
send it to you right here.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just for you. After you said that, and I was like, yeah, I'll send him this. I'll capture it and go ahead and upload it. It's got 42 views on it. That's how many it's got.
I actually went and did some research on it when I first heard about those, and like there's this one guy, I think he lives out on the west coast. He says that freaking they happen to him all the time. And
Yeah, I see them. I never pay any attention to them, and I really don't uh, post them too much. It's people on my channel, they're confused enough as it is. You put something like this in there, they go, well, that's got to be a bug, right? And
yeah.
I'm like, no, it's not a bug. So I got really aggravated at the people that were calling my orbs bugs and dust and stuff like that. I went out there in the pouring down rain, and I mean pouring down rain. If you were a bug, you couldn't have flew to save your life. It was raining so hard it'd have washed you out of the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And I captured the orbs in the pouring rain, and it does not affect them at all. Doesn't mess with them, not one little bit. And then the other thing I did was I went out there several nights this winter when it was in the 30s. And in the 30s in Florida, there's nothing flying in Florida.
Yeah.
You drop the temperature down to 30 degrees down there, everything dies or shuts down.
That's what I was getting ready to say. The fruit, especially, like you
I had a yard full of orbs like you wouldn't believe. I had so many that I didn't know which way to look. And then there were some new ones that showed up that weren't even round. They were cubes. And I had some small tic tac looking shaped objects. And then they paired up. And the difference in my orbs and everybody else's orbs is obviously the size, because I can measure off the treetop. I film on the treetop in the same location every time. That way I know how big the object is, and I know it's in focus. And I've got manual focus. My scope doesn't go dilly-dallying around trying to focus on it. It's already focused. If I focus on that treetop, anything around that treetop, what you see is what you get.
Yeah.
It's not going to show a speck of dust or a little tiny bug. It'll pick up little moths and stuff like that. You can see them in the background, but I can pick up the wings on the bat, their little ears sticking up. I pick up all that stuff, the dragonflies. But when an orb shows up, it's sitting right next to it. You know it's in focus.
Mm-hmm.
It's not sitting there 2 foot in front of me to make the orb. It's actually goes behind the tree. That's what makes the difference. Is mine doesn't bounce around like the orb is 2 foot in front of me. They're actually 20 to 40 feet away.
Yeah.
And the tree itself is 23 foot in one spot and 43 foot in the other spot. I've got it measured off. I have a laser rangefinder infrared laser built into the other scope, so I know exactly the distance of all the stuff in the yard. So it's pretty easy to size it up. And you can say, well, that's a basketball and that's a beach ball, and that thing there is 6 foot big.
Yeah.
Here it comes, you know?
Yeah. I like how you said you used the tree too, because that helps to freaking give
Yeah.
it perspective. You know, make sure everybody knows. Look, it's going back behind that tree, so it's not something in front of it.
Well, you know, in 3 years, I've only seen a bat go after one of these orbs, and the bat that did it got within about maybe 2 feet distance of it, and it did an immediate 360-degree turn and went back the way it came from. I figure the orb has probably got some electrical, you know, discharge or some kind of shielding around it. Now, the most incredible thing that's happened to me as far as the orbs go, I have an orb that it's in a bunch of my videos. It's the only one that's visible without infrared. You do not need infrared to see it. I've seen it with my naked eye one time, and it's dark, doesn't show up very well, but it can come up and flash you right in the face. And it's the fastest thing that you've ever seen. You've never seen anything this fast. And it's got a sense of humor. But one night I was sitting on the back of the truck, and I film off, you know what an LMTV is?
No, not really.
It's a big troop transfer military truck. It's a military truck that sits, I forget, 18 people in the back,
There's one
3
right
in the
there,
front.
right
It
here.
weighs 16,000 pounds. Well, it's way off the ground. So I put a recliner up in the bed of this truck, and that's what I record off of because it's stable. And then it keeps me out of the mosquitoes. I hate putting on bug spray. Man, I get it in my eye
Yeah.
all the time. I hate that.
Yeah.
And then you smell. So the truck, with it being a diesel truck, the mosquitoes don't like it anyway. So I might get 1 or 2 mosquitoes, you know, come flying up, and that's about it. But I'm sitting on the truck just filming the orbs one night. Something hits the truck and it shakes it. The whole entire truck shakes. It shook me. And I'm thinking at the time, I said, well, must be one of the dogs hit it in the yard, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized that, hey, this truck, you can't move this truck. And then I got to looking at the video and I rewound it. I captured the orb just before it struck the truck. You can actually see it hitting. So I thought about it, and we took a metal detector. We thought, man, we got a miniature Roswell out here in the yard. You know, they're going to be little pieces of UFO out here somewhere in the ground because it struck it so hard, you know. There wasn't a mark on the truck. There ain't nothing in the yard. We found every beer tab from 1970 out there. And, yeah, the only thing I
Big
could
orb with a
figure
mark
out,
on it, right?
it's got a
Here.
force field around it. So
I
about a
mean,
week
really
later, I
close.
captured a video of it,
Let me
real
keep up
close,
with it.
playing around in my face. I mean, it's real fast. And you can clearly see there's like a shell on the
Another one with
outside
a dark
and the
spot
orb
on
is
it
on
right
the
there.
inside.
Oh,
So it's
wow.
almost, you can see the shielding on the orb. So that was what it was, but I think it was a demonstration. I don't think it was an accident because it
Just
couldn't
hanging on.
drive. You know, I don't think it lost its way and just
It goes right over
rammed
my
into the
head.
truck. I think it's intentional.
Yeah.
And, I was thinking about that too, but at the time I had a friend of mine that said, you know what? We could try to capture that thing and we could knock it down, you know, maybe with a shotgun and electrify it somehow, you know. And I'm like, dude, I don't think you might want to do that. It was probably about that time frame to where that thing ran into the side of the truck, and probably that was a demonstration showing me that you're not going to do anything to me. So
Yeah. Now I popped up that well, I thought I did. I popped up that second one on your account for that on X, and I believe I've
It's
got it.
coming directly
Oh
overhead.
no, here it is. Let me stop that one real quick. It's the second one that you showed on X. I'm gonna put that up real quick because I know you wanted to show that one too. I was only able to get the first one going, so
well, that's okay.
but that one right there, I just looked over it and I didn't realize I hadn't switched the OBS over to it. So
Yep, yep.
I figured I'd let everybody see what this is. This one is actually pretty interesting because when you were just talking, I could see like
Big orb with a mark on it right here. Well, he's really close. You can keep up with him.
and see this brings me. It reminds me
Another
of
one of the
the
dark
stories
spot
I've heard
right there.
about over in well,
Is that
over
filler?
here in uh, what do they call that? The forest right next
Just
to us
hanging
in
out.
Missouri, at Cape Girardeau.
Yeah,
He goes
yeah.
right over my head.
Because they have a lot of sightings of orbs over there too. I'm having a brain fart. I can't even remember it. And it's like
Well,
right next to me.
my orb, the one that hangs out with me, it's always something different every week. Something will change. There'll be a new UFO will show up. This week it's been the symbols on the orb, and then now I have these blue UFOs. I mean, they're pure blue, but none of
Big
them
orb
have
with a
come down
mark
low
on it
enough yet.
right
I can
here.
see them. They're probably sitting at 30,
Well, he's really
40,000 feet
close.
going across.
You can keep up
None
with
of
him.
them have come down close yet, but it's a matter of time. They probably will. Everything else does, so I
Another
don't
one
know
of the
why
dark spot
they
right there.
wouldn't. Um,
Is that filler?
but I've got a compilation of intervention, or what do you call it when you're sitting there?
Just hanging out.
It'll flash you, and you flash it
He
back, and
goes
then
right
back
over
and
my
forth.
head.
And
Oh,
I've got thousands of those too.
no, that reminds me. When you were talking about that earlier, it reminds me of what's his name, Doctor. What's his? I forgot his.
Greer,
Yeah, Greer. He talks
yeah,
about doing meditation and stuff like that. Do you think that stuff is possible when it comes to it, like being able to talk to these?
I don't know. They had a get together. The CE5 people did, and it looked like, what do you think? 40
Big
people
orb
in
with a
that
mark on it
video,
right
honey?
here.
Yeah.
Probably around 40 people
Well, he's
met out
really
here on the beach
close.
somewhere. I think it
You
was
keep
North
up with him.
Carolina. And, between all that meditating stuff, the only thing I seen, it could have been a
Another
ship
one of the
sliding
dark
out there
spot right
blinking
there.
at them.
Yeah.
I mean, literally.
Is that filler?
If you got that many people meditating, I want that thing to put down 3 landing gears and land in the sand next to me and get out and,
Exactly.
Just hanging out.
hey, we come in peace.
He goes
Yeah.
right over
And
my head.
I walk out the door. The moment I walk out the door, they're already there. I don't have to wait on them. And then it's kind of like the first year I was doing it, I would be out there till 11 to 12, 1 o'clock in the morning filming this stuff. And they were showing up at 1 o'clock in the morning. They were showing up at 12 o'clock. And then after a while, it was like I don't know, maybe they realized that I was kind of tired out there, maybe.
Hmm.
And then I can get away with it. I can go out there and stay till 10 o'clock. I'm good to go. And it's been that way for a long time now. If I stay past 10 or 11, won't hardly see anything at all. Nothing. They've already done their thing in an hour and a half, and they're gone. And I'm back in the house watching TV, downloading videos, whatever. So at least they're nice about it.
Hmm. That's what I was asking you about with like keeping track with a watch and everything when that happens. Because I mean, the real question I'm wanting to ask is, do you think that maybe at some point they've freaking abducted you and put you back where you were?
No, I got an experience when I was a kid. If you remember the Pascagoula, Mississippi incident
Yeah.
back in 1973, you remember that?
Yeah.
Well, we lived in Memphis at the time, and I think I was about 5 or 6 years old. I wasn't very old, but I was terrified of the dark. I used to run into the bed, and I'd cover myself up with them covers, and I'd go to sleep. I didn't care if it was burning up in the house or not. I had to, you know, just didn't like the dark at all. And one night, I just sat down in the bed, hadn't even got the covers up yet, and I looked at the window next to me, and there was a little. It was just like was playing a cartoon projector on the window, and the window was literally right next to the bed. I mean, I could reach over and touch the bed. The bed was pushed all the way up into the wall, and the window's right there. And I ain't even laid down yet, and there's a little dang teddy bear cartoon going on right there, about 8 inches tall, and it just looked really clear. The clarity of it was just, it was something you just, back then I didn't know how to describe it. Nowadays, it was a laser hologram. That was exactly what it was. And I looked at that and I was thinking, what in the hell is a cartoon bear doing on my window like that? So I look over at it, and the next thing I know, there's somebody sitting on the foot of the bed, wearing white. Could have been Jesus for all I know. All I know, they had a white robe. It was a man. And I was like a little bit taken back by that, but then the curiosity of that teddy bear, I looked back at the teddy bear again, and teddy bear was gone, and I looked, and the guy was gone too. So the next morning was when they had that abduction, was all over the news. And I remember the TV reporter asking one of those guys if they'd been drinking, and the guy looked at the reporter and said, "No, ma'am, we ain't been drinking, but we had a few drinks after that."
Yeah.
And I remember that was all over the news at the time, and there was UFO sightings. The police were chasing after them in Memphis and Mississippi too. You know, Memphis is just right across the river, same area. And you know, I never did. I remember that for years and years and years. Still remember it like it was yesterday. But I never really thought about it. You know what I mean? Think about the experience that I had back then because I was so young. But I knew it happened, and I knew it was real, and it wasn't some imaginary thing. But the thing that I missed was it was about the same time frame as I started getting these migraine headaches. And they were so horrific, I couldn't pay attention in school. I just was just horrible. And I get these headaches, and it would hurt so bad I would throw up. I'd go lay in the bedroom. Mom would close the curtains down where no light could get in, and I would go into just about a coma for about 3 hours. And I'd wake up. My head didn't hurt anymore, but man, I could eat out the whole kitchen. If it was sweets or anything in the kitchen, I could eat the whole refrigerator, literally. And that went on until I was probably about 16 years old. And I just never put two and two together. And I know that, hell, I had to take remedial math and all that stuff in high school because I really couldn't add, subtract, or multiply. When I was a sophomore, I couldn't do it. And all of a sudden, I got brains and remembered everything. Now, I can't explain that. I mean, I'm still the same way. I remember just about everything. And I became a aircraft mechanic in the Air Force, and flying status, the whole 9 yards. And I was a crew chief. Great job, best job in the Air Force, as far as I'm concerned. You could get on the airplane and fly anywhere in the world. You didn't know where your plane was going to go. It could go to Australia next week, or be in England, or Germany. It was just all over the world, all over the United States. And here I am, 20-year-old kid, and I'm flying all over the world and getting paid for it. And I never did have any experiences with anything while I was in there. But when I moved down there, oh boy, yep, that's when I started really seeing stuff and paying attention to stuff. And actually, when I was younger, I found a landing spot where a saucer went down. It had crusted up the soil to where the soil, you know how they describe it, it turns the soil into where it won't absorb moisture.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing grew in a circle for 6 years, but you know, I found it by accident when I was deer hunting in Tennessee, and I never put two and two together what that was. And I looked at the dirt, and it was such a mystery why it didn't grow any plants. And now we own the property. The property at the time was it belonged to the bank. The bank got it back in a foreclosure, I guess, and we own it now. But it grows grass. But I think Dad finally got tired of looking at it and probably took the backhoe and scooped the dirt up and got some fresh dirt going on top of it where it would grow something, because it wouldn't grow anything. It was weird. I thought maybe a piece of equipment had dumped out the diesel fuel in the soil. Maybe that was why nothing would grow. And I was picking up the dirt and crumbling it around and smelling it, and that wasn't the case. It was just a mystery. But it was It was probably the size of a Honda Civic. Not very, very large,
Yeah.
but
No,
stuff like that you never put together until later on. At least I didn't. And
I know whenever I pay attention to a lot of that stuff. They've had cases where these saucers have landed, and whenever they take off, the stuff around it doesn't grow up. I remember there was a story of a farmer
yeah, yeah,
who had it happen to him, and then years later, I think his wife, after he had died, his wife and his son, I believe, came forward and told everybody about it. And then there was that case with the police officers where they had that police officer and his partner found that landing site out in the desert.
yeah,
I don't know if you remember hearing those two stories, but that's what that really brings to mind with me. So
yeah.
that's
There's several cases. They said, what was the guy that was cutting the trees down and stuff? Walton, was that his name?
yes,
Walton.
yes, that was him.
They said all the trees around that area started growing towards that spot where it landed at. It actually accelerated the growth of the trees.
Yeah,
And I thought that was very interesting. I know, if you take a section of the woods where grass has grown up and all these weeds and stuff, you set fire to it within just 2-3 weeks, it is green and lush and as far as you can see across there, and it's almost like it purifies the soil and the dirt and everything, and the plants just take off like gang fire. So kind of like that, I guess. But
yeah,
that place that I'm talking about, though, that was probably radioactive.
most
And
likely, most likely.
whatever it did, it had enough power to condense that soil into where it wouldn't absorb water. It was dry. I remember it being dry, and then I was like, well, hell, that's why it wouldn't grow any plants, because it was dry. You know.
I tell everybody all the time, don't really try to guess what their power sources are. You know what I mean? Because like you stop and think about it. If these beings are supposed to be so far advanced, they could be using water to freaking fuel their ships to travel. You know what I mean? We don't know. I mean,
Well, there's a steel column over in India, I think it is. There's a big steel pole, kind of ornate. It's been sitting there for thousands of years. It ain't rusted yet, and it's iron.
mm-hmm.
I would have to guess that's the center of a Vermont right there. It's just nobody realizes what the hell it is. And if you get to looking at all their writings and their documents, and they were all talking about flying machines. They go into detail how they worked,
Yep.
and that piece of iron pole in the middle of that ship, that's part of the way they work. And when they start uncovering the mercury, like they uncovered just vast amounts of mercury underneath some of the temples down in Mexico. They discovered the pools of mercury in Egypt. All over the world, anywhere you got a pyramid at, there's a big, vast amount of mercury in it.
Yep.
And even at the end of World War II, the German ships that they captured, they were hauling mercury to South America.
Yep.
The South Pole. Now, what the hell are they doing with all that mercury for? I mean, how many thermometers you need to make? What are you doing with it? I mean, it's toxic. You're not going to drink it. You ain't playing with it. So it's got to be a reason to have that. And I've gave a lot of that stuff a lot of thought. And now you find out we've got Murder Incorporated killing everybody that comes up with a free energy machine. And now you find out that, hell, there's people that invented the size of a shoebox would power your house and the whole subdivision. The more you ask out of it, the more it gives you. And no moving parts. It's just pulling the energy out of the ether. And I think that's a lot of the way that these flying craft operate. I don't think they really got a fuel on anything. I don't think they got to grab water. I don't think they got to grab any of that stuff. Now, they might need some water if they're trying to mine something on the moon or mine something on the planet Mars, or hey, we're going to go take a big, trip over here. We need some water. Yeah, I can see them filling up their ship, tank or whatever. You got to have water to flush the toilet.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I never heard anybody talk about aliens where they go to the bathroom or anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, they
yeah.
don't do that about Star Trek either. I mean, nobody
They
knows.
take a pill. They just take a pill. It's like,
Yeah.
well, there goes that stomach ache.
Yeah.
Or maybe they just get in front of a little machine that beams it out of them. I don't know.
Now that you bring up World War II, it makes me think of the Foo Fighters that were spotted during air combat. Especially with
Yep.
you talking about orbs and everything. That's exactly how they described it too. There were orbs.
Yeah, yeah. There's actual pictures in the newspaper of all those things, and they report them to be the size of a basketball, all the way up to larger. And thinking about the description of them, it matches a lot what I mess with out here in the yard all the time. And I'll send you this link to this video real quick. And this is the first time I discovered them. I didn't know they were there. I had no idea they were there. I was done recording for the night.
Get in
I'll
there.
give you a link to it real quick. But this is my first encounter, my first video with these things. And there was two of them with a mark on the front of them. These are about, after I got a chance to measure them, they're about 2 foot in diameter is how big they are. Perfectly still, just sitting there. I don't believe I sent you this one yet. Did you see the one with the rod on it yet?
Yeah, I did that one a second ago. I showed it on the stream.
Yeah, that rod came out real clear. It's got two windings, one winding in the front, one winding in the back.
Yeah.
It wasn't going that fast. I slowed it down to 20% speed anyway, but still for a rod, you know how fast those things go.
Yeah.
I thought that was kind of neat because it was probably about 20 feet away when it came over in front of me, and I seen it go by, and I said, "Wow, that's a rod."
Now I
And
know.
I see them all the time. I just don't bother, posting them.
Now I know the story I told you about. I mean, it actually made it to local news, and I mean, if you know anything about all this stuff, which you do, I mean, that's a big deal. And
Yeah. Yep.
if you can make it on local news, that means it caught somebody's attention. So I mean, I thought that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, seen the guy. The guy showed up, and he was doing some wildlife photography, and he was using a high-speed camera trying to catch the birds flying across the jungle. And the guy starts running the film, and he's got these objects in there with wings on them. I mean, literally looked like they had wings, like a bow and arrow or something, swirled around the thing. And the more he looked, the worse it got. And then they set up specifically to capture those things, and then they were trying to explain them away. And another scientist comes on there and says, "That's a species of dragonfly." I'm like, well, if that dragonfly flew that fast, his damn wings would burn off. There ain't no way that's a dragonfly.
Yeah.
Because dragonflies are fast, but they're not that fast. And but yeah, it's kind of like these orbs. Did you get the link yet?
Yeah, I'm
Always
showing it
look.
now.
Yeah, this thing, I didn't know they were there, and they were sitting right there, and no telling how long they've been sitting there. Now, the thing about these two orbs is, in the 3 years that I've been video recording, I've never had another orb do this since. So that's the first time I discovered them. And I guess that one orb didn't know what the hell to do. It's probably like, man, that dude could see it. I hit it with a laser beam. I did everything to it. I did everything to throw a football at it.
Mm-hmm.
And I could see through both of them. They're translucent.
Yeah,
And
you can clearly see right through them even on the video.
Yep. If it was a piece of dust or a bug or whatever, the laser would have lit it up.
Mm-hmm.
It would have reflected on the laser. It would have been a green, the green laser would have done it. And I did a test with them. I took the burning laser out in the yard, and it's real strong. It'll burn the wings off a fly really quick. Now, I didn't turn it on. I just set it next to me. And there wasn't no orbs.
That's right.
I did that several nights in a row, and I said, wow, you guys really know what this is. And As soon as you put it away, there they are. They're right there back in the yard again.
Always look.
I know one thing. Once John gets on and starts seeing this video, you're gonna get him fired up. He used to love getting video footage like this. He would just sit for hours and hours editing and make it to where it would look nice
Yep.
and stuff.
Yep.
Like,
Mine, I'm kind of crude with mine. I just put it up there. I make a point not to modify anything, you know?
yeah,
I change the speed to where people can actually see it, because some of the videos, I
Put
mean, you
this
got to
under your
face it,
tongue
it
to
happens
rise
so
up.
fast, you really can't tell what that is. But when you slow it down, then you realize, hell, that thing just did a turn. It's got a top on it.
hmm
So,
I know with John, he had the same kind of thought with it, on
yep.
because he didn't want to modify everything. He wanted it to stay as original as
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
it
That's
could.
what you want. Yeah.
And like I said, before the stream started, whenever he did that, everybody kept saying, "Well, you need to put something on it," and he wanted to do it, but everybody on the channel had an issue with that, because they feel the same way, but like talk on it at least, have a conversation. And
Yep.
what they ended up doing is they told him the fair use thing didn't apply because he didn't alter it in some way.
Yeah. Well, we had a guest here at the house he was here right at 5 months, and you've seen him if you watch the Discovery Channel or History Channel or any of that stuff, and the UFO especially.
Mm-hmm.
He was on, I think the last programs that I seen him on was Lost in Alaska or something like that, Alaskan UFO file. I forget what the name of it was, but he was on that, and he got down here because where he was at was just with the COVID-19 and stuff. A lot of people in the Hollywood and a lot of those shows just quit. They quit filming because of COVID-19. Well, he wasn't doing anything better, so I got him down there. He probably had I don't know how many $1,000s worth of equipment. He had the biggest Celestron I've ever seen, personally. I've been up close to. He had the high definition one with the full spectrum $6,000 camera, Nikon on the end of it, hooked to a Starlink on the end of the telescope, and it was filtered down. So he'd been capturing objects for 21 years. So he was well, rehearsed in, what this object was, what this object did. And second day he was here, that first video with that large UFO was over the house. And I just assumed he was helping me film. I didn't know he ran back to the house and locked himself in. He was terrified the second day he was here. And we were thinking, well, maybe he thought I was kidding over UFOs in the yard.
Yeah. That's why I tell everybody, just because you see them on TV and they're all brave and everything, going into the haunted houses and stuff like that, don't fall for that stuff. You know what I mean? Because you get them into the real world and all of a sudden they get scared.
Well, the question I asked him was funny. He's got over 3,000 videos up on YouTube because he's been doing a lot longer than I have. And anyway, I asked him one afternoon, I said, hey, how many UFOs did you got that are turning? And he kind of thought about it and he said, none. And I'm like, well, you're about to get some now because they all turn here, which was true. They all turn. They all make a turn or they'll go back out of the atmosphere and they do all kinds of stuff. And I thought that was really weird that in all them years he never caught one that was making a turn. And I catch them turning all the time. And some of the turning ones, if they're not spectacular, I don't even put them up. I just leave it alone. Because you can see, you follow it across the sky, well, you can't tell that really it's turning. You just got to kind of take my word for it that it was headed to the east. Well, now it's going to the south. And if you know where the stars are, you can see it making a turn, graduated turn. But yeah, that was kind of interesting. So Yeah,
with Bob Dub, I have been doing the show about duality and everything, and we actually started talking about like nature, and like it's weird that this popped up, but I did bring it up to her because she's not really into UFOs and everything, you know. But we were discussing bees and the way bees fly. And the weird part is because of their wings, they're able to make turns like
yeah,
UFOs do. And
yeah.
like with trajectory, we don't have any kind of ships that are able to make the same turns that these UFOs have been reported to make, you know. And I thought that was interesting that bees can do the same thing, but there aren't too many other things that can naturally do that, you know.
Yep, yep.
So whenever I hear people talking about that now, it always makes me think of those bees and how they fly, because those are actually a mystery when it comes to nature too. So
Well, I'm gonna show you a video here. I'm gonna send you a link to it, and this is from this is 2 days old, and this is a prime example of what the orbs do. They change their markings and stuff. There's always something different, and it's just every week I see something different, and I've got to sit down and make a compilation of the orbs. I really do. But this one showed up with a symbol on it, and matter of fact, if you look at it, it almost looks like a dang eyeball. But you see the marks on the one I just sent you, right? Yeah, I'm talking about the other video I just sent you before this. They lasted they lasted about 2 weeks. They all had that mark on them, and then all of a sudden that mark went away and turned into something else. And this is another example of they changed the mark again. I'm like, man, it's hard to keep up. But this is from 2 days ago. So the thumbnail on it, you
Big
can see
orb
the
with a
mark,
mark
and
on it,
it's
right?
almost like an arrow or something. But
Oh, he's really
if you look
close.
at it one way, it almost
Can't
looks
keep
like
up
the
with it.
Masonic symbol.
Another one with a dark spot on it right there. So
Yeah,
fella,
he's kind of slow. I'll show you some fast ones. This one in particular, I have to show you the one where it hits my
just
truck.
hanging out.
That video is kind of
He goes
traumatic
right over my
looking
head.
at it, but
Oh, where you went,
I
buddy?
mean, it really
He's
hits the
past
truck
me.
really hard.
He's behind me.
It's not playing around at all. Yeah, that one's slow. Yeah, see if I can find you the original Tinkerbell one. Oh yeah, I made a compilation for that little thing. That thing is crazy. Yep, yep. Yeah, I did a video. I heard Elon Musk talking about because he got put on the spot in two of his interviews asking about aliens, and he says I don't know anything about aliens, don't know anything about UFOs, and I was like, I got about 3 videos of UFOs doing maneuvers right in front of his train. He's got to know about them. Yep. Anyway, the other trick that the orbs learned was probably from the way I was thinking at the time. I mean, I kind of take offense to these people in armchair, and they're all an armchair expert, and they don't know anything. They don't have any videos of their own. And if you're sitting out there for 3 years filming this stuff religiously, y'all know what the hell you're looking at. So the orb started doing this, and this is recent. This is within a week or two, something like that. But they started blinking and flashing at me, and you can't get a flashing bug because at the time of the year there's no lightning bugs down here, and even if it did, it wouldn't look like that. So I sent you the link to that one real quick. But this is what this is what they started doing. I'll go down there and see if I can find the compilation for Tinkerbell. Yep.
Another blinker. Another one blinking. Well, y'all brought friends, huh? Jeez.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. So anyway, in 2012, there was about 30 something witnesses on this UFO, and the guy pulled out a telescope in the daylight and actually captured a close up of this UFO I'm going to send you here. Well, I captured it not too long ago, and it was two cigars put together, and you'll see it. And it's pretty clear. I slowed it down in the end of the video too, but I sent you that since I just ran across it without having to go back and search for it. But it looks exactly like that one, except the guy in daytime, he's got a lot more detail than I do, but I've got it maneuvering coming in, going underneath the clouds. So, yep. Apparently, it was attracted to my little pointer because it was so cloudy. Nobody in the right mind trying to film a UFO is going to go out there with the clouds like that. And I go out there and I had pretty good luck. If there's a pothole up there that's clear, I can get a flyby every time. Yeah, it's not that long. I just keep them. I keep them short. People tend to watch the whole video if it's only 25 seconds long, but you make that thing 3 minutes, they won't watch 10 seconds of it and they hang up on it. Yeah. Yep. 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 I got some really good followers that they have a lot of really smart, intelligent questions to ask, and it's nice to see their take on it because it's not. I'm not stuck in one way of looking at these objects. It's not just me; it's other people looking at it the same way, and it makes you feel better, like you're not totally losing your mind. There's Tinkerbell there. Yeah.
I told him like if you want to, you can come on the show, you know, and just say what's on your mind and stuff. So, because you know, there's actually other people that do have those kind of theories too. That like they believe that it's actually demons and stuff like that. You know.
Yep.
There's another one right
Well,
here.
it very well could be some of them, but you put
That's
me in a
cool.
haunted house somewhere that's bad,
Mm-hmm.
man, the hair stands up on the back of
Going
my
up
head, and I
and
won't.
going down.
I
And
don't
the
function very
Tinkerbell
well.
shows up.
Yeah.
I've been on the ghost hunts.
There it is. That
You know, I
is the
don't practice a
Tinkerbell.
bunch of that stuff.
Right.
Don't
Took
go
it
around
long
trying
enough
to
to
call
get
it
here.
on myself or in the house. Hey, please give us a sign. You know, that kind of crap.
Yeah.
About that time, your head spins on backwards, and you know your daughter might come out of the bedroom. You know,
That's you,
puking pea soup
Tinkerbell.
or something.
There
You
it
don't
is.
know.
Yeah.
That's the Tinkerbell.
Try to
right
steer
there.
away from that stuff. But
Just showed up.
I mean, it's just. I mean, people like have a idea though
Well,
that
it's
like you're
visible
not going
without
to be
there
open
it
to
goes. It's so
their,
damn
their
fast.
ideas about it. I mean, I'm open to everybody's opinions when it comes
Yep.
to it. You know, I mean,
Yep.
I just this is actually the kind of stuff that I started out with when I got curious about it. Because John, he would post sightings of UFOs and aliens and stuff, and that's how I actually got curious about editing videos too.
Yep.
You know, because
I can't.
I started a Facebook group a long time ago. I can't even remember how long, but before I started doing videos. I would share other people's UFO sightings and stories and ghost stories and all that. And it just started from there. And John was one of the first.
Well, it was different. Oh,
That is nice. You got a really good shot there.
Yeah, and I had this orb about a month ago that showed up that had a square. It was like if the orb was a head, where the square indentation would be right where his mouth was at.
Yeah.
And it was just weird to have a square there in the front of an orb looking at you.
That one, it looks like the laser was hard. It was hard for you to keep up with it.
that was
Yeah.
cool.
Yep. Anyway, I'm gonna send you all three of the large spear compilations, so you got them.
Well,
You can play those real quick. There's the third one right here. The last one's actually the first one I made, so.
Okay. Let me make sure I got everything set up there, because I know. No, I have to. Yeah, there we go. I will start the first one. Yeah, no, that one's
look at the
just
big
clear as
flash.
day, and it
That's
gets
just
bigger.
too cool.
Yeah. They get really close to me.
And it zoomed out. Oh wow.
All right.
Yeah, I probably got some radiation off of them. What do you think?
There's a very bright one.
Wow.
Straight out of the Gulf. And it's almost directly overhead.
Yeah, I weren't kidding when I said I got
It's extremely
really
bright.
close ones.
You do not need night vision to see it.
Oh wow, there's two of them right there.
And it just flashed me back.
And that was that flashing that you was talking about. It flashed you back.
Yep.
Outside of the south.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
They always interacted with me no matter what.
that's a showing I have right there, folks.
And then the other thing I started noticing after doing it so long was the objects that were sitting static up in
That's
outer
gonna
space,
cloak
that
out.
they're enormous. They got to be a few miles
See you later,
long.
little buddy.
They light up all of a sudden, the complete
pretty
thing
cool.
for a tenth of a second,
Here's an
long enough
object
for
that
me to see it, notice it,
Literally
and
came
video
straight
it.
up.
And some
This
of them,
is
when I
where the
zoomed it
five
in, you
objects
can
were
see a
last
lot
time
of
at the
structural
same time.
detail on these things.
Look at that.
And the one
That's
guy has a
pretty cool.
channel. he monitors the the sun UFOs and the sun videos and
There's
stuff.
another one tonight that's even.
I've got a
bigger than
triangle on here, or not a triangle, a boomerang. It's got to be.
It's humongous.
The guy said, I think in his video, he estimated to be 10 miles long. I don't know how big it is. I've got it sitting still. He's got it flying over the edge of the sun.
There's two. One right up underneath it.
It's the same object. The
It's
same
past each
boomerang
other.
looking
This
thing.
one was like
And I captured it.
stupid
It's
crazy
just sitting
low.
up there. It lit up
It's that
half
big.
a second, and there it is. And then it didn't go anywhere. It's still sitting there. And I'll see 5 or 6 of these things. All of my videos are riddled with them. And in the beginning, when I first started
Right
filming
over
them,
city,
recording for over a year, I didn't
At
even
least
take any
they're,
notice of that. I
close
said,
to it.
well, that's kind of weird. They look like
Hell, he
lightning
might land
bolts in
out there.
space
Look,
or something.
look how big he
Because
is
it
now.
light
Look
up,
at that.
and then it was
Look at
gone. And
You see how big he
you
got?
know, looking at it with my eyeball and through the night vision, that was what it looked like. It looked like some kind of static spark or something. Then I realized
He's gonna
it's an
fire away.
object illuminating itself way up there.
Oh yeah.
So if you zoom it in and you take a screenshot of it and you slow it
That's
down
like
right when it
south.
illuminates, you can see it just real clear.
Well,
Well, even with this one, it was far
that's a
out,
show
like
and
you
a half
said,
right
and then
there,
it came in
folks.
close to you, and then it freaking lit up.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Yep.
cool. So I mean, it intentionally
Now
came
it's gonna
in
cloak
closer
out.
to you, and then
See you later, little buddy.
that's pretty good.
Here's a very bright
Yeah, it
one.
ain't too bad for amateur, I guess.
Yeah.
Straight
Well, it's
out
like
of
you
the
said though,
Gulf.
it's like they seem to be targeting you.
It is almost
Yeah,
directly
yeah,
over.
they definitely want me to
It's
video them for whatever
extremely
reason.
You do not need night vision to
Well,
see it.
it comes down to aliens want
And
to
it
be,
just
you know,
flashed
movie
me back.
stars too.
Problem is,
See
I ain't
you
got no
later,
followers.
little
Well, Bob Dub's cat's kind of like that too. Like she does her streams, and that cat will
Alright.
come in there and lay it up on top of his perch,
Thank you.
right next to her. And like if he's late, he'll come in there and
Alright.
freaking sit up on top of her
Thank
table
you.
and like he's apologizing to her.
Yeah, they
Look at
do
the big
that.
flash. That's just too cool.
Yeah, this is nice right here. This is a good compilation you put together right here. I mean, they're clear as
Well, that's a big
well, as
flash.
clear as night, I guess you could say. Instead
Thank
of
you
day.
there,
Yeah.
partner.
The night vision I got it's
And it is turning
1040p, I
to the
think,
south.
the pixel. So my pixel is really good, and then the
Straight
refresh
down
rate
the
on
East
it
Coast.
it's fast also. And I was so paranoid, I said, you know, if this thing breaks, I'm gonna cry. I'm literally gonna cry. I better buy a backup. So I bought the newer one
Look at the big flash.
with all these
That's just
gizmos
too
and
cool.
buttons on it, and the refresh rate is half the speed of this one. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So I'm still using the
This
same
is
original
of the
one after
biggest
3
ones
years.
yet. It just came out of the West
good.
Coast. It's very big and very
All
bright.
right, I found
Doesn't appear to be
the
all that far
I found the
up
one
in
that
the sky.
strikes the truck. I gave up looking for it on YouTube, so I had to go over to Twitter to find it. I'm like, really?
The energy coming off this thing.
It's there. It's on YouTube, but the problem is
It's
finding it. I
crazy
got so many
nowadays.
videos.
Mm-hmm.
This thing flashes me. I'll probably
Oh.
get a damn sunburn.
Here you go. I gave you a link to it.
Okay.
This is the one where
It's-
Tinkerbell hits my
It's
truck.
changing direction.
That's the one we gotta
It's
see.
heading to the north now.
But that's the one we gotta see. Let me switch it over to you on Skype real quick, and then I'll
That's just crazy.
put that one on.
Yeah, you can hear it. You can hear it hit the truck. That's a funny part about it. Not too many people have a video like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And people couldn't believe it. They were like, "Oh man, you set that up. You faked that. You know that you must have did something to do that." And I'm like, "Dude, I'm just sitting in the same spot recording the orbs."
Yeah.
And then some people went, "Well, if you didn't use that laser beam, they could have seen where they were going." I'm like, "Dude, I wasn't using a laser beam. He just hit the truck, you know."
Mhm.
And my pointer, my little laser I use is so weak, you know, you just can't. Well, it's just not strong at all. It's like something you see in a classroom. But the night vision makes it look like it's some big industrial laser or something because it shows up.
Mhm.
but it's not. But I've got one that shows up like a lightsaber, but I never use it. I never pull it out. I don't have to. They're playing in the yard, so why would I have to need that?
It hit right at the beginning of the video, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I slowed it down, and then I did it normal speed, and it's pretty traumatic how hard that thing actually hits.
Like I heard it right as soon as the video started. I heard it, and that was
Yeah,
in regular.
yeah. Jack over at Cosmic Road, I sent it to him so he could take a look at it. And dang, he made a whole show about it on a Sunday. I was like, wow, Jack.
Yeah, that was.
Every time it hit the truck, he go, damn, damn.
That's pretty profound, actually. Like, you've actually got a sound to go with it.
Yeah, yeah. Because man, it shook the whole truck, and it really never crossed my mind that, how the hell did something shake the truck? My tires on that military truck they're almost 4 foot tall. That's how big the truck is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a humongous truck, big old Caterpillar diesel engine in it, and I bought the thing just to have it. It didn't run, and just song and a dance, and well, we got that thing going. I drove it home, and it's been sitting in the same spot ever since. And I use it for recording off of. Like I say, it's probably saved me $200 in bug spray so far.
Well,
And definitely a lot of bites. And I don't want none of that Bill Gates virus.
yeah. Now, if you want, man, would you be willing to come back again and do another episode with me? We've come to about an hour and
Oh, yeah.
22
Yeah.
minutes and stuff. No.
Yeah, we're good.
Because this is really good stuff, and like I said, I really think that people in the wild would love to see this stuff. I mean, you've come to probably one of the best platforms to do these videos on, to be honest. And
Yeah, yeah.
that's the thing that really annoys me, is because, like I said, I had to actually delete the ones we had, and I would love to have you come back, and like I said,
Now
anytime.
you got a bunch. You got a bunch you can use now, so feel free to use any of them that you need at any time. So
That's good to know. And I still want to have you come on to WoW Talk with me and do this
Yeah.
stuff. So, I mean,
Yeah.
we usually do shows on Thursday. If I don't have somebody to live stream, I'll do recordings. So
Yeah.
I'll edit this up to like 15 minutes, and I'll post like 15 minutes of this again at a time,
Yep.
so that people will get more views on it. So, before we head out, would you be willing to tell everybody how to get in touch with you? I didn't mention anything about your YouTube channel or anything, because I figured it'd be good for you to do it. So.
Yeah, you can find me Florida Real UFO, or you can find me under John Bell on X, or if you don't remember all that stuff and you're not that technical, if you just Google me, John Bell UFO, you'll see all my links will show up in a big, nice picture of my dog and me. So at least I'm Google worthy.
Yeah. Now your YouTube channel is named Florida.
Florida Real UFO.
Yeah, there you go. I have to keep this on widescreen so that I can, because I do it in window mode, and if I get off of here, it'll make the OBS go black. So.
But yeah, anything to help you guys out, just let me know.
Yeah.
And I think you added me on YouTube this morning, right?
Yes, I have added you on YouTube. I added you on Skype, and if you want, I don't know if you're on Discord or not, but if you are on
No,
there,
not on Discord, but I'm on the X. So if you could get me on X, would be great too.
yeah, I actually have your videos from X on here, so all I have to do is
Yep.
freaking follow you. And now, are you on Minds.com?
No,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just I'm on Skype for the radio show every Wednesday. I'm on there, and I don't know. They're just kind of funny sometimes. It's like last week I had a bunch of announcements, different UFOs and stuff like that. I do almost like a weather report for UFOs, and people listen to it. I mean, they actually listen to it. And anyway, I didn't even get a chance to even say anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a show the week before last. And then last night, I showed up and I was like, well, hell, everybody's here now.
Yeah.
And I forgot the microphone was on. I was like, shit, they didn't need me. And the guy kept calling me over and over on Skype. And I'm like, dude, why would you keep calling me? And the only time I do, they usually they let me talk just before the show is ended.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll have just a few seconds or something. But, other times they give me half the damn show when there's nobody shows up.
Yeah.
Sometimes Nancy won't show up. Sometimes Dee won't show up. And Mark is there. Mark can't do the show by himself.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So,
I'll tell you what. All you got to do is tell me you want to come on, and I'll put you on the show. Okay? I mean, because that's what I'm saying. This
Yep.
is the kind of content that this channel actually started out with UFO sightings and with paranormal sightings. More paranormal than UFOs, I'll be honest. But
the radio show is turned into a political same crap, man. It makes me depressed when I listen to all them. And I've got plenty of input on it, but it runs my damn blood pressure up.
yeah. We try to stay away from it on WoW, and like with the conspiracy theories and everything, we'll keep that down because John he's always been adamant about not getting caught up in all that. It's bad
Yep.
enough that YouTube's on
Yep.
our butt because of the videos, but then you go and you throw conspiracy theories up in there too, and it's just
Yep.
as hard, So
Well, I can do all kinds of subjects from the ghost hunt to all that stuff. I've got experiences with the spiritual stuff, and I just don't roll that way. I don't sit there and seance and Ouija boards and all that stuff. Walk around the house with a meter in my hand. I've been on ghost hunts with Nancy, and Nancy was in the original Ghost Hunter. She was part of that team, and that's where she comes from.
yeah, you was telling me
And
that last night.
she's got talent. She's the only one that we went up to a prison from the 1800s, and we did a tour in there, and shit, that place. I mean, they got the original cells, everything in there. No air conditioner. You can imagine how hot the damn place is. It's in South Georgia, and I walked in the door, and I try not to tune anything like that. To tune in with it. I don't want any shit follow me around.
Oh, it's like the
But I walk in the door, I know where it's at. I know what happened, so to speak. And then I was everybody ignored me. And then by the time it was all over with, they didn't see anything, didn't find anything. I was the only one that filmed anything, and I filmed 2 UFO orbs out in the yard. And that was it. I was the only one that had any footage of anything. And I told Nancy, I said, I keep waiting on seeing a black demon standing behind you, but I just couldn't capture him. I was trying. So I figured that would get her going if I captured the image of something. I took FLIR, I took everything up there.
Well, it was great having you and everything. So I will we'll call it quits right here, and I will send you a copy of this if you want me to. It's up to you.
You don't have to. You could edit that part out about Nancy and stuff, though.
Okay. Well, it's live stream, so there's no editing. So she's done heard you. So I really appreciate you being here, man, and we'll talk next time, okay?
All right, sounds good now. I appreciate it.
You have a good one, man.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right, that's done on there, and well, let me double check because I have to stop YouTube. Yeah, there we go. It's weird how it is because at one time I've got it set up on my OBS where I can stream on multiple platforms, but OBS would always stop when the rest of them did. Now I have to go in and stop it manually, so
Yep.
it never did that before, which was weird for me.
Yeah, that Dave Campanelli last night. He's going to be on your show Saturday,
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
and we got into it live on the air, and you know, Mark wouldn't hit the button to mute it or anything. He just let it go out, and I was like, "F you, F this, F that," because he was doing the same thing to me, and he insulted me on the air, right on the air, and told me he was sick of my videos, and it was all out of focus, and it was a bunch of horse shit. And I mean, it just came out of the middle of nowhere, man. I just let him have it.
Yeah.
And I told Nancy, I said, I don't feel like coming back.
Well, I think it's in the air too, because like I have a guy that's on a show that I do about tech talk, and
Yep.
he's a real nerdish guy, you know, and he ended up having an argument with Bill Ottman from Mines on their Canary thing.
Oh man.
Got into a straight up nerd fight, and I've never. and it was like I told Mark last night. I love freaking nerd fights. You know what I mean? They're like one step. The only thing better than them is like girl fights. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And freaking. So, you there?
Oh, if I could have reached through the microphone and grabbed Dave around the neck, I'd have had him. That would have been it.
No, you wanted to go to the East Coast to beat his ass.
Yeah, I didn't know that he lived in Florida. I'd been in the truck on the way. I was fired up too, boy, and I think Nancy kicked him off for a while, and I was kind of surprised they let him come back. But he's never done video. He's only done pictures, still shots.
Yeah.
And the still shots that I looked at could have been faked. I mean, literally, they could have been faked. I mean, it looked like some of that.
Now.
Hi, this is Summer Todd's Mystery Show tonight. We have a guest joining us, and I'll let him introduce himself.
I'm Mark, and I'm with Dragus Productions. Well, I am Dragus Productions, and I have lots of different shows, and I've been doing radio and streaming. Well, radio for going on 18 years now, and streaming video probably about 5. So doing the radio shows over on multiple platforms, and same with radio stations. We go out to internet stations, and we also go out to some terrestrial stations as well through them. So yeah, I've been doing radio for quite a while. Got a little bit about my history. All right, when I started out, I started out on a station called Para X, if anybody's heard of that. And the first show that I ever done there was called Paranormal Parodies, which was a show about making fun of paranormal creatures with classic creatures, where Bigfoot has an addiction to hot dogs, and the dog man, comes over the Mexican border to Canada to, supply him with his needs.
Oh.
Yeah, and things like that. They just skip the whole, United States and just go from Mexico straight into Canada. So, because, paranormal creatures can do stuff like that, all right? Later on,
Or did you ever hear of that one, Slenderman? Did he do
Slenderman? Oh, yeah, we've done topics about that on many of my shows. Well, I don't really do shows anymore. I have other people do shows for me.
Wow. Okay.
So, I really hate hosting, but I hosted a show called Cafe Enigma for 10 years, which was my longest running and most successful show. And it was a history show that would take a clip from In Search of or Cosmos, and then a couple of one of the folks that's here in with us tonight, David Campione, was a part of that. The original show. Yeah. He came in probably about halfway through it, and seen it to the end, and he's on the new the new show called the All New Cafe Enigma, where I'm no longer the host.
Oh, okay.
And neither am I.
No, but you're still a panelist, just like you were back then. And and you still hold the same values and information, as well as conversations that are different from some of the others, because you come from the UFO side. But I've done all sorts of different shows. I've hosted shows about psychics. My first psychic show was called Quantum Alliance, and that was on
Cool.
Parax. And then that lasted for probably about 6 months until I'm like, I had enough of psychics, and
It can get old fast.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, there was too much infighting amongst them too at the time, and also I was getting ready to change stations.
Oh, okay.
So and I went from that station to another station called Sepia. I worked for Sepia Radio, and I was the manager of that station for probably a good 3, maybe 4 years, something like that. And yeah,
Okay.
as well as hosted and did shows on there like Cafe Enigma. We had Christine Corda did Kiss Me, I'm Psychic. And I had Ghost Chat Radio I produced for the late Jason Stanton.
Cool.
And, yeah, so I've done a lot of different things, but I've tried to keep away from the paranormal stuff, because once you start with paranormal, if you're in radio or hosting it, it's hard to get unbranded from that. So,
Right.
and I've always done variety of radio shows, and don't do one thing. And I used to get I got so upset with it for a while. I actually stopped doing anything that had to do with paranormal, even producing it.
Well, yeah, I know there's a lot of people that don't believe in it. There's a lot of fighting. Like I noticed on the Facebook and stuff, if you get into a group, how toxic the groups can be, and gets away from the subject matter.
It becomes a totally different conversation.
Yeah.
Like you have skeptics that start fighting with people who believe in it, and then you have people who believe in it fighting among each other about stuff, and
right.
It becomes a clusterfuck.
Well, yeah. Well, on top of that, I mean, it's no different between the different other sides of paranormal. You got UFOs, cryptozoology, conspiracy. All right.
That's another
a lot of people don't think conspiracy is part of paranormal, but it really is, because
I think
there's
it is.
everything is being suppressed, or smoke and mirrors for this, that, or the other, or my idea or my belief is the only one,
Right.
Yeah.
So, and you have that with,
it's like that in music too.
like David and John, they're both UFO guys, but they have really different views about UFOs, so, but that's okay. I bring in, the shows that I have bring folks like that together, so we can find like a common ground.
Yeah.
Right. So in doing some of your shows, what's some of the most interesting things that you can think of, or maybe because I like paranormal, what's some of the scariest, or maybe something paranormal, I suppose,
Well,
that you can think of?
I would say the scariest thing that we have is my host Nancy Planetta, because when we work together, all right, we're like we really mesh great together. But she is very psychic, all right, and has tons of energy. But if we didn't know each other and work with each other, we would never be able to get on air, because she blows out light bulbs and knocks us off the internet.
Oh, that's really.
Oh yeah. It's and we can always say, oh yeah, that was Gary from NSA, but we really know that it was Nancy.
So she's a slider. Because I had a show, one of my shows. I don't know if you saw it, but it was about sliders and talking about my daughter and how she would do things like that.
Yeah.
And she had psychic dreams and stuff.
Yep.
That's
And
not,
and Nancy, she has premonitions, and I think everybody has some. We all have abilities. All right.
yeah.
It's how we use them and how we develop them. I know how to remote view. Before I even got into all this, I got into what's called geomancy. All right. Yeah, I don't know if you knew what geomancy is, but geomancy
No.
is dowsing, really, when it comes down to it, finding sacred and secular space.
Oh, okay.
All right. And because there's two different types of geomancy. But if you can do both, you're doing really good. And I can do a little bit of both. And I can use all the tools or none of the tools to make it work.
I'd be interested in learning how to remote view myself. So I mean, if
there's books on it. Look up anything from the government, because the government will teach you how to do it. From their psychic program, and that's kind of how I got into it. But even though I knew from little up, I was taught how to find water with a stick. Grandfather taught me that. So
Yeah.
and I'm originally from southwestern Pennsylvania, and the Amish and the Mennonite in those areas, they still do that, and it's they call it the witching stick, but it's not a bad thing,
Yeah.
Go figure,
Right. Well, and people that are sliders or have psychic dreams and stuff, they wouldn't tell people because they were branded as witches. So
sure.
Still are today.
Yep. Depends on where you're at,
a lot of progression,
group you're in. Yep.
So yeah.
But don't worry. Once Elon puts those chips in our head, we will never have that again.
Well, that was something I had discussed on one of my shows too. Was just last week was the thumbprint that so many credit cards and things are trying to get you to do when you go online to pay their bills, and voice recognition. And how are they going to use that? Doesn't seem like there's much protection.
No, it's going to be like Gattaca. You go in there and you push your thumb down on there, and they take a blood sample, and they know exactly.
Yeah.
From the nanobites that they've had in your system ever since you took the jab. I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to say that.
What's really funny is like if your bank does something and you have to sign like 10 or 12 papers, but I'm supposed to go into a website with a corporation or company and pay my bill and just give them my fingerprint or give them my voice, which is very individual. So when we were talking about AIs, I mean, there's nothing that protects you. You're not signing anything. They don't give anything to sign that says, oh, we're not going to use this in an AI, or we're not going to use your thumbprint somewhere.
Or do they? But you just don't read the fine print.
Well, they don't. No, well, it might be, but I'm sure it's not protecting you.
Oh no, it's that they don't care about protecting you. You know that. Right. I've been over that with you before.
But you know how when new technology comes around, it's usually the consumer is not the one that's protected. It's the company or the corporation, and they can use it anyway to set it up. So.
Absolutely.
But now they're like, it's very easy. You're tired of forgetting your passwords, aren't you? So why don't you just do this voice recognition and it'll be fine? Do you want to proceed?
Yeah. Let me scan your iris.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
with that laser beam that's going to go, probe your mind as well. That's not going to cause cancer.
Do that to clock in now, right? I think corporations are doing
that. So now our thoughts aren't even private.
No.
They know what we're thinking.
So that's kind of creepy.
Yeah. They know what we're thinking. There's no hope at all for for privacy of any sort.
Right. I think it's things progress, and that's what happens. But we don't have things in place. I think we're seeing a lot of things with AIs. we don't have everything in place, but we're forging ahead. So I think that's going to be a disaster in many ways.
Of course,
It's a learning.
that's what they want because they already have the answers.
They need disaster. They need
Because
disaster.
you need disaster for people to give up more rights and
Every
and
time
things like
there's-
that. Because they already have a plan. Oh, once you give that up, we have
Kind
we can solve that problem. You have to
Yeah.
just give this up.
Right.
Like the World Economic Forum, the leader there. You have no free will now. Free will is is an illusion.
Yeah.
According to them. I'm like, get out of here. What are they smoking?
What Klaus Schwab saying, you will own nothing and you will be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his plan for all of us.
Yeah, if you own nothing and be happy, you must be dead, right?
Yeah. That's probably what they want us to be, is dead, or if we can't be enslaved, be dead. That's our two options.
But you know what? It always starts with, because I'm old enough now, and you don't have to be very old to see it. Is it's always about your protection. Like, aren't you tired of forgetting your password? And now you can always use your voice.
Yeah.
You can always use your thumb. Although I remember when I was born, I didn't have a social security number till I went to kindergarten. But then they started telling people, well, you want to have, as soon as they're born, we want them to have, your babies to have a social security number.
Yeah.
It protects them. It's for your protection, blah, blah, blah. And then, then it started where as soon as you hit this earth, you have this number. You're assigned a number.
Yeah, that's your business number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because the original social security numbers used to have your name with a capital for the beginning of your name and all the lowercase where it was supposed to be, but now it's all uppercase, just like a business would be, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, we're each of us is sold as a business. We're a commodity.
Well, and assigning you numbers is just like getting a tattoo or something.
Yeah.
Your number or a letter on it.
They're getting us conditioned for the mark.
Yeah. Oh no, the mark is I can't say it because I don't want you guys to get up.
Yeah. Roger can't get a strike on his channel for using that word, so
Right.
we know what you're saying, referring to.
We know.
I've tried to warn people about that myself, but
Well,
I can't use the term.
I think it's weird now. Like, you're starting to see, you do scan everything.
What was that song AC/DC sang? Inject the venom or something like that. Oh, that's everybody understands now.
Yeah.
Gal
Venom.
wanted to ask, Galfire wanted to ask you, what about
and they have nanotechnology that is
yeah, of course they do.
So it can be injected into someone's bloodstream.
Yeah.
So it's not far fetched to believe that would be the case with what we're talking about, but we can't say the word.
Yeah.
Anyways, we should probably get off this topic before we get in trouble. Anyways,
it'll just go downhill from here.
Yeah, I can really keep it going and bring in my other guys who will definitely.
Oh, don't, please.
Hey, Mark, why don't you expound on J.C. Johnson, who you used to have on with crypto?
Oh yeah, Johnson. J.C. Johnson was like a rock star of the crypto,
really?
cryptozoology world, and he's like was the godfather. And I had him on for years and years until he passed away. Jack Carey was one of his acolytes, and Jack comes in really, pretty regular for as much as he can come in, because he does Coast to Coast, Gaia TV, and a whole bunch of others. Yeah, Jack's been doing shows with me for almost as long as David, maybe a little longer off and on before that. But Jack's the cryptozoology guy, and then we have Ron Shaw that used to come in too, was part of that group. Yeah, and we had we have a diverse group of folks that I host when I produce these shows. You know, from Nancy Planetta and Daryl Dunlap are the hosts of the all new Cafe Enigma now. And Nancy used to have her own show before that, and that's why I picked her, and so did Dee.
Okay.
And I picked them for that. But Nancy worked with me longer consecutively than Dee. She did a show called The Vixen's Vault. And then later on, the Vixen's Vault added Game Theory, which is her husband, Raphael. Now. And they used to get picked up off and on by, terrestrial radio and had, exclusive contracts, But, and then, she would leave. And then, we're always friends because everybody that's been with me, even if they go, they come back. All right. Like, hey, Mark, I'm like, hey, I need a show. Are you doing anything? I'm like, and they're like, yeah, we got this project going, but it'll finish up around this time. Well, okay, if you can fill this slot at this time, let me know. And sometimes I'll get a call, sometimes I won't. I've been doing this long enough, so it doesn't take long to fill a slot.
Yeah. Because you're known. Yeah, that's cool.
And with terrestrial radio and internet radio, you have to be on time. There's no 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes later, or hey, I want to do the show the day before or 3 days later. No, you're live. It's all live.
Wow.
And
Okay.
folks love live over
I think they do. It's more
canned
than the recorded.
Yeah, I hate doing. I really despise doing canned radio or any kind of podcast because it it can be changed. It's to me it's not sincere radio.
It's not as authentic. It's kind of like remastered music. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. It's not to me. It's not sincere because hey, if I have a dog or some birds barking in the background, or I burn myself because the coffee spilt. Hey, that's live radio, and that's good radio, and people can understand and say, hey, this really happening, and they get intrigued and pulls them in.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, remastered music, and especially classic rock or like Phil Collins or something. You go on Apple Music, it's all remastered, and it's so boring. And like I have some of the old albums, I would rather listen to them or just go into a live concert. And so that I think people, and a lot of younger people are doing that with their music now, getting the old albums back, because they don't have
the vinyl and stuff.
Yeah, they're getting into vinyl again.
The vinyls and too, the vinyl packages, they had a bigger space for all the artwork and stuff. That
was always cool. The albums, the album covers.
Yeah, because way bigger than the CDs or any of that stuff that came along with.
Back in the LP days, and Dave, don't even. I'm not even going to go as far back as you. Back. Okay, 33.
Hey,
33 and a half was okay for me, but I know you was doing 78s and some of the others. But anyways,
Yeah.
It started with 45s.
45s. I mean,
45s, yeah, 45, 78s, and 33, and then there was one below that too. I can't remember, but anyways, it was like 15 or 20. Anyway, because I had a record player that would play them all, one time. Until I got the Teak. Then when I got the Teak, then that was the reel to reel,
That was how you did home recording back then, I think.
Yeah, home recording was reel to reels. Yeah.
The analog reel. I remember Dad told me about that. Now I just do all my home recording digital and stuff now.
I know, isn't that crazy?
It's crazy how it's advanced.
Do you remember? Didn't the 45s? Now this might be wrong. Didn't they have some little plastic thing you put in the middle of them so they would play?
Yeah. You had to have you had to have the little spacer.
Yeah,
that
you clipped in the center of the deal. Yeah, that was great. Those were the days. I miss the days when phones had wires that attached them to walls. And if you left in your car, truck, or whatever, boat maybe, you weren't pestered. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I hate these cell phones. I do. I'm
You just
old.
take a drive
I'm
without
not
doing
old. No, I'm not old. All right.
You've always got to have your cell phone by a charger or something. So like for me, if I'm working with like recording software or something, that really drains my battery a lot. So I have to have my charger or whatever present at all times, and pretty much anywhere I go, but especially in that instance.
What are you talking about? Well, with as many places and platforms that I go out to, I have to be hardwired and use FiOS.
Wow.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I could never do what I do on Wi-Fi ever.
It's near impossible. It's very hard.
Yeah.
I'm just working with what I can.
Yeah, my censorship sucks guy. He finally got what is it? Elon's link. You know what is it? The satellite link thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he finally got that. Now he's clear as a bell. But he lives out of a van and goes north when in the summertime to cool down, and south in the wintertime and he lives out of a van. He's been living the van life for about maybe 4 years now.
Really?
Yeah, and he's the host of 5 hours of my content a week.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I was going to ask. I guess I'm kind of trying to interview you, but
What would you like to know that I've done? And I'll say, yeah, I've done that. No, I haven't, but maybe I'm planning on.
Well, I was going to ask about some of the alien stuff you had covered, but my son just left for a few minutes. That's more like the topic he was kind of interested in.
Okay. Yeah, someone was mentioning are UFOs real? Yeah, I think they're real. All right, I think they're. But I think this is what I think. Dave, don't get mad at me.
No.
Some of them are ours.
Yep.
I think they're all
right.
I think, and see, I love paranormal, and I'd like to say, oh, it's spooky, but I think it's all, us, like you.
No.
Pretty much.
Do I think that they're all from outer space? No. I think dimensions play a big part of this. Do I think those aliens that come here might be the same as what we are? Yeah, I think maybe their timeline advanced more, and they were able to do these things possibly.
They're more.
They're from a different part of the galaxy, another dimension in universe. Who knows? But that's just how it is.
But I do think also it has to do with I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. I guess I am our government, our military maybe.
Yeah. Why do you think we have a space force? Bigelow said back in the 70s, we have the technology to take ET home. So, that says it right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
If we have the technology to take ET home, then we have it all.
Yeah, you can pretty much say anything, Summer. Just don't worry about that. It's the only thing you got to worry about is saying the bad words that go into chemicals. Be careful with chemical words.
Well, back to the reason I said
that. Yeah, I don't do spirit well either, though. A lot of people will cringe when I talk about spirit.
Oh, okay. The reason I say that about the UFOs, though, is like we live around here close to Dayton, Wright-Patt Air Force Base, so I'm sure you've heard of that.
Oh, yeah.
And all the issues there. But I moved, I lived out in the country, and I moved to this town, Middletown, Ohio, which is pretty close to Dayton. And there's some strange stuff I see around here. Just, I was taking a class, aerobic class, and after the class, there was an older man in there, and my instructor, I don't know how we got to talking about it, but we were laughing. Somebody said something about aliens or something, and then my instructor said, the older gentleman that was here, he's a military guy, and he said there are aliens in this town among us, and you don't know the difference between them or anyone else. And she said
Yeah.
he's like so no nonsense. She said it's creepy. When he told me that, she said it really kind of scared me. So stuff like that,
Well,
um,
my thing is we need to take and get a handle on our borders. All right. I don't care if they're coming across from Mexico, Canada, or the outer space. All right. We need.
right,
I mean, if they're going to be here, they better damn well pay taxes.
right, right.
So,
And come through the right way. All right.
so Mark,
Just because you think you're so advanced in that you can blend in doesn't mean that you can't pay your taxes and get a real job. All right.
so Mark, are you ready for your YouTube chat questions? Because that kind of goes in line with what you're talking about.
Yeah. What do we got for YouTube chat questions?
Okay, so Danny Boy Span 1 says, are UFOs real, which you've covered, but he also asks, as a mechanical machine, they must break down at times, maybe run out of fuel. So do they have a breakdown service, or maybe a breaker's yard for spare parts?
Sure. I think they contact governments, to be their insurance agents to cover stuff up for them like that. And I don't believe that all the UFOs out there are mechanical. I do believe that there's a maybe it's a biomechanical or they're engineered, entity type thing. So when you get that far and technical, you can create things that hey, at one time we used a horse to carry the buggy. All right?
Mhm.
Maybe they're doing the same thing, with some sort of creature that they've manipulated into a craft for them.
No.
So it could be a living thing. We don't know, but that is possible. Do they have a minimum age before you can fly one? Oh yeah. When they become teenagers, they're
Sure.
here we go. David knows the answer to this, and he's gonna be like, yeah, I was there too. Anyways, yes, when they become teenagers, they're allowed to get their first license to fly saucers in their craft, and then they come down to Earth and make all sorts of graffiti, like crop circles and geoglyphs and things like that, so that the people on Earth are like, what the hell is this? Yeah, that comes from teenage alien kids who just got their keys to the or their ability to
you
craft
can't
on their own.
you can't say teenage though, because like if Summer was an
Okay.
alien, she would be doing crop circles.
Let's just
Yes,
say
but
adolescent aliens.
Yeah, there you go.
Adolescent weirdo aliens
I'm telling you.
they probably came down Elon's pot field or whatever, and then spoke up with some great artwork and left. And then they took some pictures, that they probably got from our satellites and said, well, that looked pretty good. That was, I didn't know I could fly in that straight of a line or do that kind of, and they talk amongst themselves and they're like, man, those stupid humans. But anyways, Elon Musk, I don't consider him the most dangerous man alive, though he's probably up there. All right.
who you
Most
know about
dangerous
most
man
dangerous?
alive, or the most dangerous man alive is Klaus Schwab.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And the next one is anybody who is a part or takes part or wants to be a part that's in the economic forum.
Yeah, he's the founder and the current president of the World Economic Forum.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, he's the and I think he's about the closest thing. If the Antichrist thing is true, I think he's about the closest thing to him that there
wow.
is.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been responsible for a lot of the chaos the world's seen the last 4 years. He's had a major. He's up there with like George Soros,
Only 4?
Bill Gates. He's up there with those guys.
Okay, now back, like, I mean, when you're talking about like extraterrestrial beings, what do you think would be the reason that they would like try to integrate in with humans and act like they were one of us, though? Like that guy was.
Simple. It's simple. Have you ever watched Star Trek?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Well, Star Trek, they go to, they have like little groups that are cloaked on the planet that, go around and watch and interact, and, they make themselves look like the inhabitants of that planet, and they learn about their culture, their values, and, how they do things. So, or if they made us, they're probably still continuing the experiment.
See, that's what I thought, is like they are more advanced than us, but so they have to come back here to find like human qualities, humanity, more humanity,
Well, there's
commit
lots of
to
different
this.
things about that too. All right, there's some that believe that they come back for our DNA because they can't reproduce. All right.
Oh, there could be
So
that too.
yeah, so there's and that's one
That
line
ties
of
into
thinking.
it.
There's another line of thinking too that that they come in, and they keep us around because we're good at doing certain things, and we're easily roboticized, okay, and influenced.
Yes.
All right. So they can send, they could cyborg us and send us to other places. In fact, one of my old panelists, he used to be a great guest. Well, he is a great guest, and he'll probably come back again. Time traveler John Titor II. And I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but he's been on a lot of different radio shows as well. He was a general in the Secret Space Force, and when he retired as a colonel, because when you come out, you get demoted. Because and he has his own TR-3B, and he's ready to go anytime. And when shit hits the fan, he's out of here. He said, "Right, Dave?"
Yep. Yeah, John. Yeah.
Like he's able to leave the planet.
And he's so into it. He can direct correspond with every president that he's in the timeline with.
Wow. Oh, thank you. That's flattering.
I have a raccoon guy, but I think for sure it got rabies. I listen to the fox more than the raccoon, all right? And even though the raccoon's supposed to be my primary out of the 5, the fox, gives better information, clearer, more concise.
Right.
Yeah, I think so. Even though it gets so, hey, I'm not reading no more damn books, raccoon. I'm done with that. You could tell me, give me the condensed version, or the YouTube, what is it, the little shorts, and then I can get the idea, and then I can go from there. But I'm not reading any volumes anymore. Screw that.
It takes a while to read that much information.
Right.
I wish I had more time to read myself, but I hardly do.
When you stepped away, though, we were talking about how here in Middletown, I told about the military guy that has seen that said there's people that are
Yeah.
extraterrestrials or aliens just like humans. So
I've always gotten a feeling there's something hiding in this town.
yeah, it's a little different.
It's
So I don't know what it is.
Well, I've had a lot of different folks on my shows too, like Scotty Roberts, Dr. John Ward, and let's see who else was on Ancient Aliens that I've had on. I've had a lot of those guys on, except for Giorgio, and I still haven't got what's his name in yet. German guy. I always forget his name. He wrote the book on the that In Search of was actually based on.
Oh, okay.
The show In Search of was actually based on.
Yeah, I don't know his name.
I can see his face. He's a German guy, old German guy.
So you know what? It's interesting here that they say that right, Pat has the alien that they found out in, was it Roswell?
Yeah,
You
it
might
was
know
Roswell.
more about that.
Yeah,
Austin's more into the.
Yeah, they
the
had
aliens,
the
but-
body of one of the couple of the aliens that supposedly died in the crash, and then one that survived, but it supposedly died from a cold or something because it didn't have immunity to Earth viruses. So they have the bodies of all of them. I think in Hangar 18, I believe they said it was.
That was sent up to Right Pat, and then then from there they probably shipped it out to 53 or 4 now.
Oh yeah, I was that out in
Because Area 51 isn't what it used to be, and it's not what people think it is now. It's like.
Well, yeah, it was so secure. I don't know anything about it now, but I know they always said it was so secure and you can go out there.
That was out next to White Sands missile range, I think, where they test
Yep. Well, David could probably tell you more about that than me, right,
Okay.
David?
Yeah. Well, the Roswell thing was the reason. The information that my dad received. My dad was researching the saucers. He started in 1948, so I grew up with this. And,
wow. Okay.
And he felt, well, he was pretty psychic, my dad, and he felt that the Roswell crash was just like what that young man just said about and the White Sands of New Mexico, that they did a lot of nuclear testing and it messed up the magnetic belts within which they travel, like our interstates within our atmosphere, and that's why the craft crashed. And then they moved it up to Wright-Patterson, and then out 51, and then God knows what was it? What did you say, Mark? 53
or 54 now.
Or
Or either that, or they might have moved everything down into Antarctica. I think
that could be.
I think a lot of the stuff they really don't want us to know is in Antarctica right now.
Yeah.
Because human history isn't what we think it is.
Oh no, absolutely it isn't.
Yeah.
I heard years ago, I don't know if this is true or not, that they were saying Hitler didn't really commit suicide, but he actually escaped Berlin just before the Russians
Yeah.
and he went to him and some of his inner circle actually fled to Antarctica. And for the last 70 some odd years, the Third Reich has been rebuilding down there. But I don't know.
Actually, I really think that what happened is he didn't make it all the way down to Antarctica. They ended up in Chile, and then the Mossad caught up to him, and then he had to move up to Ecuador, and he has a son that may still be alive in either Peru or Ecuador. There's been in fact there's been lots of documentaries about that. Not saying that they didn't have a place down in Antarctica, New Schwabenland. Of course they did. Whether it was survivable year round is another thing. But Argentina is very, very close, as well as Australia and New Zealand to Antarctica.
Yeah.
So
True.
yeah, my thing is if I ever had the money, what I'd want to do is build a big, huge biodome on one of the islands down there, right off Antarctica. I wouldn't want to be on Antarctica, just off of it, where I could be supplied by subs or ships. And it's like 40 or negative 60 degrees below zero there, and I'm in the biodome with tropical climate. No,
Antarctica is the last place on Earth anybody wants to be. So they think nobody
no one
wants
would
to
mess
go.
with me there. And I could still do all my radio shows there. I could get my if I like I said, if I had the money, I'd do Elon, and just set up my own damn satellite system, and beam my shows to everyone, and even take for some Russian satellites and old Chinese and American ones that aren't being used, to broadcast my shows, because that's how I roll.
No, part of the reason that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Now, part of the reason I think they moved. Part of the reason I think they moved.
Believe me, I don't have any. I don't have any delusions of grandeur about this at all.
Part of the reason I think they moved some of the stuff from Area 51 and White Sands and stuff down to Antarctica too, is because there was years ago I heard the Russians were taking a lot of satellite photos of Area 51, so that was part of the reason they couldn't keep it concealed here in the States anymore. They needed to go way more exclusive to a way more excluded area, like.
Well, what are you talking about? It's all underground or in the mountains.
Yeah.
It's nothing's above ground. Even if you go to Antarctica, it's going to be underground. All right.
Oh, yeah. Still will.
So and if it's in Antarctica, guess what? All the nations who signed the treaty have put their stuff in the same place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this new world order is centered in Antarctica. All right, to me. All right, and I'm like, why haven't they just moved? The United Nations down to Antarctica, because that's the most neutral place. No one's allowed to own anything down there, theoretically, or claim it as a country or a territory. All right, they're not allowed.
So they don't want to, but they don't want to give away where they're hiding the goodies that they're keeping from the.
Well, no, they keep that at there's islands in that at the northern part of our continent, our world. There's islands up there. What they call it, the Vikings knew about it.
Yeah.
So and both places go into the hollow earth, if you believe in that, and I do.
Oh,
I
yeah,
believe in flat earth. I believe in hollow earth, and I believe all the planets that we have in our solar system they are all occupied in some way, some form, with some type of entity that's intelligent. All right, inside the planet. All right.
That's what me and Roger were talking about with those. With that series we do.
The Hollow Earth?
Yeah, I've actually had John Lear Jr., okay, CIA. What else did he do, David?
He was with Art Bell when they brought it out. Yeah, and because he was a pilot for a commercial pilot and brought all that information out.
He was a test pilot for the CIA. Yeah, that's what he did. All right, and he was in the astronaut program, and he knew all the Armstrong and all those guys. But he didn't make the cut.
No, he was too outspoken.
Yeah, John's too outspoken.
Yeah.
What was it? Project Majestic was his little thing before he passed away.
The Majestic 12.
MJ12, yeah.
MJ12.
I remember hearing about that on Unsolved Mysteries when I was a little kid, and I thought that was just badder than shit, man.
Yeah.
Majestic 12.
Yeah,
That's a badass name for like a top secret kind of commando unit or
Right.
something. And
Yeah.
it turned that was
Yeah,
right.
not generals, admirals just don't, fly out of buildings, on what 27th floor for no reason, It,
Oh, he just committed suicide. He was
Yeah.
Oh, that was suicide. No, yeah,
It's
right.
kind of like how Hillary Clinton has like 57 friends that committed suicide.
Yeah.
What's going on with the
Okay, yeah,
there's
well-
two people that committed suicide.
Yeah.
Or, well, one that shot himself.
I don't know. That might be medical misinformation or malinformation here on YouTube. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, hold on.
It'll get Roger. It'll
It'll get me in trouble.
Man got sick.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Summer's a
That's just what I'm
troublemaker.
saying. That was down on the news.
Yeah, I know.
It's all
Doing
coincidence.
shows in the nude? Yeah, closed optional radio is fine. Everybody can see you, on the radio.
Hey, I have no problem with getting naked. I'll do it.
It's all a coincidence, and if you believe otherwise, you're racist.
Right.
My neighbors get mad because I don't have curtains on my bedroom window. Like,
That's funny. The neighbors should be minding their own business.
That's what I tell them. They say it's hard to do when you're watching porn and freaking computers facing the window.
It's not too cold outside.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm talking to somebody. Here, also, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
No, don't open it. 'Cause
Well,
I
it's
got
really
that-
warmed up here in Texas. We're shooting 90s already. Where I'm at.
No, Gal Fire, I noticed you haven't said nothing. Do you want to ask some questions? Because this is the quietest I've heard of you since I met you. So, do you want to ask some stuff? If you want to, unmute. You don't have to stay muted.
Okay. Well, the only reason I was muted is because I've got the background noise and I don't have that great of a microphone. I was just kind of letting you guys do your thing, So you're good. Yeah, I don't really have any questions. I was actually, doing stuff over here. I had to find the window. Sorry, I'm late.
No problem.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. It's a lot to take in. That's kind of how I was when Roger did that interview with Brian Ruhe. He was such a mountain of information. I was just quiet the whole time, and Roger couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Brian's a really good guy. I haven't had him on yet, but I'm sure there will be an opportunity where we'll have him come in as well on shows. Brian's got around, and he has his own groups of people, and right now he's in groups that we're not really in or associate. So because every all these there's factions all over the place. So, it's are they friendly? We'll have to figure that out after we have them on or listen to them for a little while. Well, I think Brian be all right, but some of the other folks that maybe Nancy or some of the other people in the group there might not have the same reaction because they like a lot of my folks have good connections with Jimmy Church and the folks there, Dolan and people like that. So and Nancy, she before she even came on air with any of us, and she was doing her own show, and that she was part of Ghost Hunters with Taps, and it was Jason and all of them, and she ran their chat room for IRC for a long time.
Okay.
So, it's
a lot going on, and
pretty diverse group. We get in every now and then.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff out there, and I saw the thing on TikTok. I don't know how you feel about. I don't get on there a lot, but it's
Chinese radio.
Yeah. But there is this girl on there she does this little thing. It's pretty cool. She'll say, what's the scariest thing that's ever happened to you that no one would believe? And these people tell their stories, and it's really got some people got some really cool things out there, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff on TikTok's just kind of silly, but
Yeah.
I've actually sent a few to Austin, and they're pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of
all
really
different
cool
subjects.
A lot of really cool stories on.
Yeah.
I've actually had a lot of weird experiences when I was in the service and a little bit before that, and some after. But in my time in the service, because I went worldwide, I lived in Panama for 4 years and was there during the invasion.
Wow.
And yeah, so I understand Bruja. So and that's what the Latin Americans call witchcraft, Bruja.
Okay.
And yeah, so I've had when I was there, I lived in Panama. It was like I had a pterosaur experience that could have been it could have been pterosaur or chupacabra in the complex that I was living at. Everybody was terrified, and there was 3 claw marks all over the wall, and it flew in, and because in the name chupacabra is a catch-all. It just means bloodsucker, goat sucker, or something like that. So they take in. We had this encounter. It was late at night, and I was married to my first wife at the time. Yeah. And she was like, "Oh, chupacabra," and we're hiding in the room, and she's pulling out the prayer beads, and we're going through it all. I'm like, "Oh my God!" And I was terrified too, because it was in making this really weird, and I've never heard a call like that before, ever. I mean, it sounded something like a mix between someone grinding metal, Godzilla call, and a train stopping from full speed. And it was really, really loud, and there was, and this was in Panama City, Panama, not in town, but right on the outskirts. But we were in the commercial districts where we lived, right next to the mall.
Wow.
So at the time, and we had that, and then I worked out in the missile field, so I'd see all sorts of stuff in the sky, and the shadowy figures in the the elevators and in the that place is haunted. There ain't no. Well, I'm
you need to tell them about
someone would say, okay, and I am not going to say haunted, because I don't believe in ghosts. I don't, and I don't believe Grandma can come back, or anybody else can come back, unless like weird stuff happens and necromancy is involved. All right, there's no now familiar spirits are okay, because everybody has familiar spirits around you, but they've never been, or if they have been, it's been centuries to learn how to become guides for you. All right, whether they take the shape of an animal, a demon, or an angel, or whatever, they're guides. They're some of them are neutral. That would be like your nature spirits, or your jinn, or the jinn. All right, I do believe in the jinn. All right, and I've had experiences in the desert with jinn. All right, so because I did 11 tours to Saudi Arabia, and I've had a lot of different encounter type stuff. You would never think that there'd be kind of fairies in out there where the sand is, but they don't call them fairies there. It's jinn. All right.
Yeah, I think I've read some stuff about that. And
any form that's acceptable to you, and they can be just as mean or just as helpful as they want to be.
Yeah, I've heard some different stories, and not to back up on this, but I think what you were saying in Panama about the chupacabra.
Yeah.
I lived in Southwest Ohio, so I grew up outside of Oxford, Ohio. It's like a little college town, but we lived out in the country. And there was some woods, but we had horses, small, like about 11 acres. And I was out, I would go out and ride horses and stuff. And it was pretty rural. And one night I was coming into the house, and I heard, and it's so funny how you described that metallic scream.
Yeah.
It was just weird. And my mother, she came running because she heard it too. And both her and I were there alone, and we listened to it. And she was, older and had lived out there almost all of her life because she got married really young. And she said, I've never heard anything like that. But it had this like it was bouncing off a metal roof or something, and it was like a scream. It sounded kind of like a woman. It's hard to describe.
Yeah, it would do it, and it kept doing it for, it seemed like hours, but it was probably only minutes. But
yeah, I think we heard it several times, and we were so scared. And all she could think about, like she told my dad, and we told my brothers and stuff, and people would always just say, well, there's some deep woods back there behind your property, and maybe it's a little bobcat. So they likened it to a bobcat.
Cats don't make that kind of a noise.
No.
Neither do porcupine. All right. And there is no bobcats, porcupine in Panama. All right.
No. And we're in Southwest Ohio. We are not supposed to have them. And I grew up out there. My mother had been out there, and she said, if we had bobcats, why haven't I ever heard it before? That's the first time she ever heard it. It was the last time we ever heard it. But we couldn't we just couldn't attach it to any kind of animal that was supposed to be in that area. It was so spooky.
Here's something really cool. In my area right now where I live, I've seen pterosaurs 3 times. Okay.
You're talking about pterodactyls?
Yeah.
Are they
the small, but these are a small variety. All right, they're about the size of a stork or a crane. All right.
Where is it?
There's a unique thing about these things because they have the tail has like a kite, like a diamond at the end, or a it doesn't look like a bird tail. And and this one flew close enough to my truck when I was, crossing this one river to get from my kids. I dropped my kids off and come back to my house.
Yeah.
And it flew close enough to the truck that I could see the red eye. There was absolutely no feathers on this thing at all. It had the pointed head at the back, and the teeth. You could see teeth in its mouth. So, and I figure now that I've been here a while, and I've talked to Jack Carey and some of the others about this, and they think that there's a small breeding population of the smaller variety of pterodactyl or pterosaur. All right.
Now, where does it live, Mark?
I'm in Central Texas. Okay. I'm not going to tell you exactly where I live. I will give you I will give you an area.
That's good enough.
Between Austin and Waco. That's 80 miles. All right, between the two.
Now the interesting thing about those pterodactyls you're talking about, that reminds me of some of the Stegosaurus and Brontosaurus sightings that I read about in Africa, people having seen in Africa.
What about the Congamano? Okay, that's a pterosaur. That's in Africa.
Yeah, like the Mokele Membe, and there were some of the native tribes that said they saw Stegosauruses and stuff down in some of those African swamps. That kind of reminds me of that, but I never thought about pterodactyls.
Yeah. I figure if anything's going to survive, it's going to be a bird-like creature over something big, things, and there's lots of food. You got roadkill right where it came up out of, and you also have fish, and they always show like pterosaurs and pterodactyls and pterodons, around water eating fish and stuff like that. So, that
Now,
just
is
and
there an
since they are bird-like and also a reptile, because all pterosaurs are reptiles. All right, they could probably hibernate in caves.
And you got a lot.
And that would explain why, and if there's so few of them, and everybody's looking at, their cell phones now or trying to concentrate on the road while they're driving, they're not going to see things in the air.
No.
So is there an effort made to actually capture a live specimen of one? Or?
I have no idea, and I wouldn't mess with it. It looks like it would be kind of mean to take and mess with. Can you imagine? A crane or a herring? Okay, that's about the size of a monitor. You know how much a monitor lizard could mess you up. All right.
Oh,
why would you want to take and do something that has a beak?
Teeth.
Right.
And has teeth. All right. Yeah. If it has teeth, it's probably carnivorous. Or an opportunity eater, like these big vultures that we have here in Texas.
Oh, you guys have some giants out there.
I mean, there's huge birds, and I know the birds in this area, so I know that did not fit.
All this that you're talking about leads me to a couple other. It's reminded me of a couple other things I've been interested in for a long time that I want to ask you about. Like, the first question is, what do you think about the efforts to resurrect the Tyrannosaurus, because now they got DNA? And then the second question is, this also reminds me of the Thunderbird, which I've been interested in.
Thunderbird has even been drawn the same way as a pterosaur. Okay.
So you think it's actually a pterosaur that people have seen?
Well, when I was a kid growing up in Pennsylvania, all right, I've seen these giant raven-like crows that when my grandparents would take me with them when they went on vacation, when they had a camper that sat in the back of the truck, and we'd go up in the mountains down these cow pasture roads that only my grandfather knew about, I think. And you wouldn't even think that there was a road there, but he knew about it, and we were going up them, and there was like 3 or 4 of these giant crow-like or raven-like birds that were the size of cows, feeding on cows in the pasture where the cows were at. And these things would have easily come up over. Even though I was young, I was probably about 7 or 8 years old at the time. Even though I was young at the time, I know if they would have stood up next to the truck, they would have been taller than the cab.
Wow.
Okay, so there are rocks. Okay, I think those are like rocks. Like the Europeans call them, but the American version's all black. All right.
Okay.
And these things are huge.
So these things you're talking about are like ravens and crows on steroids, so to speak.
No, they're like prehistoric ones, and but I think, and I don't think that this has anything to do with gigantism either. All right, I think that it's a separate breed. I think there's small populations of them. And when the food if there's enough food, they, expand their population, and get bigger. And you're finding a lot more of those types of sightings in Midwest now that there's been conservation with buffalo and horses and things like that out there. So,
actually up here in
so that's going to bring back a food source for them. All right. Because that's probably, it would take that to eat, and in the in the pictures from Europe and that, it would show these giant birds picking up whales. All right. So, hey.
And that's interesting. You mentioned conservation, because up here in Ohio, we're starting to have the black bears and bobcats return, which have been extinct for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
For the area.
Yeah. Now, what do you think about the Tyrannosaurus being brought back?
I think if they put it out, they've already done it. Jurassic Park is here.
So
Wow.
where can we find a
Anything
living...
anything that they put out is just to let you know, hey, we did this. I'm not sure if we screwed up, but the public needs to know this in case it ever gets loose.
Do you think do you think Jurassic Park was footage of an actual living Tyrannosaurus as opposed to like a machine used as...
No, that's CGI. That's CGI. Okay. I do believe that. Now, I also believe that everything that happens in Hollywood now and for quite some time is a precursor of what we're going to go through, or what they already know or have, because they said, I mean, even Bigelow said back, I think it was either before or after, he said about, yeah, we can take E.T. home if he needs to go home. He said everything that you see on that series, they have.
Wow.
So if they have it, and they can do all that, what can they do now? It's 50 years later or more.
Right.
Okay, 62, I think 61 or 62 is when Star Trek came out.
Right.
The first incarnation.
Yeah, the first generation. So if they can do that, we've been out there for quite a while. And when we come back, when those folks come back, do they change?
Right.
Because when you leave Earth's atmosphere and you go out there, they know the astronauts' DNA changes.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens to these folks when they come back?
Actually, that's really interesting. You should mention that too, because like take Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, for example. They were supposed to be the first man to walk on the moon and the first man to orbit the moon. Well, that's what they say. But they say that
the first ones to be let known. How many Mercury and Apollo missions were there? And how many were actually shown to actually land on the moon? All right, before the Germans got there.
Yeah, Germans were probably there back in the 30s or some shit.
Right,
but I mean,
exactly.
But Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, like you say, the DNA changes. Okay, these guys, both of their wives said they left one person to go to the moon, and they came back as another. And they both became huge reclusive alcoholics, and they wouldn't do public appearances or interviews.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yep.
So what happened to them up there that they wouldn't talk about? And it's that's something.
One of them came back and said they told us not to come back. I don't know which one it was. I'm not sure if that was off of 15, the last one that actually landed there that we know about, or missions after that.
Well, the thing too to ask,
going over there in chat, Cecilia Adams in YouTube chat is one of my kick moderators on Wednesday and Saturdays. Just like to give her a little shout out.
Oh.
No, hey, another thing that you need to ask too is like there were 17 missions, and why did it stop at 17? You know what I mean?
I don't think they stopped.
Yeah, and why were only Freemasons picked?
You got to think about questions like that too, though.
Yeah.
Like, why did they stop at 17? Weren't they supposed to go to 20? That was the original plan.
So, yeah.
They're gonna whine and complain. It was all about money.
Yeah. That's what
but that's not true. That's not true, because when they get their funding, from like 2 or 3 administrations before they get their money.
I'm going to come right out and say,
so that's BS.
NASA is a big fat distraction from a far more advanced space program.
My thing is this, okay? I think Elon has shown us what's really going on, all right? Because each company and corporation that has their hands in NASA and space program has their own stuff in space of their own, all right? So how far have those corporations gone past what the government does? Or
Right.
is there something that they're governed by that they agreed upon? Well, in our, firing off rockets from our airspace to do this. All right. So, hey, you gotta think about that, and it's all about where the money comes from.
Right. Right.
Sure, you can. Sure, I'm sure Elon and Northrop Grumman and probably Boeing and who's that one over there? The guy over in England that has I can't think what's his name. Huh?
Roger Hanson?
Yeah,
Right.
the one that just took up Shatner not that long ago.
Oh, it wasn't that Bezos?
No, not. But Bezos has his own stuff too. They all have their own little space programs and stuff. So
The guy from Virgin
what
Mobile.
is the connection?
The guy from Virgin Mobile, I think, is who you're referring
Yeah,
to.
that's who I'm talking about. The guy from Virgin Mobile.
I can't remember his name, though.
But anyways, what do they have? How far have they gone past what and what do they know that we don't?
Yeah.
Of course, the governments can't tell you because they leave it to these companies so they can compartmentalize it.
Yep.
So,
Right. Right. I'm going, this is kind of off topic a little, but when you were talking about the pterodactyls, what do you think about that Mothman?
oh yeah, Mothman. I'm pretty sure that exists too. I think that's part of Native American lore as well, all the way into hey, we probably created something like that.
Yeah.
Well, they kind of said it was something from like a factory or something there, didn't they? I don't know if I.
Well, that used to be an old nuclear bomb storage area. So who knows? Maybe it's an owl version of Godzilla. Who knows?
Asking about the Hat Man.
All right.
Well,
We don't understand a lot of things about how radiation affects us, other than too much will kill you.
Yeah. But they were saying people always see it before, like there's something bad happens. But I mean, there's always bad stuff going on. But that's supposedly the story behind Mothman. So
yeah. Well, a good friend of mine, and he's been on the show on Cafe Enigma before, is Lon Strickner, and he talks about a group of owlmen up in Chicago Airport.
Really?
Okay, yeah, I think it's Midway up there, and they see him there, and now there's talk about stuff like creatures like that over in Europe too, but they call them the owlmen because if you really look at Mothman, it looks like a giant owl too. If you look,
actually, people were trying to say that's what it was, but it's way too big.
And going back into like the gigantic birds, like I was talking about before, why couldn't there have been, an owl breed that was huge like that too?
Right.
There could have been, absolutely. Right. That's not far fetched.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I asked when she was still alive, Linda Godfrey. Linda used to come on my shows quite a bit. God rest her soul. We talk about Dogman. I was like, can Dogman, be, have different breeds? And she goes, what do you mean by that? German Shepherds have a look to them. Pekingese have a look to them. Bulldogs. Have you ever? I asked her. I said, has anybody ever come across a dog man that had like a bulldog face or something like that. And she goes, no, but I'll have to look into that. And then she started looking into it, and she found that there were different. There's a hyena looking one, all right,
Wow.
and,
Yeah.
and that one was probably the most biggest one that she came out of it with. But I'm sure when you talk about that, that goes all the way back to ancient Greece, all right, Dogman, and,
Mhm.
and all the way into Egypt. We talk about Anubis, all right, a jackal head with a human body. Well, Dogman, all right,
Yeah.
Dogman,
Was he a,
all
was
right.
he a
We
fusion of
we
human
talked
and
about the thing that
man?
was cursed by Zeus in I think it was Sicily or one of the islands there, because he was he was a cannibal, and so he cursed him to be a wolf, and he was Dogman. All right, so you
Wow.
yeah, so I mean that's been around, and if you look at the Middle Eastern culture too, there's been like tribes of dogmen, and they're warlike.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and as far into like Babylon and what's the other one, Assyria. I mean,
Serious.
Dogman goes back that far
Hmm.
when you think about it. And Big
Wow.
too, Gilgamesh's good buddy before the whole deal, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, they always talk about his friend. I can't remember what his friend's name was. That they went and did everything together, from killing that one
Enkidu.
sacred cow, huh?
Enkidu.
Enkidu, Enkidu, yeah. When
Yeah,
and Enkidu, what do you think Enkidu was?
Yeah.
Bigfoot. Bigfoot. He is Bigfoot. A description to the T of Bigfoot.
Right.
you know who another Bigfoot creature too is the one on Star Wars. What was his name?
Chewbacca.
Oh,
Chewbacca.
Chewbacca, yeah.
I always thought he was Bigfoot.
Yeah. Something. He's similar to it, I think. When you
I
hear
always-
about the description.
I always
but-
thought he was Bigfoot.
Also, been wanting me to ask you. I mean, I haven't seen ghosts like you. I believe.
I don't
kinda
believe in
believe
ghosts.
them.
They're not ghosts. Now, shadow people, I've seen shadow people
Well, that's what
and
I was
shadow animals, all right, since I was like 4 or 5 years old, 6,
Oh, okay.
all right. Anything from like birds, animals, people, foxes, dogs, rabbits, all right, shadows. But,
Okay.
they, but I mean, I grew up in southwestern Pennsylvania. There's a lot of coal, a lot of crystalline in there of different huge quartz deposits through in all that. All right.
Right.
And other things that can hold energy. And, if you put energy into it, it's going to shove it back up into some form. All right.
Yeah.
Whether it's lightning, crack a veil open for something to come through that's really not, in our dimension, that is, kind of peeking in, who knows, that's what it is to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I've not seen a ghost. I've had a lot of paranormal experiences, I would suppose, but I did see a top hat man or shadow
Yeah.
man, I guess. Yeah, we were walking down the street and the road, and actually they were building a house, and this is something I found about them. I've read a couple stories about them that sometimes people do see them around foundations of houses where they're building new homes and stuff like that. And I don't know if that had something to do with it, but that's where I saw it. The house was built, but they were putting in like the oil tanks. They were setting that up, and they still had a lot of the dirt around the foundation there. They were doing some stuff with.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I used to
saw one.
have one when I was a kid. Had the little top hat like that too.
He was big.
When I was a kid, our property had a stream that ran halfway through it, and from the house to the back, you had to cross a bridge to go over to where the garden was. We planted all sorts of stuff and had a grape arbor over there. But anyways, this Anytime I was out, it would show up any time of day or even in the evening. It kind of watch me, and it would move back and forth and that, but it could not cross the running water for some reason.
That's funny. The one I saw, I kind of got a really bad feeling about it. And the weird part was this: Austin was with me that night, and we were out walking our dogs, and I I hit his arm, and I said, "Do you see that?" And then he was looking at something. He saw something in the sky at the same time,
Looked kind of like a bolt of lightning coming out.
which distracted him totally.
Yeah.
So by the time he looked over to see what I was talking about, it was gone.
Smoke and mirrors. That's what it's all about.
It was pretty creepy.
Yeah.
Well,
Don't
okay,
worry.
well,
Don't worry. I'm sure that Gary or one of our other alphabet agency employees that work for our government have an explanation for you, but we will not get it here.
Yeah, I need an explanation. I can't
Right.
think for myself, so please give me
Yeah.
one.
well, it's kind of getting late, so if you want to wrap it up, that's fine, or we can talk a little bit more.
I'm
See if
I'm
Austin
fine.
wants
We
to-
can keep going for now. I figured you go up till about 9 o'clock my time or 10 years, whatever.
Okay, we
years.
could. Yeah, it's almost 10 here, so we could. I know Austin.
You
I was
don't
going to leave
have
it
to
open
ask
here
her
for.
twice.
I'm
Summer,
enjoying
Summer
myself
loves.
right now.
Austin to
And
ask you-
thanks, David, for coming and chiming in anytime.
Oh, that's fine, Mark. Anytime, you know.
Jump in, David.
Yeah.
But yeah, but if Austin wants to ask you some more stuff, and I kind of just chime in as you guys.
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you have some more questions, so if
I
you
was
do.
thinking what to ask.
What were you talking about? The shadow people.
We were talking about the top hat man.
You said you saw one, but I wasn't with you then. So.
Now, I saw the top hat man, and he was trying to. It appeared like he was trying to intimidate me, but I just started praying, and he went away. I think
Yeah.
he- That
You'll
was-
notice about most things in the paranormal, if you have strong faith and you start doing that, and
Yeah.
it's not, even David will tell you, even with the aliens, they'll
Yeah.
go away. They'll go away. They don't want to be a part of that.
Yeah, they're not allowed to. They're not allowed interfering. No.
Yeah, there's a non-interference thing, and that's kind of like what. If,
you think,
I'm not even going to go there because that's probably bad.
you think that,
Like your safety word in BDSM, anyways. But
we've all got one of those, But do you think the top hat man was actually trying to intimidate me, or was it just I was scared of him because I
I
didn't?
think these entities, when they come through, don't feed like normal creatures do, like eat food and that. Maybe over on their side, but the only thing that they can eat on our side is our emotions that we give off. And fear is a very strong emotion.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I was pretty scared at first when I saw him. I noticed he was there because it took me by surprise. I wasn't expecting to see anything period, but definitely.
And sometimes if you catch them off guard, they get irritated because they didn't think you were aware of them.
Yeah, there's also that because they don't want to be known. I don't think. I think
Yeah.
they try. I think that's why they just watch people sometimes and they don't think people know they're there.
Yeah. I think it's kind of like you guys were talking before the show and that about what was it, Quantum Leap? I think that they have programs like that on the other side, they come out like that maybe. That's a possibility. I'm not certain that it would happen, but it's a good theory.
Anything's possible, yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know for sure if that's the case, but it seems possible. We don't because we don't know.
Now, the one thing that I noticed when you were talking, Mark, that you said that has something to do that relates to what Summer said when she told me her story about water. Okay, now
Yeah.
you were talking about these shadow people, and you said that you live near a stream with a bridge that ran over it, and you guys grew garden. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, she was living in a house that had a underground well just
Yep.
underneath it.
Yep. Yep.
Now, I also get involved with, or I like to listen mostly to parapsychology as well as paranormal. And I heard this one woman that was talking about pagan beliefs and everything, and I see a lot of paganism involved in that too.
Well, you think about this too. There was always lore about vampires not being able to cross running water as well.
It's a good point.
So there has to be something to
Yep,
running water. All right.
there's a good point to that.
So and they don't when they tell these stories. Oh, sure, it's embellished and things like that, but you know within the within the story, they've told truths about some of these fables and possible, you know, true occurrences. Now, are there real vampires? Oh yeah, sure there are. You know, we got those adrenochrome junkies. You know, what do you think that they're doing? Okay, that's young blood. That taken from uh, terrified and terrorized children being drank by or injected into these vampires. All right, because they're
So,
vampires at that point. All right,
there are a lot of our celebrities and politicians who worked at
that's
that whole
adrenochrome. You know, it's not they're trying to suck the soul. One of the things about vampires too was they drank to keep young.
So you think that's why some
Life
of our
force is in the blood.
celebrities and stuff were they appear to stay young for so long? It's because they're sucking the youth out of these children that are victimized through these
I do believe that. No, to a point that, but only to a point where, genetics for some people are good. Okay, let's just say, okay, uh, an older Hispanic woman might still look in her early 20s if she's 40. Okay,
I've
so
seen
genetics is going to have a lot to do with this. All right.
Thanks, Austin. What?
All right. I don't believe it all has to do with adrenochrome, but I think there's a good portion of it that has to do with being able to have good genetics along with that.
Oh, I don't know what you guys were talking about. So he'll be right back.
We were talking about celebrities being kind of like vampires, like how they sell their souls.
I personally.
Celebrities and vampires. Okay.
Yeah, I personally believe that a lot of that has to do with mind control. To be honest with you, I'm starting to actually believe what they're talking about with MK Ultra, with these movie stars and stuff. If you really pay attention to these female movie stars, especially.
I don't even want to get involved with that, because when you go into MK Ultra, you're gonna look into as far as seeing that his JFK's wife actually killed him, because she was and it was blotted out with her training that they put her through as an Onassis, and she wouldn't have had any recollection, and she had all the protection of the country.
Well, see, the thing too is with Summer too. Like she hasn't told you the whole thing about with what's going on in her life. Like we started talking, and when we started talking, she's telling me her story, and it's like a rabbit hole when it comes to Oxford, the town where she comes from. Okay. You honestly start out with her story, and then you go to the University of Oxford, and then from the University of Oxford it just turns into this real freaking mangled craziness of stuff that's happened. And all the time this police force is saying, oh man, we just don't want the publicity because we're a small town. Wow.
Well, it's a university, they don't want bad publicity, so
Wow.
yeah.
Well, wow. How many murders are taking place? I mean,
Well,
Yeah, we have
and when
the worst.
when
Like
when
there
you
was
get
a
to that,
triple murder.
then let's take a look at how many murders have happened on every Ivy League school. Okay, so
Well,
and
we
that
have
goes
one of
from
the biggest.
Yale and not only Oxford, Yale, and what's the other one?
Harvard.
Harvard. Yeah,
Harvard,
all
Yeah,
of
yeah.
yeah.
Yale has the skull and bones.
The place where Skull and Bones and all of that come out of. All those places.
Yeah.
no. Let me clear that up too. When I'm saying Oxford University, it's not like the big Oxford University. This
No,
is
it's not.
Okay, this is
First, it's not.
yeah.
But yeah.
Okay.
This actually was a girls' school that they had there in Oxford, Indiana. Okay, and you would think paranormal researchers would know about this place, but like it's one of those hidden freaking places that that nobody freaking knows about. I heard about this
All
stuff
right.
and I started researching it, and it is insane.
It's kind of hidden, and we did get our story on Unsolved Mysteries about Ron Taman. It's one of the
You froze up.
unsolved mysteries
Summer.
of a student that disappeared in the 40s, I believe, or early, late 40s, I think. They never did solve that mystery, but yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff goes on.
Well, Ron Taman was the one that I was actually leading up to. Now, Ron Taman is probably one of the weirdest ones because people are actually talking about MK Ultra, and stuff like that. So it's really strange.
Yeah. And we had a triple murder. That wasn't on campus; it was off campus. But you hardly ever hear about it. You hear about a lot of those things on different shows and stuff. But yet that one never really comes up. And he killed, two little girls.
Yeah, I blame Dog Man.
It's Dogman's fault.
I'm
Every
sorry.
time. He's the culprit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Ooh.
He's the culprit.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well,
Now
You can't trust that guy. I'm telling you. You get out there and you try to make friends with him, and he's like,
oh my goodness.
he'll sit for you, he'll beg, but the minute you try to put a collar or give him a flea collar, man, he just goes bananas.
He's
Screw Dog Man. If he can't be my friend and I can take him home, I don't want to deal with him.
You see why he has other people hosting his shows? You see?
Yeah.
He's a wild man. He is the dog man.
They used to call me that in the service, Wild Man. When I was in Panama, they used to call me Wild Man, and they used to or Stogie, because everywhere I went when I wasn't working in that, I was smoking a cigar.
I thought I was a conspiracy theorist till I heard you talk tonight. You're
Right.
you're
Oh, you haven't heard nothing.
He's being nice. He really is being nice. Like I was on his show the other night.
Conservative tonight,
Yeah.
super conservative
well,
with.
yeah. For sake of Roger's YouTube channel, we have to be, unfortunately, because YouTube's strict about how deep we get into this.
Now, come on now. This is like a date, all right?
Yeah.
Girls should take off their clothes the first night, all right?
Well, we hope
And
they
I'm not
will.
going to give you all my information until you. I might give you a little bit tonight, and the next time you have me on, I'll give a little more. Just like a date, So
Yeah, but
that's how it works.
Old. You're dating yourself because they don't do that anymore.
I'm old school and I'm sticking to it. It's worked for me, but
you heard what he's gonna do, didn't you?
You did find me online, so I am expanding some of my horizons in that department, but I'm still not showing you everything. All right.
Do you hear what he says
You have
he's
to
gonna do though,
something
right?
to the imagination,
Summer.
right?
Summer. You hear what he is eventually going to be doing, right? He's going to be taking his clothes off.
I was me taking my. How do you know that I don't already have them off?
Oh my gosh! Thank goodness you don't have the webcam on.
Thank God, I never use one either. I don't.
Mark, I'm gonna hope you have your clothes on.
I have a face for radio, and the reason I don't do that is because I don't. Well, if some psychic was to take and come in here and take and check and see who and what I am and what I look like, I hope they're scarred for life after that. Yeah, them too. 1,000 boxes on you. And may it go back 3 generations after that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, it's almost 10 o'clock. I don't know. Is there anything else you guys want to discuss? Or
I ain't got nothing better to do.
Yeah.
So I'm game for after show.
Yeah. Do you guys want to give your information and stuff and?
Before I go,
okay.
let me. I'll drop links, and I got tons of them.
He's got tons.
He sure does.
He does.
The best way to get a hold of me, if you can't spell my name or see it up there in chat, is to look up Dragus Productions, Dreagus Productions, all one word. And if you have questions that you want to take and send me, put something in the subject besides, hey, jerk. You can send that to Dragus Productions, all one word, at gmail.com.
Okay.
And here I am going to give the links to Roger here.
Yeah, put him down there.
And I will also post them over in the I don't know. No, it's not letting me post into the YouTube chat for some reason.
Yeah, it's probably
YouTube doesn't let me post links either. I've tried doing
that.
It says you're it's disabled for me.
Oh yeah, it's probably.
Probably got a strike again. Oh, that's right. I got a strike and it's not letting me take in post.
Hey,
we've more than enjoyed having you on our show. It's been great.
You're all welcome to come in Wednesday nights, 9:00 Eastern, 8:00 Central for the pre-show, 7:00 Mountain,
9:30.
or 3. What is it?
9:30 we start the show.
9:30. Yeah, 9:30 is when we start. So
Eastern
8:30 Central is when we start Central Time. I simulcast all to those links there. So come join me. My primary places that I do stream, and there's people in there and chat, and folks who want to take and come in there and chat with us are going to be over in Kick, along with my top mod and partner there, Cecilia Adams. She's in Kick.
Okay.
She also moderates and helps me with Facebook. I stream there and X. But my big place that I stream to is Rumble and Kick.
Okay.
Live.
Great. All right.
So.
Yeah, and she did leave a short comment called. She said, "Fantabulous, or Los."
Fantabulos. Yeah.
And then Mark told me that she usually doesn't talk. She's the lurker.
Yeah,
she likes to lurk on the channel.
Okay.
Yeah, she's a moderator. If she sends a message, it's going to be straight to me. And if people get out of hand, I just let her do her thing. There's questions that need to be asked because I don't tolerate a lot of things, but I do allow links in my chats. I do allow people to promote, so long as I'm allowed to promote there. All right,
Okay.
when I come there. So
You are more than welcome to do that on here and on my Live with Roger Hanson thing
Yeah.
too. And I get on Discord, so if that's where I usually hang out. So if you
I have a hard time with Discord because it kind of messes with my mixing board system that I have right now.
That's because of the
So
CIA.
yeah, that too. You know,
Yeah, the
Been
CIA.
fed,
these
man.
bastards and the NSA. I'm telling you, Gary's the worst out of all three of those
Be,
guys.
be careful. It gets Austin scared.
He's a bastard. I'm telling you.
Austin gets scared. Like Summer brought that stuff up about 3 weeks ago, and we're still getting over it because she scared us to death.
Yeah,
Well,
you know,
John
but if
is
they have a question about stuff and things like that, especially like pictures and that, they send it over to David. You know,
Yeah.
untitled,
But Roger brought
right?
it up.
Yeah. Hey, I know. I brought. No, it was.
Yeah, no that.
Hey, now I have to ask you two to behave. Come on now.
What?
What? That was your idea, Roger.
Yeah, I know
It was John and I that got scared, like scared everybody.
No, I got
we were like,
scared
stop
too
it,
because I didn't want to mysteriously disappear or nothing.
Yeah, I was like,
I know,
be careful.
I
You
started
can't unclose
So,
that.
yeah, I'm not your typical paranormal type of interview.
Yeah, we know.
All right.
Now,
We gathered that.
Or UFO interview or cryptozoology interview, because you know, even though I've seen things up front, I've had more experiences with other people that are in the career fields. Well, not career fields, but in the field doing it that have a little bit more or a lot more experience than me.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll be I do have a show coming up Sunday night. That starts at 8:30 for the pre-show.
Okay.
All those links are good.
Okay.
And it's called the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. It's a 2-hour-long radio show, but everybody that goes to those links, to the video links, gets to hear all the behind the scenes, the pre-show, and the after show. So I'm not saying not to go to the radio stations. To listen to us. If you can only listen and not chat, that's the way to go. But if you can chat and you want to be part of it, you know, you can jump into the chat there on the video platforms. Censorship Sucks talks about current events and gives commentary, as well as Sunday night is a comedy night because we have Willie's Worm Farm, and Willie's all in with yeah. Willie has a worm farm in Waldo, Florida, and a cricket emporium in North Carolina someplace. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's great. Well, we're glad you were on here tonight. It was very interesting.
But don't buy anything from Willie, all right? Because he'll even try to sell you pee jugs and his used underwear.
Okay. Well,
in the air. I've had to take him.
Oh my God!
Like,
we'll try to catch that.
And for his cryptocurrency, you know, bits of coin that we pay him in, he's already tried to give out the password on air, and he goes, "Well, it's all right. Everybody listens to us is trustworthy because you."
Yeah.
He even gave his hidden password, his hidden 15-word password to the representative of the King of Nigeria.
Mark,
all right?
if you keep talking, they're not gonna come to your show, dude. I'm just saying, dude. It's like,
you know, Matt, it's your in for tomorrow.
Well, I guess we should get off here since it's been 2 hours now. Gosh, it doesn't seem like it. So
2 hours is nothing. 3 is a problem.
Yeah.
3 is a problem.
3 is a problem.
No, I was referring to the people you're talking about. You know, you don't want to scare them off, man.
No. Actually, you know, we give him hell a lot about that, you know, because he's bought into that New World Order thing, you know, and Willie thinks it's a good thing because he's getting paid. He's getting paid in bits of coin. All right. And he thinks we owe him $4.93 in bits of coin for every show that he's done with us. And we're like, no, Saul Good is the guy who has to pay you, not me. He's your producer.
That's great stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
we're gonna get off of here because our partners are kind of like lonely, I think, now.
Do you want to pick this up? Do you want to go over to your other chat then, Roger? Because I'm still up and running a little bit.
Yeah,
It does.
he's ready to
It's a
go.
little too late, to take and do any packing or tearing stuff down at this point. So I am getting ready to move into another house soon. So
Yeah, we can do it. Now, Summer, remember, I believe his host is supposed to be doing an interview with you next Saturday too, right? If I'm correct, isn't that it?
Saturday
Uh,
host.
yeah, what's her name? Nancy.
Okay.
Oh, Nancy's coming on. Oh
Yeah.
man, you're gonna love Nancy Planetta. Oh, Nancy.
Okay.
I love her.
And David, the invitation's open to you too if you want to come
Okay,
on.
well, I
So
appreciate it.
it's not you staying here and listening to us, David. I'm sure it's been exciting.
Oh,
it's good.
let me
And your
introduce
input.
this.
You know, I'm a little down because John Bell didn't speak up more tonight.
Yeah, well, John left, but I spent 30 years talking about flying saucers up out of Canada with Rob McConnell on the X Zone Radio. So 29 years, and then I got picked up with Mark here. Was it about 8 years ago? Mark was.
Yeah, something 8 or 10 years ago or something like that.
So I was doing that, and then I got picked up with another with Lee's Family Spirit International, and I was a panelist talking about flying. Yeah.
Lee Triana Brown used to be produced by me, but now she's produced by someone else. But that's fine,
I think she's on iHeart now. Yeah, I think she got.
Well, and YouTube, not YouTube, but Roku. I was working on trying to get a Roku channel, and I'm like, nah, I don't want to do all that. That's a lot of work, and I don't like coding. That's like asking me to host a program or a show again. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I can do it, but I don't want to.
It's work, Mark. It's work.
Yeah, it's a 4-letter word.
It is a
All right,
four-letter word.
but in Spanish it's 6. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Work is a 4-letter word in English, but in Spanish it's 6.
Yeah, probably more than likely. Yeah.
Trabaja. All right.
Well, we're going to sign off now. We appreciate you. So it's been really enjoyable. So we'll try to.
It was fun
get into
coming with. Thank you for the invitation, Roger and everybody. And anytime that I'm available, probably once I get the move in, I'll be able to do more. All right, once I'm settled in. Next weekend, I probably won't be able to do anything because that's my visitation weekend with my kiddos.
Sounds good.
Okay.
And it's quieter every other weekend.
Yeah. I know what that's like. Yeah.
And doing this also takes my mind off of, oh, what are they doing? It's too quiet. 3 girls being quiet, not good.
Yeah.
I 13-year-old all the way to 17-year-old. All right.
Yeah.
From my youngest 3 out of 7.
Okay, so I will end it for you here, and we'll meet up. We'll meet up in the other room real quick too, if you want to do something.
Yeah, give me about 5 minutes. I'm gonna top my coffee off, Roger. All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I will see you guys.
All you guys. Great
All right.
talking to you.
Thanks again, and don't forget, make sure you get David in next time if he hasn't been on your show before.
Yeah.
He's got a great and interesting story.
I'd love him to join us any time for a whole interview.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Have a great weekend.
You
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah.
And
Hi, this is Summer Todd. Do my show tonight on just various subjects. We're going to kind of kick it off with some mysterious disappearances and things like that, which I'm sure will be an interesting conversation. I'm going to let my son Austin will be here, so he's going to start off with a story about someone that disappeared mysteriously. So, Austin, you ready?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. Was it that? It was that story about that guy that disappeared during the blackout, right?
Yeah, actually, they think he caused the blackout. Wasn't that it?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how it went. There was a guy. I think it was in New York City, and he worked at like this power plant, and then there was a big blackout. And then during that blackout, he went missing, and he was never seen or heard from again. And they suspected he was the source of the blackout, but they don't know why he went missing afterwards, or if it was on purpose or anything, because he was one for questioning, and they could never find him. And then he just dropped off the face of the earth.
Doing some investigation, though, wasn't he, on aliens or something? There was some things he was getting close to they didn't like, wasn't it? I'm trying to find the story with it.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I'm trying. That was the part I was missing, because I didn't get a chance to read the full article. But he was like really big into everything about aliens. You know, like a couple people I know, and
now,
he was.
are you talking about specifically like ancient aliens or something like that? Was he involved in some kind of show or?
Oh, here it is. I got it.
No, I was just giving you a hard time, Roger.
Oh.
Here's the one you said, and I'm going to look at his name.
Did this man get stuck in the past? In 1995,
Mike Markham.
Mike Markham.
Oh, okay.
He was using compact lasers to set up a time machine.
Now be careful with that, because you'll get hit with copyright.
Yeah, and he was.
So
they think he caused this blackout, and then he kind of just mysteriously disappeared. He was a recluse, and he was doing some stuff, like I said, with that stuff. So yeah, that was it, Austin. You remember the story now, don't you?
yeah, I remember it now. So this guy was using compact laser beams to try and build a time machine, and then one night he disappeared, and he was never seen or heard from again. That was on the same night as a blackout. And then a few weeks later, a newspaper article turned up, I guess in like a microfiche library. Somebody was going through it looking for something, and they found a newspaper article from the 1930s that this guy named Michael Markham had turned up in a metal tube on a beach in New York, I think was where he lived. He turned up in a metal tube on a beach in like 1932 or something. Now he was working on this project in like the early 2000s, and somebody was going through the old microfiche newspaper articles of the library, and they found an article about him having turned up in this tube on a beach dead in the 30s.
Right.
So the speculation was that he had succeeded in going back in time, had maybe died while he was going back in time, or had not long after he had gotten there, and that he stayed trapped in the past. That was the speculation. We'll have to link the description to that story, maybe if we're able to. We can link it in the description section or the comment section so people can watch it, maybe.
Yeah, and Nick did say, I mean, at least said on the YouTube video that he caused that blackout when he was working on that.
Yeah, they think the compact lasers he was trying to use to induce time travel caused that big citywide blackout that happened that night because it did something to the power grid.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't know why someone when you know about time travel if he that was what he was.
It's a big thing though. See, like you've got a lot of people, especially into the stuff like I'm into, the strange stuff, you know, like that talk about like time, what was strip stream? Oh no, something stream, slipstream, and slipstream. And there's also people that talk about time travelers and they show like photos on YouTube like where people back in the 1920s have a cell phone, you know, on TV sets, you know, or television sets and stuff. So
right, I've seen some of those pictures. Yeah,
that's one of the things that I really would like to get into sometime, but people don't really talk about it very much. You know what I mean? I'd really.
Well, I think it's kind of scary, and like the one time I felt like I might have been in a time slip for just a few seconds. It was pretty scary because, I mean, what if you go into it and you don't come back out? I mean, people even like to talk about that.
It gets more intense too, like interdimensional time travel. They talk about bald-headed guys that freaking travel in between dimensions and time, and like, you know, when you ever the reason why I ask people what they feel about deja vu is usually it opens up the topic if you're interested in that subject. And the thing about deja vu is it's a tear within the fabric of time, according to these people. You know,
really?
Yeah. Whenever you have a feeling of deja vu or you have a migraine headache that just pops into your head, they believe that freaking tear in the fabric of time happened, and it causes a rift, which makes your mind freaking react to it like that. So every time you have a moment of deja vu or you have a migraine headache or something's happening with the continuum. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Now, so does that lead into like reincarnation or too? Or I mean, people think that deja vu is because of that you've been there before, so you're reincarnated, right?
Well, deja vu, or not deja vu, reincarnation is just basically transferring from one body to another. You know what I mean? This is like literally freaking traveling back in time or to another dimension. Like you literally travel there.
So like, well, I remember my daughter saying she had deja vu when her dad was in a hospital, and she said this was just so too weird. Everything just felt like she'd done that before on that certain day. So I'm not sure, you know, what that was about. Yeah.
She probably did do it at some time in a different alternate reality.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had many episodes of deja vu. It's weird.
It's really
creepy. I remember back when I used to experiment with psychedelics a lot. I don't know if there's something to this or not, but it would always feel like I was in the present moment, but at the same time I was in the past, or like parallel to it somehow or another. Like me and my cousins, we'd go out riding around late at night and stuff, all fucked up and shit, and it would feel like we were driving around. Now this was the early 2000s when we were doing this, but it would feel like we were driving around, and it was like in the 1950s or 1940s. I knew what year it was still and stuff, but at the same time, it felt like we were back in the 40s and 50s and stuff. Wow. And at any moment, we'd pass one of those old cars or something. I mean, we never did, but it was a strange feeling. I don't know. I'm still kind of trying to figure that out, how that, what the mechanics of that could have been, because there had to have been something to it, because I've heard that from a lot of other people too.
Yeah.
Could have been
It might
recall
just be
memory.
yeah, I mean it recalls it because it reminds you of it so much, maybe. You know.
I think maybe like the imprint on the areas we were going through, kind of.
Do that, or
I was more in tune with it.
just not nobody being out to distract you, and just the whole atmosphere kind of comes together, and brings those memories back or something. You know, that's kind of how I felt when I was walking to work, and I felt like I was going back. It seemed like everything, like not just the smells, but the sounds and everything came together for a moment there to kind of, you know, make me almost go into that time slip. And maybe for a few seconds, I'm pretty sure I did.
It's like you walked through a tear in the continuum and then right back out of it again.
Yeah.
But you didn't walk through like a really big hole in it.
Well, I didn't go completely, but I think it's all those things that seem
Well,
to me.
hold on a minute, you two. Let me kind of interject on this. What if you did walk through the tear and you didn't come back out? What if maybe? Yeah.
I think I did for a few minutes, and I think everything.
No, I mean, see right there, like
what printed on my brain, it was
not for a few minutes. What if you are in the alternate dimension right now? Like when you went through that tear, you became a part of this dimension from a dimension you were in before.
Oh yeah, Austin's mentioned that to me because I had a bad car wreck, and he always says, well, how do you know you didn't die? Because I thought I had, you know, because it was so traumatic, but I didn't. But then he was like, how do you know you didn't? So yeah. I don't know.
Like what I was trying to tell her was like, what if there was a dimension where you actually did die, but you skipped to another dimension where things went on as they would have had you survived the car wreck, because you had a certain amount of time to be, so you're in the continuum now where you survived it. There's another continuum where you're dead from the car wreck.
Right.
That was kind of.
Oh yeah. Right. I was just trying to get where it's like.
She's getting excited. She's getting excited. She picked up the laptop. She's like, I got to get ready for this one.
I tried to get it where it was lighter, but it's dark. It's worse over there.
Here, I can see you perfectly.
Yeah.
Good. It's dark to me, but well, with the car wreck, though, I didn't feel like I went into another time. I feel like something was there with me, definitely. Mm-hmm. I wasn't raised in the church. My parents weren't very religious or anything, but when I had that car accident, I felt like there was something in the car with me telling me I was going to be okay, and I just felt it. It was like somebody just cradles you or something, and but I don't. That was a time slip, and I wasn't hurt badly. So, I mean, I had a broken arm and a lot of bruising, but it was a bad accident. I don't know how I walked away from it, but
you were transported to another dimension. Is what happened. You see,
there had something there because it had the guy that was driving the truck. I didn't realize it, and I read it like back then. We had newspapers. It was in '82. I was reading it, and it was a steel truck, and he had 20 tons of steel on that. You know, I remember seeing the big roll of steel on that truck. It was a semi, so it was on the, you know, they had the rolls back then. They had them chained on or whatever. And I thought, you know, I look at when I was getting in the ambulance, I didn't think about it. But when I read the newspaper article, it said that he had 20 tons of steel. It was Southwest Ohio Steel Company in Hamilton here. 20 tons of steel on the semi, and he jackknifed the load.
Oh, wow.
I was like, my husband was like, he's like, oh my God. I was like, yeah, is that real? I said, 20 tons? He's like, well, the steel rolls weigh a lot. But I was like, how did he do that? And still, even then, I got hit broadside by the semi, and it racked I mean, broadside's the worst kind of accident you can almost have outside a head on,
Mm-hmm.
especially with a semi. And it wrapped up my car around the front of the truck, and it was terrible. It was terrible. But like I said, everything that happened, my seatbelt was cut off or broke off at just the right time, and I went out to the side door on the seat and on the passenger side. So when the wreck was over, I was on the street basically on the seat, and I just got up, and I felt like I was dead, because the whole thing was so unreal. And I'm just standing there thinking, I can see this, and I'm watching everybody, but I'm dead, you know. And then this guy comes running over to me, my neighbor. He was following, I didn't know him very well, but he was following me. I think he was going to work too, and I was going to work that morning. And he comes over and says, "Are you all right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I think so." And then he's like, "Well, you want me to call somebody? Because this is so funny. We didn't have cell phones or anything back then." And there was a little phone booth. This was in this square, and there was a couple bars and like a little deli or something there in this small town. And there was this little phone booth there, and the guy ran over to the phone booth and called my husband. And my husband heard it on WLW or something, one of the down in the copters that they see the accidents. So he's listening to it, and he hears about this accident, and he knows it's me, and he's coming up from like Cincinnati, I think, and he thinks I'm dead, and he sees them taking the car out on a flatbed, which is just destroyed. Like the windshield was like in a triangle. It was all buckled up. It was just destroyed. My car was destroyed. So he figures I'm dead. So he gets to the hospital, and I'm okay, and he's like freaking out. But the whole thing was weird. When you look at all the stuff that happened around it. And,
Man, dude, I'm telling you, dude, freaking, I'm really impressed with the freaking story right there, because like you're gonna make so many people watch this. Like the views are gonna be just outrageous. Like what you just said there, you just started breaking out into a story and shit, and I'm like, wow, dude.
Yeah.
That was good. I mean, that was really, you like opened it and told everybody about something that was traumatic, and I'm just amazed. That was a good.
But I really didn't tell what happened in the car,
It doesn't matter. I mean, it was amazing.
Yeah, that's the most.
Yeah.
What happened in the car makes it even more incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. Go on. I didn't want to disturb you.
Yeah. Well, but, I mean, when you go in slow motion. So that's why Austin said, well, maybe you did die, because when I was going to work, and I kind of looked to the right, to the left, and then to the right, and I pulled out. Well, I pulled out, and I saw this truck coming, and I was like, oh my God. And he was like right there almost. And so I knew he's going to hit me, and I kind of went down in the seat. I took my elbow up over my head like this, and I was like, I think I still had a hold the steering wheel. And when he hit me, my arm went back. That's what broke my arm. And I was thinking, oh my God, I'm going to die. And that's when I felt that presence in the car. It was just like when you wake up and you're warm, and I would say probably what you feel like maybe when you're in your mother's belly or something, if you're, the mother's womb or something. I was like, this is crazy. And I heard a voice, but I didn't see, of course I didn't see anybody, because everything, there was breaking glass. It's just phenomenal what it sounds like. And so it was just like somebody whispered in my ears, or just put it in my head and said, you're going to be okay. And I feel like it was a woman, and it's going to be all right. Don't worry. And it was, then I calmed down, because I was like, well, and then it was over with so quick. So that's why Austin said, maybe something happened and you went somewhere else. But
you brought that up in the first interview you did with me, didn't you?
I think so. I didn't go into as much detail.
The very first one.
Yeah.
I didn't go.
Yeah, I still have that first episode.
Yeah.
I went back and watched that not too long ago. I think, but you didn't go into as much detail about it. You were more into like just a guardian angel having intervened that day without going into as much detail as you did now.
Yeah.
Right.
Now,
She's been around us long enough, and she's like freaking breaking it down.
Breaking out into song.
Yeah.
But now part of the reason I told her she may have died and like skipped to another dimension was because years ago when me and her used to read those old Stephen Wagner stories. You know how people write into his website. It was on about.com. There was a number of people who wrote in there who had attempted suicide, and they said they would hang themselves and the rope would try to hang themselves and the rope would break, or they would try to shoot themselves and the gun wouldn't go off. But then they'd like go out several days later, shoot the gun they tried to kill themselves with, and it would fire perfectly. And some of these people that had tried to kill themselves started thinking, well, what if the rope didn't actually break, but I skipped to a dimension where it did because I had to be this person for a certain amount of time, or the gun actually did go off, but I skipped to a dimension. So there was a lot of stories on there from on about.com with Stephen Wagner where people were talking about that. Like there were several of them that really stuck out to me. I was like, well, maybe that's what happened to Mom. Like something intervened and skipped her to another dimension, like a guardian angel skipped her to a dimension where her life continued on as it would have had she survived, but in still another dimension she died. And then like you remember Roger, that old show Coast to Coast AM?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
Okay, years ago I used to listen to that a lot too, and I heard another story on there where a guy got into a real bad car wreck, and it was just as bad as what Mom was describing, where the car was just totally mangled. But he was like, there's no way I could have walked away from this. And he started feeling really guilty because he was like, well, what if I died in another dimension and I left my family behind grieving, but in this dimension I'm with my family? And he started feeling real bad about it. That was like a story I think he called in to tell him.
Wow.
So that was where I kind of started getting those ideas that maybe that was kind of what had happened, because there could be like a totally parallel dimension where you died in that car wreck or whatever, and then I don't know what the way things would have been.
In parallel,
it's impossible to say. But
we were talking about that whole story, and then we talked about how Austin said, remember what you said, Austin, about the guardian angel cutting the seatbelt off at just the right time. Yeah, and then there was something happened to you, Roger, wasn't there? That was similar. Like I was telling John, I think when I first heard that you went down. Did you almost drown or something?
Yeah, it was in Arizona. When I was, I'd say I was about maybe 12, getting ready to hit 13, and I was a pretty short guy at that age. And they have these reservoirs, these canals, where frickin' they transport water to frickin' crops and everything out there because they have to reserve their water. It's dry, you know? And these are concrete, and they always put up warning signs telling everybody do not swim and stuff like that.
Right.
But I'm a 12-year-old kid, and I get it in my head that I'm gonna frickin' be like Huck Finn, and I'm gonna build a little frickin' raft out of a tire, and I put frickin' like these what do they call them again? Oh my God, where you frickin' put shit on them and frickin' lift them up with a crane or with a, my goodness, the wood planks.
Oh, pallets.
Pallets,
like
yeah.
Wood pallets.
Yeah, I took big
pallets.
I put a pallet on top of it and roped it off and everything, and I was gonna get down there and sit on it and row down the frickin' canal thing. The only thing was is I didn't realize how slippery the edge of that frickin' canal was, and I slid right down into it. So.
Oh. and you can't. It's hard to get out, right?
Yeah, I mean, if at the height I was, man, I couldn't even feel the bottom, and when I went under, I could barely feel the bottom, and the current was grabbing me. So what I had to do is grab this little crack that ran up the side that had concrete. You know how they have the little grooves, and then little bits of concrete sticks out from the groove where the
Yeah.
cracks is. I grabbed that, and I had to crawl my way up and claw that freaking corner, dude, until I made it to the top.
Oh
And
my God.
yeah, and I mean, I was terrified the whole time I was there. I was thinking, I'm gonna die, and I'm gonna die, and I'm gonna die. And the moment I got to the top, man, was when freaking it was the most intense feeling I ever had. You know what I mean? It was like freaking life just came right back into me. I went from about thinking I was gonna die to freaking, you know what I mean? And like,
Oh, goodness.
that's not really as close as a car accident, you know, but that's
No, I think it changes your perception somehow too. I know it does.
Mhm.
It changes all things.
Well, it's like that's what I was
The
trying to say to you though. Like, you understand how alternate dimensions work, right?
well, kind of, yeah.
It goes according one moment according to another in decisions we make, and then like making a left turn when in reality we should have made a right turn, or making a right turn when we should have made a left turn. Every time I make a decision or a move, I create another alternate dimension that exists.
Okay.
You see what I mean? So, like today, if I frickin' decide not to eat dinner, there's going to be a dimension that's created where I did eat dinner.
Oh, okay.
You see?
Okay. Yeah.
They're always forking off of each other. Everything you do creates a continuum,
Wow.
a new continuum. Every decision you make,
It's
and it has like a butterfly effect, because even really small decisions, the margin of what it sets in motion grows and grows over X amount of time.
Now that would explain when I read a few stories, and actually I heard one on TV not too long ago where this person, I think they maybe had died and went out of their body for a little while, but they met their dead sibling, but he had aged. Like he died when he was only a baby, but he was the age he would have been at that year. So that would explain that, right? Would that explain that? Because I was like, how could you die and then age? You know, I don't know. Unless you were in an alternate dimension.
It could. And we have messages too, if anybody wants to hear it. It's from John 907I.
Yeah.
He says, "Sup, everyone," and he said, "Real cozy show. Just popped in a ice cold one. Cheers, everyone. I get deja vu going to the same job every day." And then he, well,
I hear you.
that's relatable. He said, "It sounds like shock and adrenaline were flowing. Amazing you survived the crash. Makes you look at life a different after something like that has happened. Makes you slow down and enjoy times a little bit more, and don't get where this different dimension stuff comes in. That's probably with your near-death experience. Like when it comes to that is true. There's so many different explanations to it too. Like it, I mean, it could be one of many different kind of things, in my opinion.
Yeah.
All kids do stupid stuff like that, bro. Sounds like you were just happy to be alive. Yeah, I was real happy to be alive, to be honest with you. And
I never really thought about the alternate dimension thing when after the accident. I more or less thought there was a guardian angel, that something had to happen. Somebody had to intervene because I was so stupid that day. But yeah, and it just wasn't my time.
Now,
but it could be more than one thing. That's for sure.
now let me elaborate too, because his last comment, he says these things are decisions, bro, not dimensions. And what we're talking about here is for every decision you make, you create another dimension, and you don't have any control over that. No choice, anything. It's every decision you make creates an alternate dimension where you could have done something differently and it would result in this. So that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That was cool. I got on there and frickin' he come in and he was talking up. Sorry I didn't catch you in time, John 907I.
So that's good that we're getting some comments and stuff though. That shows the views are picking up a little bit, so that's really good.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are cool. I mean, it's like frickin',
Yeah.
you know.
Not as cool as the Rochester, but
No.
That's
getting
true.
close.
That's true.
Call him Tiger. But anyway.
You need to start.
Yeah.
Need to start handing out cookies and saying frickin' sweet melodic stuff like I do, like my sweet melodic voice.
Yes. You know, it's funny. The older you get, the more stuff you've been through, and the more you see. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, you know." When I was younger, I was like, I didn't believe a lot of things I heard. And then as you go through life and start experiencing them, it seems like almost anything's possible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some of the stuff you hear, you're like, oh, but then, yeah, there's a lot of things we can't explain going on. So,
well, when you get older too, and it's like I've mentioned it a couple times to a lot of these young guys. They go out and they set expectations for themselves, and they mostly do it because of things like getting into a marriage, having babies, and then all of a sudden they want to buy that house, which everybody wants to do. They want to buy the house for their freaking family, and and then all of a sudden this shit in their head starts building up where, well, I want to freaking make this house good so that my kids will have something whenever they get older. And all the time that they're doing that shit and they're building that or paying that freaking mortgage and all that stuff's going on, their kids are growing up. So by the time they get like Austin's age, now Austin's got his cool house, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's got his cool house. He doesn't need your frickin' house.
Right.
You know what I mean? And people get caught in that way of thinking that's a trap, where they're gonna frickin' invest in this house, get it all nice and frickin' good, and spend years and years paying all these bills, and their kids just move away and buy their own house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's time to. I think and it seems like we all think more is better. Bigger cars, bigger houses, bigger this, bigger that. Then you get into a lifestyle that traps you too, just to make enough money to get through it.
You become a prisoner of debt.
Yep. The debt controls you. The house owns you. You don't own it anymore. It's like its own entity.
Yeah.
That's strange, but it does. Like, that's not
That's how
American dream or
how it happens.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, John doesn't agree with us. He doesn't think that decisions we make creates different dimensions and stuff. I mean, to each their own.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that because like I said, when my accident happened, I was more like into like I just knew something had intervened. There was something there. So, but I never thought about that. It was Austin that kind of brought it up. So.
Well, I mean, the reason why a lot of people don't believe in that is because they're religious, and like religion really is a issue that a lot of people have because you're supposed to be open-minded. You know what I mean? And a lot of people who are religious has a real hard time with being open-minded because everything is written in stone in their minds. You know what I'm saying? So the things that are being talked about there don't really get discussed too much in like the paranormal realms and everything, because a lot of people always want to clamp aliens and UFOs to God, you know what I mean, and spiritual things to God, and the afterlife and the paranormal and everything. But
Reincarnation is another big topic that is on the line there, on the fence with the religion too. A lot of people have problems with that. Uh,
but
that
it's a very, very touchy subject with a lot of people, because like it does go against a lot of, like, it goes against a lot of people who are religious in their beliefs, and it doesn't necessarily go against their spiritual beliefs. It's just their personal beliefs.
It's funny how everybody has different opinions and mixed views on stuff. Like my partner, he says he believes that every animal that dies is reincarnated right away. But I said, what about humans? And he's like, he doesn't seem to think that as much. But
Yeah.
I'm like, well, even about animals. So, yeah.
Why would animals be reincarnated as opposed to humans? I mean, maybe because humans have more of a mind, so they can stay on the other side longer, so if they so choose, whereas animals are doing more medicine instinct
I don't
to incarnate again.
I don't know.
Well, see, if I stuck to the Christian tradition, then I would have to say that doesn't make sense, because animals don't have souls. We have souls, but animals don't. So
Well, I don't think he believes that. I think he believes they have souls too. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, he was raised Catholic, so
hmm
you know. Um,
So I certainly believe animals have souls. I mean, you're dealing with some kind of soul when it comes to animals for sure.
yeah,
I've seen that over and
and
over again.
growing up around horses and animals all my life, yeah, there's something there. Um,
What is the exact Bible passage that uh, implies that animals don't have souls? Is there?
it's not written
I
in
Do
the
don't.
you
Bible.
know?
It's not written in the Bible. It's just a belief that a lot of Christians have adopted. That
Yeah,
there's absolutely nothing that says animals don't have souls. It's just that
Which is actually in the Bible. The Bible mentions animal spirits, like the spirit of Python is one of the few named animal spirits in the Bible. Um, that's one that the Bible names. So it does talk about animal spirits some. So I don't know where some would get that animals wouldn't have souls when the Bible kind of talks about animal spirits, because you have to have a soul to have a spirit.
hmm
yeah. I don't know. I think some people, like I remember my husband's grandma, just she did not want to talk about anything out of the box. She was Christian, but she was afraid to talk about anything paranormal or maybe spiritual. And because I don't know if that's something that she was raised with. I think that is a belief in some Christian religion that you shouldn't even talk about things like that. You shouldn't go to psychics. You shouldn't do anything like that.
yeah.
She was old school.
You know,
She was old school Christian, so
I guess
she was afraid to talk about any of that stuff for like fear of conjuring up bad stuff, I think.
I mean, I can respect that, but I feel like, and this is my personal belief, is that, I mean, God exists, but I think also not all psychics are bad. There are a lot of bad ones, but I think that, like we had discussed this on one of my shows a few weeks ago or something, where some people are psychic and have that ability, and others don't. It's like some people are more athletic than someone else,
Right.
and I also think it's something you can work on. Maybe you want to be an athlete and do work on it, and you get better. I think if you kind of have that gift, you can either decide you don't want to deal with it and shut it down, maybe, or you can work on it and get, it gets stronger. I think it's a gift. I don't think it's anything demonic unless you yourself make it demonic. If you're psychic and you want to go on and scare people and tell people horrible things, and I don't know, you can use it for good, just like any ability you have, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
You could
Ted Bundy was
you
intelligent.
could start it.
He was intelligent, but he
You,
used his intelligence to fool people and to fool women and to fool, to kill people. So, you can, I think that's, again, that goes back to what you decide to do and in this life or in this dimension. So,
you could start a show about the CIA spying on everybody and scare the shit out of them. Called Snopes.
Don't do
we
that.
don't
Don't do that. John's already said, "Oh, don't do that." We could do
Oh
that.
yeah, he wasn't having it.
John's
Yeah.
scared to death if I did mention that. I was telling you guys both.
No, we got a couple more comments. Now, John went on to say a lot of people look at buying a house as setting up a foundation for their family in the future, which in some instances, that's 100% true. But I'm talking about when your mind starts freaking telling you that you're going to do this so that your kid has a place to live later on, and a lot of them do it, you know. I mean,
Well, that's a different,
investing
yeah.
in your family is one thing, but holding on to it because you want your kids to have a place in the future, that's just complete nonsense. That you playing tricks with yourself, because they're going to grow older and they're going to buy their own houses and they're not going to want anything to do with your house, So
Well, the natural progression is like eventually you will downsize your home, or maybe when you decide to downsize, your kids maybe could buy it or want to live in it if they want to buy it. I mean, my husband and I had the big house, and I mean, Austin would have loved to buy it, but he also was realistic in that, when his father died, he wanted maybe to buy it, but he was also realistic in knowing that it was too big and it really wasn't what he wanted. So there's different things that happen.
I loved the setting and everything, but it was more than I could keep up with financially. That was the problem. It was just too much to keep up with financially.
Mm-hmm.
It's
so it
was too much for your dad and I. I was wanting to downsize.
If I could have bought it, and kept it, I absolutely would have. But I didn't have enough money to buy it, let alone keep up with the things it needed done. Which was unfortunate, but that's just how it was.
But sometimes the parents will stay in the home and the kids will move on, and then when they pass away, at least they'll have the estate that they'll sell it and
yeah, I
have
mean
money.
that's all I'm saying. Don't get yourself hooked up in these false dreams like your kids are going to live with you until they're 35. I mean, that's just not going to happen.
I've with people who said they had their kids to take care of them when they were old. I had kids because I knew I was going to get old and I want my kids to take care of me. I'm like, wow, I hope that's not the only reason children, because who thinks like that? I don't know.
Well, I mean,
you hope they would maybe if they maybe try to guide you and help you, but not like they were saying.
Yeah. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I help take care of my parents. They live with me, and you know what I mean. But the thing of it is I moved away from home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like saying freaking, I'm gonna have to go and take care of my parents someday. It just didn't work out that way. They needed my help. And, I'm not one of those people who thinks frickin' that because their parents are sick and not able to take care of themselves, I should just put them in a nursing home, you know what I mean? So,
right.
And
that's something.
And you don't find too many people like that these days either who actually gives a damn about the elderly. I mean, in their own families, much less,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's now we have Nathaniel Ball too, and he says that's referring to the multiverse theory. It's a real scientific theory, and I agree with him. That's something I didn't want to really mention because people don't
What
really.
was?
It's the theory of relativity, or the
Oh.
yeah. Well, it's actually the multiverse theory.
Okay.
And that was basically what I was explaining. It is an actual scientific theory, and Austin even knows that too. I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was talking about in relation to the all the alternate dimensions and stuff. Like,
Right.
you know how like reality is made up of molecular chains or chains of atoms, and those chains, depending on how they're configured, they branch out into alternate dimensions, and then you got your decisions you make that lead you into alternate dimensions and stuff like that. That was kind of what I was referring to as the multiverse theory. Like, there's the infinite number of universes, and we're constantly going through them based on decisions we make, and like, or when you visualize something too, like thoughts are energy that are intertwined with physical reality, and those thoughts create new dimensions too sometimes without you physically even making a decision. If you focus on those thoughts long enough that they're able to take hold. Basically, it's the premise of visualization. But it all ties back into the multiverse theory.
That's pretty deep. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Did you say there's another comment too, Gerald?
Gerald.
Roger.
You can just call me Gerald. Don't worry, it's cool. just say Gerald. It was from John. John said that he said that not from where I'm from, guys. My kids will never afford a home these days. And
Oh, that's true. I think that's getting to be more and more unrealistic to get a home, because especially I mean, when I bought this house, I've been here probably just 5 years. This house is supposed to be worth twice as much as it was 5 years ago, which is crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And then if you look at the house payments and the taxes and the insurance, it's crazy. And I don't live, this is not like a mansion or a huge house that I live in. So you're looking at some of these big homes that were $350,000 just a few years ago. I was looking into real estate the other day at some houses, just looking at them, and they're like $800,000. I mean, you're talking about payments that are by the time you get done with taxes and insurance that are way over $2,000 to $3,000 maybe a month. So I do wonder. And then just rent is getting crazy. It's out of control.
Well, I just think that John is like a science hater. Don't worry about all that.
Is he a what?
A science hater.
Oh no.
You talking about old John, or just a viewer named John?
A viewer named John 907I.
Oh, okay. Okay, he's not.
I totally agree with him when you're talking about your children having a home. I agree. I've done real estate. I went into, and it's just phenomenal now.
But see, that's the mindset though. It goes back to the mindset I'm talking about. Like, come on, dude, seriously. Even though they can't afford a freaking house, you really think they're gonna freaking live with you when they got a woman they just freaking married and they just had a baby with? They're just gonna live up in your house with you?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I know that if what he was just saying is, just to be able to afford a home, like maybe out in rent. I don't know.
I can understand that, and I believe it, but
I think everything is going to have to get cheaper somehow for young people to afford to buy homes or even rent, because rent you got to get first month's rent, you got to get deposit, got to get last month's rent. I mean, it costs as much to get into a small rental unit as it does to get a down payment on a home. I mean, the whole thing with real estate is out of control. So I
But
understand. There.
but you see, I mean, you also got to. These aren't the days of the Waltons. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not
Oh,
living. We're not living in the Waltons generation where 12 freaking kids live in a big house that was built by freaking the wood made at the freaking the what were they the sawmill freaking down the mountain. You know what I mean? It's like
that's true. I mean, we don't like, if you look at the big homes and in some of the cities and places, older homes where, families all did grow to live together, but times change. We're not there, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I don't know
a long time ago, they had the extended families and everything were living together, but
yeah,
that was like the Waltons era.
yeah.
that was financial, but now I don't know what's going to happen. I do know some families are trying to live together because of finances, but I don't know how well that's working out.
Probably killing each other. Oh wait, yeah, they are. We just had an episode about that.
Oh, what?
Yeah, the familicide.
I couldn't even use your freaking thumbnail because I named it Familicide, and freaking Rumble refused to allow me to use that as a freaking thumbnail.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, just because I named it Familicide.
Well, you just need to change it. I guess you could change the.
Yeah, just change the name is what I had to do.
But I just couldn't believe that year that.
Yeah, I know. I understand, Austin. I understand. I mean.
Yeah. I could.
Rumble was
You tell me, man.
You're muting out, Austin.
Yeah, your phone's freaking on you. But yeah, I mean they are. I mean it's like it's crazy, but they are. They're living together and they're killing each other. They just can't stand each other.
Well, that poor guy was trying to he was trying to support a whole family, and back in the 40s, his house payment was $1,600 something a month, which is crazy.
Yeah, that was back in the 40s too, wasn't it?
I think it was
the 20s.
Oh 20s. Wow!
And I can't believe that. That's another problem we have is banks loaning too much money to people and just putting them under tremendous pressure, But that's like a financial thing, so not really paranormal.
Well, I need to retract what I said then because I mean that is a big deal right there. That was back in the 20s, dude. That's the Walton era that we were just talking about, like
right.
I mean, so maybe
right.
Maybe I need.
But we've become so self-sufficient these days. I mean, it's really. But it's really hard to find housing and stuff. It's kind of what is it?
It's inflation.
Yeah, but like
inflation.
We raised our kids to be very independent, but now we're getting back to where it's hard for them to be independent. So it's a push-pull thing, It's like dichotomy, I guess. Is that what the word is?
Well, for me, I see it. I've had episodes about this before too, and like with this internet thing, I don't think in a lot of ways that it's been a positive thing because like they're not really independent. You know what I mean? If you stop and think about it, a lot of them are dependent on freaking computers. The majority of the young people in this country sit down in front of the computer all day if they're not at work playing video games.
Yeah. What's scary? This is kind of weird. Is you could probably go months without really having to interact with people. Let's say you had a job where you just went in and did didn't have to socialize, and then you come back home. You can order your food. You can pick it up. You can basically order anything you need from Amazon or any places like that nowadays online. You can order mowers and equipment. I mean, you can go how many years could you go without having to really interact with anyone? Because everything you,
Without any human interaction.
huh?
Without any human interaction at all.
Right. I mean, yeah, you
Could you
could.
could you imagine how that would be like? Like freaking, you'd be freaking like sitting around with a beard all the way down to your belly button and freaking scratching your balls all the time. Cause
But you wouldn't need to do that because you could get a razor. All I have to do is get some razor
why?
and shaving
Why?
cream.
I don't have
I
to.
mean,
I don't have to associate with nobody. I don't have to
well,
freaking do
good.
nothing. You know, just hang out and freaking let my hair grow out. And
But and then I do see that sometimes on Facebook, or I'll see somebody say, you know, I haven't left my home in days. Younger people, I haven't left my home in days. I work from home. You know, I guess I need to get out.
Hell, you remember that phase I went through where I barely left home at all for like 3 or 4 years?
Yeah, I mean,
years ago.
A tendency to kind of get more and more off to yourself. What do you call it?
all of a sudden you're a hippie. All of a sudden you're a hippie, you know, and you're freaking like hanging out and posting Rainbow Tribe freaking tattoos or pictures and shit up around you.
Well, pretty soon we'll have AIs. You can just have, like, if you need company, you can just talk to them. They probably won't argue with you, you know.
Mm-hmm. They got drones to deliver all the stuff you order. There'll just be a big drone land in your backyard with all your groceries and stuff, and you just go out there and get it.
Well, you know, now Kroger's and all those places bring your groceries. And then, like, you know, at Miami University, they have those little robots running around with the food. And, you know, and a lot of big cities have that's how they deliver food to apartment houses and things like that.
Well,
is those little...
I almost had a job a few years ago at a place that works with Kroger. Then they have like robots that pick out groceries in this big thing they call the hive. It's like a big thing where all the groceries are stacked up inside like a big cylinder, and the robots go and they get it and load it up and put it on trucks and ship it out to people who've ordered stuff.
That's creepy. That's like a bad episode of X-Files, dude.
I'll have to find the link to that video that they sent me back when I was gonna interview for that place. It was actually, they opened it up down the road over in Monroe, next town over.
Yeah, there's nothing they can't teach them to do, is there? I mean, eventually, won't they be able to like do your hair or do all kinds of stuff?
There won't be any use for you anymore at all, being a human being.
Yeah.
You'll be obsolete.
You know
what? If they use our voices, like, you know, if they do, like when we do online stuff and they get our voices and somehow put them in the AIs, how will we know the difference between the AI or a real person? Like, say if Lowe's or someplace, well, I probably shouldn't mention that.
I can actually tell, because I've actually been dabbling on it because I hang out with Mr. Robot and he freaking really loves that AI stuff. So, I mean, I've actually dabbled around it. It's not really that hard to recognize AI.
Right now.
Yeah,
but if they can use the voice with an AI, like say this company I dealt with or something, I did that. So instead of using a password, I did voice recognition, and say they put it in an AI. I wonder if, like, my son, like if Austin would be able to tell the difference, you know, between me and it, if it looked just like me. He wouldn't.
Well, I know.
That's one of the things, like, and this is something that happened to me, and this is kind of creepy. This is paranormal. One night I woke up, and like Austin always, when he lived at home, if he was coming in the door or something, he'd say, "Hey, Mom," or if he had something to say, he'd always say, "Hey, Mom." That's what he'd do. So I woke up one night, and I heard his voice. He said, "Hey, Mom." It was like he was standing in my bedroom. So I was freaking out. But then, being his mom, there seemed to be something just a little bit off with it. It was like something was practicing on me or something. And I was like, well, that's weird. And you know, he's not in the room. And so he had a studio at the time, and I was laying there a little bit, and I thought, well, I'm gonna go see if he, if he called my name. I know he didn't because the door was closed, and I never heard anything. So I walked in there and asked him. He said, "No, I've been in the studio most all night." But that was the one thing to me. I was like, okay, I know that wasn't him, but I know something was messing with my head. But that's the one thing that I could tell as his mom, that's not him. And I read a story about that too, where a woman, she went to visit her daughter, and she woke up early one morning, and she just took a walk outside. She was just kind of, drinking her coffee and took a walk outside. And she said she heard her daughter in this shed or something in this barn telling her to come out. And she started to, and then she was like, that sounds like my daughter, but doesn't quite sound like her. So she went back in the house, and she was sitting there, and her daughter came downstairs and said, she said, I thought I heard you outside. And she's like, no, I've been asleep. So that's very human. That's a very human thing, our voices. As a mom, that's what I say.
Well, that was a strange story, and I could easily blame that on spirits and paranormal, but that could also go into what Austin's topic is too. It really could, I mean, there could, and like John, okay, the John that was in the chat, obviously he's a science hater, you know what I mean, and that it doesn't even pertain to just freaking like religion. Like, people who are in the paranormal community also hate science, like, you know what I mean, and they have a hard time with this freaking time space continuum stuff that we're talking about, because it doesn't fit with their paradigm, you know what I mean, it doesn't fit with their agenda, because it's got to be all ghost. It can't be something else, or it's got to be all aliens. It's got
be of everything, like you said.
You know what I mean?
And I think it can.
And of course there's the ones too, where they got to fit UFOs in with ghosts. Ghosts have everything to do with freaking UFO sightings, of course. I mean.
No, I never felt that.
but you get what I'm trying to say, though.
Yeah.
It's like.
See, to think it's a mixed bag, and like I'm not even UFOs and all that stuff. I think it's totally different than some of the ghosts.
I don't even like calling UFOs paranormal, because it is not paranormal.
I wonder if it's I'm not sure about that. Yeah.
I completely think that whoever started calling UFOs paranormal was off their rockers.
Well, it is something mysterious and unexplainable. That is true. I guess that it's under paranormal in that respect.
You could lump it into the unexplained.
Yeah.
Along with the paranormal and supernatural, but it's different than the paranormal. It's in a different category of unexplained phenomenon.
No,
right.
It's supernatural. It could be supernatural. Don't get me wrong, because I do distinguish between supernatural and paranormal. But
and then
I'm done.
What'd you say?
And then how do we know that some of these UFOs and like aliens and stuff we see aren't time travelers too? Like, going back to the original,
right?
The original point. That's another thing that when you talk about that to touch on too, because some people think they're time travelers, not just people.
That reminds me of a story. I don't know if I ever told that one. Do you want to tell it, or do you want me to? About the guy that we saw out at our house, the old farmhouse where you grew up.
Oh yeah.
The Huey Lewis guy.
Yeah, tell him about that.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I told the story.
Huey Lewis.
I don't remember you ever telling a story on any episode of this show. So.
No, I might have told Roger. It seems, or not Roger, John. It seems like I told John. It's been a while. So Austin and I would or even just me. We would walk the dog. I would walk the dogs. We had 3 dogs, and we're out on an old country road. No leashes, nothing. I would walk them down the road almost every night, and give them a little exercise. So one night, Austin and I were starting to go out to the road, and it was dark. And this is a road that hardly ever has any traffic, so we're going out, and there's this big cornfield, and we couldn't really see what was going on up there, but all three of our dogs started barking and going crazy. So I'm thinking, oh my goodness, there's a raccoon or something up there. And the one dog we had was big, and he was barking like he was in a. When he barked, it sounded like he was in a barrel, and it's scary. So he's barking, and we're like we start to get out on the road. We're starting to go up there to walk up the field, see what's going on. And so as we're starting to go up on the road, this guy comes out of the cornfield. The corn was, pretty high. He comes out of the cornfield, and I swear he looked like Huey Lewis, but this was probably year 2000. I mean, this was past then. Huey Lewis wasn't even popular. So he had on the bomber jacket. He had a mullet kind of, and this guy's walking. All three of my dogs are running around him, and he's not making a noise. He's not screaming. He's not doing nothing. So I told Austin, I was like, get back to the house, because I think this guy's totally nuts. Because there's no way that you walk up on that dog that we had, like his name was Hambone, a big dog. I mean, if I was walking down in a cornfield or down in a field and that dog came up on me like that, I would have screamed. So
I'm having a hard time getting Huey Lewis out of my freaking mind, dude. The more you talk, I'm thinking Huey Lewis in the news.
So
he was from that time period, looked like.
So I'm thinking, why is this guy? First off, he didn't make a noise, and my dogs are running around him, so I'm yelling at the dogs. They're still barking at him, especially our big one. And then I told Austin to go back to the house because I was scared, and the guy was really close to us. And I looked at him, and I think Austin said, hey, and the guy just kept walking. And the closer he got to, it's like he had on these faded blue jeans and the high top tennis shoes, and he just wasn't acting right. So I'm turning around, getting Austin back to the house. The dogs start to come with me. The one is still barking at him. I got them to come with me. And I went in and I called the police because we're out in the middle of nowhere, and there's this guy just comes out of the field walking down the road that didn't say nothing. He didn't say nothing. He didn't acknowledge Austin. He just kept walking straight. He didn't scream when the dogs were barking at him. I don't know. Is he deaf or what? I mean, come on. It doesn't make any sense. So anyways, I called police. Of course, out there, the police are like, well, you're on the Butler Preble County line. You're never going to get anybody out there. So I don't know if they ever came. He went walking on up the road. And then so we got ourselves together for a few minutes and ran back out there, and we didn't see him anymore. So I don't know where he went.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't get in the cornfield. But the scary part it's just, I still think about it to this day. It's like, you got this big dog running after you and two other dogs barking and carrying on, and you didn't even make a noise, because if he had, we would have heard him. And you would have thought he would have screamed or something. And then, I mean, I know out in the country, and maybe he was growing some pot out there, but I don't think so.
No.
Not really, because it was strange. And then we didn't see any car. We never saw, if he went to a car, it would have had to be, he would have had to go in the field and go to the back road, which was a good ways back there. So
we kind of like he just disappeared very suddenly, from what I recall.
And we, like, you talk about time slips. I was like, yeah, Austin and I, after we got our composure and talked about it, I was like, did he look like he walked out of the 80s? Like, it was 80s, what is it? Huey Lewis days, 87.
Well, I'll tell you what, my ex and my youngest boy, my youngest boy and all of them, they live way out in BFE. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it takes freaking the county sheriffs to go out there. It would take them like 2-3 hours to get there. And
yeah.
When I was seeing my son's mom, I would be out there, and I'll tell you right now, just from what she says and all of her family members that are out there, it's creepy as heck. I mean, there are some
Yeah.
strange stuff going on out there, and like whenever I watch these Bigfoot freaking videos where everybody's talking about beating a freaking stick up against the wall, tree, I laugh
Yeah.
because I know what that's really about. Okay, that's about attracting freaking deers. It's against the law. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
that's how you bait deer so that you can freaking shoot them. You know what I mean? And baiting's illegal
Right.
in Illinois. You know, so but when they do that, freaking, they're making it out like freaking Bigfoot's freaking beating on a freaking tree to respond to it. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's a deer, dude. You know?
They're just covering their tracks by doing that.
Yeah.
We're just Bigfoot hunting.
Yeah.
But where we lived, we were on a county line. So we lived up there almost 30 years. So, I mean, there's been a few times I called police. And every time they would say, well, what county are you in? And I was like, I've lived here for several years. I am in Preble County. Well, we got to know because we got to know who to send out there. And then by the time anybody'd ever get out there, whatever it would be, probably have killed us if we, you have to have, but most of the time.
Why you have a gun?
Yeah.
So it would make me so mad. They would be like, "Are you sure you're in Preble County?" I'm like, "Yeah, we're in Preble County. I send my kids to Preble, Shawnee, to Preble County. That's where we are. We're not in Butler. It's right. We don't send anybody out from Butler County." Like it's going to kill it. But either one was pretty far away. Butler County was far, and then Preble County, we were right on the last house in Preble County. So Preble County was up in, I don't know where it was, Austin, past Eaton or something.
You just know the county. You don't know anything about the rest of it. You just know you're on the county road.
It would have been, like I said, it would have been a long time for them to get out there. They really just didn't want to bother with us.
Yeah.
They had to. But that night, I don't know. I really can't explain it. There was something weird about him. And when Austin said, "Hey," I thought at least he'd say something. And that's why I was like, let's get back to the house, because obviously this man's either insane or we just couldn't figure it out. We were scared, weren't we, Austin? It was pretty scary.
There was another time I was walking down the road by myself out there, and I saw what appeared at a distance, what appeared to be a guy like wearing 1700s clothing, and there was a woman in an 1800s dress. Now they looked kind of translucent, but it was a similar thing. They were like out of a different time period. It was like there was a lot of different time periods kind of overlapping there, and every now and then you'd get a glimpse into them. Because that same thing happened to me.
Do you remember if, like, when he was walking down the road, if he made any noise? But the dogs were barking. So I was thinking,
no, he didn't.
Scared, the dogs were barking. But I don't.
No, he didn't make any noise.
Like, it was just odd. I mean, I don't know if he was a ghost, but it certainly is not something typical. That's why when I called when I called 911.
Summer. Did he dress like Huey Lewis?
That's what I said he did. Yeah, that's what was funny. He had a mullet, the mullet hair.
Yeah.
He had on a bomber jacket, and I think he had on I can't remember what his shirt looked like. He had on some kind of shirt though, and then the jeans were the old acid jeans.
Yeah. Wash pencil leggers.
Yeah, and he had the high top, remember the Reeboks and stuff back in the day? The high tops. It's like Huey Lewis walked out of the cornfield. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's like, and he kind of looked like him, it just was weird, but it wasn't Huey Lewis, of course, but I was like, that he totally looked like he walked out of that era.
He looked like he walked out in 1985.
But that wasn't the weirdest part. Was, like I said, the weirdest part was like our dog. I mean, this dog, he weighed 100 pounds, Roger. He was like a Mastiff boxer or something. And he was usually a pretty nice dog, but, he could be mean. And like I said, when he'd bark at you and he was coming at him, and they were all the other dogs were running around him, and he just kept walking. He just kept walking. And then where Austin says, "Hey, he just keeps walking, looking straight ahead. He didn't even look at us."
Now that could
He-
be. He could have been terrified too, though, because he had dogs surrounding him and stuff.
That's true, but I don't know how. Like, okay, when we were first coming out on the road and the dogs took off, I don't know how he knew there was any humans around unless he heard us talking.
Yeah.
I maybe heard us talking and he thought, "Oh my God, these dogs," and it scared him. But he thought, "I'm not going to say anything because then they'll."
Yeah.
Kind of like the guy. It was kind of like the guy appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared just as fast as he appeared too. And then when you put together the '80s clothes he was wearing, it was sort of like a time slip sort of thing.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know what he was,
No.
but it sure was a strange situation.
Now, see,
And
I asked if I asked Karma and I asked John about it, and they gave some good theories too on that same subject. So, frickin', if you ever get a chance, frickin' sit down and have a conversation with John about it. He really does get. I mean, it's not as cool as mine, you know, but my theory.
I told John that story, but it was when we did an interview, maybe, you know, when he first started interviewing and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like his theory on time slips?
Yeah, on time, especially, what was it? We got more into the area of time and space. You know, I mean, things like that, like when you look at people that just appear out of nowhere and then they vanish. A lot of people believe that's them slipping in between one dimension to another one. You know. And
you know
it's
what?
Like 1985, and then he walked into our.
Yeah.
Go on, Austin. I'm sorry.
Oh. So maybe he was like in 1985, and then he walked into our year, and then back into 1985, or maybe some other year.
Now, something I thought.
That was kind of what.
Go on, Austin. Every time I go ahead.
It's because there's a delay when we talk, so like you think somebody's done talking and you start to talk, but you're talking over them and you don't know it.
Yeah.
But it was kind of like what happened to you, where you like started to walk into another time period and then back out of it into your current time period.
Yeah.
Right. You know, something I didn't think about, and we've never discussed it, Austin, was, you know, the highway up the road from us. There has always been a lot of accidents on 503. I mean, it's a possibility that he was killed in an accident there. You know, there was always a lot of accidents up there on that road.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we lived by a highway, but it was a pretty good distance from us. But there was a lot of accidents because there was curves, a curvy road, and people go too fast. So maybe he got killed in an accident there, and he was a ghost. I don't know, but you know, it certainly because
it sounds like a good. It sounds like a good candidate for it because John was a science hater. Don't get me wrong. I'll stick to that. But he does bring up a good point. There's a lot of other things that it could have been. You know what I mean? And if you believe in the paranormal and stuff like that, there's a good chance that's most likely what it was. You might have seen a spirit, you know.
Well, how do you know? That's what we were talking about last week when we were talking to the lady that had some comments about seeing a ghost. I mean, how do you know sometimes if you see a whole person and that maybe they act a little strange, if they are something that's not like the rest of, you know? How do you know sometimes?
Now, didn't she say that she just knew? It was.
Yeah, he did because the person, you know, it was obvious, I think, and they didn't see the full apparition completely either. I think they did a couple times, wasn't it, or something like that. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, I think sometimes if there are ghosts, sometimes you see part of them, or maybe you'll see a whole ghost, and you know, of course, from the way they're dressed that there are ghosts. Like my mother, like I said, she saw a ghost on the dish line at Miami University, but she knew there wasn't any students dressed in all black, long black dresses, dressed like that, and there was no students in there because it was early. And she disappeared in front of her eyes. So, yeah, you just.
For me, I don't see a distinction between like the physical, the mental, and the spiritual. Okay, like I believe that they're all connected. So, like when it comes to science, you know what I mean. Science, at some time later on, will be able to explain a lot of the things that we call paranormal. You know what I mean?
Right.
Science someday will have a good
Nori can.
you know, and
Right. They said some people are looking that are science, like into science, or knowing that some things don't add up. But I mean, I'm not against science. That it has its place too. I'm not all one-sided.
yeah,
You know.
I
I mean, there's things that have been scientifically proven, but there's a lot of things that happen that we can't explain that obviously have happened. You know, and so and that aren't scientific, but
yeah,
yeah,
I
unless the world is lying and making up stories, but I
well,
don't think so.
that happens too. So you got to be open-minded even there.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like you don't believe everything or fall for anything.
Right.
You know, don't like take everything at face value, because there are people out there. At least we're having the conversation. You know what I mean? There's some people that'll get on there up there and says this is what we know, and then they start freaking spilling off. Well, I'll dare to say it. Let's just say it. You know, ancient astronauts. I mean, those guys are so full of shit. They're everything they say that this is what we know. Freaking, there's no proof backing up their allegations, and they purposely do that.
And they say that's a fact. They say what they're saying is fact, and not belief, but not belief or just research they're doing based on belief. You know, like me and Roger do with everything about aliens. We don't come out and say it's fact. They say it's fact.
Yeah.
And it's an agenda they push.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're having the conversation, but we're not telling people, you know, this is fact. You know what I mean? Like.
No, I mean, like I said, even like with the Huey Lewis guy, there could be several things. I mean, maybe it was a real person. Like I said, he heard us and he got scared and thought, oh my gosh, I'm just gonna, I don't know, now they're gonna see me and it's gonna be weird, and I don't know what he was doing there in the cornfield on this back road where there's only a few houses. But
I know what the name of this episode's gonna be. Huey Lewis in the news.
The ghost of Huey.
But no, Huey Lewis in the news. In the news.
But I mean, you know,
I am the news.
You saw him, I thought he was real, but you get to thinking back on it, and you're like, oh, that was a little strange. I mean, the way he acted, and that's why I called the police, because they were like, well, is he still out there? I said, I think he is, but it's too odd. I said, there's no car. I don't see any car. I said, we're out in the middle of nowhere, and I said, he's just acting strange. I said,
so you know what you obviously know what my next question to you is going to be, right?
Huh? No. What'd you say?
I know. I said you do know what my next question is going to be, right?
No, what?
When the cops ask you to give a description, what did you say?
They didn't come out. They didn't care. They were like, you know,
okay.
You know, if you live out in the country, you better have a big dog like we did, and maybe you better have a firearm.
Yeah.
They're not going to come out.
Like, just a future reference, if it happens again and you do get a cop coming to your house, don't go telling them that the police officer that whoever it was looked like Huey Lewis.
No, they probably would be like, no, I didn't tell her that, because I was like, now she'll never come out.
Yeah.
They'll think that's, but.
I just think you were on drugs or something, then.
Yeah.
But you know, it is strange, because the highway that we lived by, there was a lot of accidents, and there shouldn't have been. It was just people going too fast there. So there had been a lot of fatalities up around our house.
Bob Dub is in the chat, and she says, "Hey, now here in a little bit, I've got to do a live stream with her, so
What?
and it's going to be interesting tonight. She's going to tell her story to us. So
Oh, okay.
Is it going to be like an episode of Duality with Bob Dub, or
no, when I do my stories, what it is the person sits down and they just tell their life story from beginning to whenever they want to end it. That was actually what I did with John. They
Oh,
they
really?
yeah, they get to pick wherever they want to start their life story at any point in their life, and they just do it as far up as they want to. They can say it to this day, or they can end it somewhere.
Oh,
oh yeah, I'll definitely have to watch that.
yeah. When are you having that on?
Well, she is supposed to be contacting Auto X, and she after that he said that he'd show up, and then there's another guy, Rush, that's supposed to. She's hoping answers back, and he'll show up for it too. But
Cool.
Special names.
but yeah, it's supposed to be on sometime tonight. I told her freaking that I'm gonna keep it as private as I can, so because it's a very personal thing. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced somebody doing that or not. Like old John did it for me once, and
No.
it's pretty good. If you guys ever want to do one, let me know.
Yep.
Now, so like telling your life experiences as what, like
Just tell your
paranormal,
story.
or just from?
Just tell your story. Anything and everything. If whatever
Well,
you
see,
whatever you're willing to say, and whatever you want to say, that this has happened. This is what happened in my life.
yeah. See, now when I
What's
started interviewing with John, that's what I was trying to do. Was trying to again, I was trying to bring structure, but what I did is I started with kind of all the different homes I've lived in, and the paranormal things that I could remember that happened in those homes.
Mm-hmm.
And we got into some real good stuff, and I really didn't finish it out with him. And then I kind of started interviewing with you, and it went in a lot of different
See,
directions.
that makes sense. So you got with the cool dude.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
It was going pretty well with John. It really was, because like every episode I'd be telling a different story about a different house I lived in, because most of them I did have some experiences in, but not all. But yeah, so it kind of went through my, starting when I was a little girl and growing up in my parents' house and on. So that's kind of a cool thing to do. And you also learn a lot, and because you forget a lot. So you kind of revisit it, and I like that.
Now with this, what happens is you start, you finish, nobody talks. They listen to you tell your story, and then it's up to you if you want them to ask questions or make comments afterwards.
Oh, okay.
So.
Oh, neat.
And I mean.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Understand that it's a very spiritual thing too. Like this isn't just you telling your story, because like when you do it, you go through it's a process. You start remembering things inside of your head. So
That said, it does awaken. It makes you awaken, or just it's like doing it again. I mean, it's different, and also as you go along, you remember things that you have forgotten.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to do it, let me know and we can set something up. So.
Yeah.
That series called.
It's my it's my storyteller channel. I don't make it into like a series. It's just all about storytelling. And.
Oh, okay. So you said that then sometime.
Yeah.
Okay, look for it.
No,
Yeah.
I'll freaking see if Bob Dub wants me to post it and everything, and we can post it up and go from there. I'll find out real quick if she's still on there.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have any posts that you've done from past episodes or whatever,
I've got
share them.
Yeah, I've got some cool ones. I've even got one of Tan. Tan told his story, and he was actually a child raised in Vietnam after the Vietnam War, and his father was an officer in the old Vietnam regime that was taken over by the new one today. And
Cool.
yeah, it was. I told him straight out that could easily be a freaking movie. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Wow. Yeah, I bet you that's real interesting. So,
Absolutely. Share the links with any of the old ones you got.
All right,
yeah.
I can do that.
Do we have any more comments?
No, that was it. Freaking Bob Dub said, "Hey," she's probably just stopping in, wanting to find out.
Good to hear from you again, Bob Dub.
Missed our Huey Lewis thing.
She knows me. It's like you women know me so well. You're like, you better contact Roger. He's gonna forget.
Right.
You know. They all do it. Even Carmen used to do that stuff to me too. She'd be like, "Roger, are you ready?"
Yeah, she was supposed to interview me, but then I think she dropped off. Right with John.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did watch something with her, I think, and John. Yeah. So. But. Yeah, well, too, when we were talking about time slips, I know Huey, that was one of the things he could have done is like maybe he was just walking along being like he was in the 80s, listening to and he's
listening to Huey Lewis in the news on his cassette deck and his cassette walkie.
I would,
Walkman.
if I was in the 1980s and I was just walking along and I ended up freaking coming outside of a cornfield to a bunch of dogs in the middle of the country.
Crazy dog, and he's like these two people, and I don't know, they looked like they were dressed weird. He probably thought we were dressed weird. He'd be like, they were dressed weird and they were acting weird and they were acting strange, and I was in this field and I didn't know I was, and these dogs are scaring me.
I would shit my pants, dude. I would literally shit my pants.
Now, if you saw this dog, Roger, you'd have been scared of him because he was something, wasn't he, Austin? He was a major dog.
He was a scary beast.
But he was sweet.
To say the least.
But
yeah, he was nice once you got to know him, but for strangers, he was really scary.
He was the funniest dog I've ever had because when a person came to our house, some people could come in and he'd let them pet him right away. But other people, they'd come in, they'd start to pet him, and he'd growl at them. And he would have to get to know them. Like, they would have to come back maybe 2 or 3 times, and he'd decide, hey, they're okay. But I've never seen a dog like that. And then, like, a few times my husband wasn't there. One time, a guy came over that was my husband's friend, and he was talking to me, and Hambone walked around the dining room table and was coming up behind. This guy's name was Greg. Coming up behind Greg. And I told Greg, I said, Greg, you might want to walk over here. So he did, because Hambone was watching him and he was stalking him. And he was like, he knew, like, I was alone and he didn't like it. He was like, I don't like this guy. I don't know who he is. But I'm going to get around him and behind him. And I don't know if he would have bit him. I think he probably was ready to,
Mm-hmm.
So he was very different. I think it's that, what kind of dog did I say he was? He's Mastiff.
Mastiff.
And he might have a little Chow in him too. Chows are a little different. Chow and Boxer maybe.
Yeah.
But and he like a black tongue.
That's crazy.
So,
I would definitely shit my pants. I know what those are. Those are big dogs.
Well, and when
they are.
So scary. His bark was always so scary. And when you live out in the country like that, you have a dog that's scary like that. But you don't think.
Now, isn't that kind of like Beethoven?
Yeah. It was.
That's crazy. No,
So-
you better let me go because I think they're wanting me to get this stuff started on the other one. So it looks like I'm going to have an interesting night.
So where do we go to get in there? Listen to it. What's it?
Let me find out here in a minute and see because
Yeah.
she said that Colin, her husband's going to be in there listening too, which is cool. So
Okay.
and I can find out after the stream and see. I'm going to see if she'll see if she thinks it'll be okay for all of us to be there too because
Okay.
this is actually this is a pretty big event.
Cool.
And if you guys want to come in and be a part of the, I don't know if you can handle it. I mean, it's going to be a while. You might fall asleep.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I stay up pretty late usually, but I'll check in.
I know.
So
I'll try to make it if I can. I'll have to go eat
Okay. But
and whatnot.
yeah.
But if nothing else, share the link with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
But are you interested though? If you are, then I'll definitely make sure to ask and make sure if she says it's okay or not.
Yeah, we're definitely interested. I am.
Okay.
So Austin, do you have anything else to add outside of the Huey Lewis thing?
No, I think we covered just about everything we could have thought of about time slips, and time travel, and interdimensionary stuff.
I mean, if that was a time slip, it probably was pretty scary for him. Like, if I had a slip that day that I thought I almost had one, or maybe I did for a few minutes, what if I went in there and, like, all of a sudden I was in the 1900s? How scary is that?
Oh my goodness.
Well, yeah.
I could not imagine you in the 1900s.
No.
They
See what I was wearing because I kind of tie-dye looking dress. It was
Oh,
brown and
God.
white. It wasn't brightly colored, but it certainly wasn't something where, oh, I'd be blending in here.
Yeah.
You'd be like, what is she? Who is that?
that would definitely not be normal. Like they'd think you were an Indian woman or a squaw.
I don't even know what they would have thought. I had my bag, and I had I think I had a cell phone. Yeah.
One of those people in the pictures of the cell phone from a picture of 1898 or some shit.
Bob Dub did comment in the comment section. She said number 1 with a thumbs up. She says yes, it's big, and she also said you are also kind.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob Dub.
All right. So you want to?
All right. Well, I'll just I'm gonna sign off, and hopefully we can
Tell people to leave their stories.
Yes.
I have been, but nobody has been.
Well, keep saying it. Keep saying it.
Keep saying it.
You gotta keep saying it.
My email address.
It's always in the description for every video that's posted. Now we've made sure that it's on the default upload for everything. So whenever we make a video or a live stream, it shows up in the.
So it's summertime621@hotmail.com. Okay.
That's right. You're good.
Yeah, I can't imagine why I wouldn't get emails. Although there's a weird thing going on with my boyfriend, is I get his emails.
This goes back to what we were talking about before the stream. Like you sat talking about being organized and stuff. There, I have never had one single stream where we have ever been organized whatsoever.
But I was with John. We were going through it like him and I were.
I don't care. I mean, I think it's cool as shit. I love this format.
Yeah, I do too.
Roger, it's a lot more raw, and it's just off the cuff.
Yeah, like I was talking about porn yesterday.
With John, you were. With John, it's a more finely tuned theatrical production.
Well, John and I have a similar personality when it came to that. When we first got together, we decided, how that was going to go. We pretty much did, and and I just kind of went with that, and not that anything's wrong with you, Roger. It was just the way
Yeah,
it
there
came out.
is. Trust me,
Hey,
there's
I
something wrong with me, dude.
What's not
Yeah.
what's not wrong with Roger?
Yeah. You got that one way wrong.
but John and I talked about it like in an email first. We were like, what do you think? I said, what do you think about me just starting like when I'm small and going on up, with
Hmm.
some of the, like, yeah, that's perfect. We'll just go, each episode. But
Hmm.
yeah, um,
Well, it's like with Bob Dove. Whenever we reached out to Brian Rue, you know what I mean? I, she,
yeah.
she 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 didn't at first. She didn't think it. She should send the email first. I should do it. You know what I mean? I'm like, no, Bob Dove. It would probably come a lot better if you sent it up because then it would sound professional and things like that. You don't want me sending a professional type email to somebody inviting them to come on to the show. You know, and then she thought
Oh,
about it, and she's like, yeah.
so you're not real good with that stuff. I know what that's like. Yeah. I mean, I can do it, but some people can't.
Oh, good. That's cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Next time I need to have somebody come on the show, I'll have you write it up or Bob Dub because you guys, Bob Dub I know of can do a really good job of it.
Yeah.
She
Yes.
sent out a really good one. It sounded professional and everything.
That's great.
But
That is great. So, well, I guess so we'll sign off here tonight, and I guess there's no more comments or anything. So, again, feel free to send me an email with your stories if you have anything that you'd like me to discuss on the show. If you'd like me to discuss your story, if you want to do it anonymously, let me know. So we'll say good night and have a good weekend. Bye.
you too.
Easy. God bless.
Bye bye. Hold on a minute.
You still?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if I hung up. I don't think I did.
Wait a minute. There we go. I got
Oh,
it.
you got.
Yeah, I had to.